Yo, what up, everybody? It's Julia. 11 Julia. What up, world? I want to listen to a good book. I like to listen to, like, audiobooks whenever I play this game. I don't know why. It's just nice. But I go through, like, really good books, pretty quickly, to be honest. One thing I've got right now, and I'll do that. I'll do this one. It is... Let's go to my library. Mayor of Noobtown. I don't know if I've already played it for you, but so good. I'm gonna get the next one. What is this? Where's my library? Okay, here we go.
This is Audible. Podium Publishing presents.
Oh, it's so loud. It's too loud.
Mayor of Noobtown.
I can't do it.
Book 1 of Noobtown. Written by Ryan Rimmel. Performed by Jonathan McLean.
Okay.
Chapter
We're gonna
0,
be in that one.
In the beginning. I remember the bright lights. The semi suddenly lurching from its lane and driving straight towards me. I tried to swerve, but it was rush hour. All I managed to do was slam into the car to my right, the one that didn't move far enough. Then pain, then nothing. I floated in an abyss for some time afterward. It was an empty existence, and I remained there for an eternity or a second. I was neither hungry nor tired. My mind was rational, yet I could not focus sufficiently to do anything. Finally,
I don't like those. I don't like those. It's the beginning.
What are you going to roll
matter?
up? Came a voice that seemed to fill everything. It was a higher-pitched, nasally voice. It was the kind of voice that just makes you dislike someone instantly. I'm thinking a warrior, came the response. It echoed even more powerfully. That voice was huskier and far more annoyed. Suddenly there was a flash, and I began staring around the cavernous room I was now in. It was enormous, mostly empty, and made absolutely no sense. I was dead, and yet this wasn't limbo anymore. I could feel the rough stone beneath my bare feet. I'm going to be honest. I stood there for several minutes, playing back memories through my mind. Despite the sudden change, I wasn't worried. I wasn't anything. There was an absolute emotional void. I recognized that was wrong. I was in a new room after being somewhere else, and I had no idea how I got there. I tried to freak out, but for whatever reason, I couldn't get a head of steam built up. Instead, I looked around to find the source of the noise. I recognized it as the rattle of dice, a frequent noise from my years of D&D. Alas, even that didn't break me out of my reverie as I stared forward into the empty cavern. Oh, that's a high one on the supplementary expansion table, came the higher-pitched whine. Ashes. Are we using that table? Stated the husky voice. I only have the main chart. I'll need to look up what it does. You said I could use anything, so I did, replied the nasal voice, tartly. I saw a light out of the corner of my vision. Okay. Swinging my head around, it remained firmly in place in the corner. While it wasn't distracting, it was annoying, and I tried to focus upon it. Suddenly, words appeared in front of my vision. You have gained the trait Unbound. You are not bound to level restrictions when selecting any perks, skills, or talents. Traits are the highest type of power that a person can possess and will override any restrictions placed upon them from non-traits. Unbound is a unique talent. No one else in the world possesses this talent. Good luck. I put my hand through the words several times. It was something like an AR display, but a quick check revealed that I wasn't wearing any AR devices, or my glasses. Glancing around the room, I realized that I could see everything perfectly, which was generally not the case. In my youth, they had been abnormally large Coke bottle lenses. With modern technology, they had become more manageable, but still absolutely required if I wanted to see anything. Until now, that is. "Hello?" I called out, suddenly recognizing that I could call out. "I've never heard one talk before," came the rumbling response. "Ignore it. I'm going to find out what unbound means," came the other voice again. "It might be able to tell us what it means from its character sheet," replied the first, his voice becoming quieter as it trailed off. Then, quiet. Oh, shit. That can't be good. So I looked back to the prompt I'd seen. Concentrating on it, a more detailed image appeared. Name: Grebthar the Destroyer. Would you like to confirm your name? Yes, no. Race: human. You have rolled the racial ability Unbound. Class: none. Please select a class. Note: wipe memory was not performed. Would you like to perform a memory wipe? Yes, no. I focused on name, and a menu appeared, giving me a start. There was a large text box that was pre-filled with Grebthar the Destroyer. I mentally clicked the backspace button on the keyboard, and the name vanished. I replaced it with Jim, because I recalled my name was Jim, and Grebthar was a stupid name. There was a prompt asking to confirm, and I said yes. My name is Jim. Not James, even. Jim. Only my mother ever called me James. Pushing that aside, next I focused on race. It was human, and when I tried to change it, the prompt indicated that it was already locked in. I'd rolled the human racial ability Unbound. Well, at least I was still a human named Jim. The voices had mentioned Unbound, so I focused on that. Instantly, I was prompted with, "You are not bound to level restrictions when selecting any perks, skills, or talents." That meant exactly nothing to me. I'd absorbed, not read, really, the more detailed description earlier, and that still didn't mean very much. Perks and talents could mean a great number of things, so I continued checking the sheet. Class was interesting. When I tried to focus on it, a number of statues out in the cavern started glowing in my vision. It was enough like a video game that I instantly recognized what was happening. I started walking down a set of stairs made of the same cool stone. I swear I stepped on a few sharper bits of rock, though nothing seemed to bother my feet. Thus, I carried on at a brisk pace. Part of my mind considered that I should really be more upset about my current predicament. However, it was hard to work up any sort of serious mental steam about anything. I felt very blasé about my circumstances. I was aware that this was very strange, and that I should be feeling something. Emotional engagement toward anything simply seemed out of reach. As I walked, I brought up my character sheet again. If anything could engage my mind and awaken my hitherto missing emotions, having a prompt would do it. As I examined it, I realized that there was more than one page. I knew instinctively the second page was for stats. Name: Jim. Stats: unassigned. No class has been selected yet. I didn't have any stats. I couldn't worry my pretty little head over this. Indeed, I couldn't worry my pretty little head over anything. The entire sense of apathy I had been feeling all came down to this. Would I even be able to chuckle at my own witticisms? Could I even make witticisms? I instinctively knew I had to select a class, so I continued down to where the statues were. They were standard fantasy fare. There was warrior, woodsman, wizard, and thief. Several more statues, actually, but those were the first ones I saw. All looked pretty iconic for being made of gray stone. There were lots of them, probably 12 or so, but the terrible lighting made them difficult to count initially. I touched the warrior statue and became aware that they were proficient in light and medium armor, all weapons and shields. Pulling my hand back, I stared at the statue for a moment. I hadn't seen words or been told that would happen, I just somehow knew. That was intriguing. It was an instant transmission of knowledge, and after removing my hand, I retained the information, however less firmly. It was akin to seeing something written on a page or recalling that information after the fact. The room was actually getting stuffy. Another thing I knew was that the only way to leave was to select one of the statues, thereby selecting a class. In fact, as I looked around, I saw 3 large doorways leaving the cavern. One seemed to go towards a church somewhere, the second towards the beach, the third towards the mountains. The urge to select a class and go was itching at me. However, I needed to collect as much intelligence as possible about this peculiar place before making a choice. So, I buckled down. I was concerned that the voices were going to select my life for me if I didn't do it for myself. I had no clear idea if I was racing some unseen clock, but I felt as if time was of the essence. I waited a moment and touched the rogue statue. I instantly became aware of sneaking, dodging, light armor and skills with various knives and smaller crossbows. Touching the cleric and wizard also brought along knowledge of holy magic and arcane magic. I observed that there was a different feel between the two, and that the cleric required a commitment of some sort that I couldn't quite place. Touching the statues didn't give me the ability to do their specific skills. However, I did understand the skills that both rogues and wizards possess. I also had an awareness that whatever class I chose, I would be gifted with their abilities instantaneously. It would be like going to college without any of the work. You'd go from nothing to a graduate in the blink of an eye. Intrigued, I considered my options. I listened for the voices while I walked around a bit, touching the other various statues. There was the woodsman statue, all of the outdoorsman archetypes from fantasy, and the druid statue representing primal spirits. As I completed my circle, I came to a door in the floor. The 3 gateways leading out of the room resembled translucent, glowing blue vortexes in space. However, I couldn't get anywhere near them. I actually tried walking into one as hard as I could, but it was like an invisible force field was blocking me. On one level, that was cool. It was like the universe protecting me from leaving without choosing a class. On another level, it underscored that I needed to make a choice to leave. It was only then that I discovered the spiral pattern covered in arcane symbols on the floor. When my foot initially stepped on it, it was colder and more solid. I could feel that it was not stone, like the rest of the floor. Glancing around, I saw a small pedestal with a red orb upon it. "I'm sure this will be fine," I said as I started walking over to it. But my voice trailed off into nothingness. My cavern was much more like a platform in a large void than a room surrounded by walls. In fact, glancing behind the gateways, I realized I was surrounded by empty space. Could I fall off this platform? The orb was pulsing a deep red color, almost as dark as the room itself. The area around it was dusty, as if no one had disturbed it in quite some time. However, There seemed to be a hand-shaped impression on the orb itself. Haltingly, I placed my hand upon it. Lights flickered in the orb, and an ominous voice filled the cavern. Only the worthy may proceed. Are you worthy? I guess, I said confidently. You have completed 0 other lives in this realm, and have no achievements to speak of, replied the voice of the orb. Only the worthy may proceed. Oh, I mouthed. Well, that was fun. Maybe I could try warrior? As I tried to pull my hand away, I found it stuck fast, as if melded to the sphere. Incessant tugging for a few moments confirmed that I was not leaving that way. You will need to achieve level 0 in 3 additional classes to open the door, stated the voice with grave formality. The orb's glow began to fade, but my hand would not release no matter how hard I pulled. So, I've achieved all the requirements? I asked. And with that, the world seemed to vibrate for an instant. The orb sputtered and flared as if it were trying to respond but failing. It felt a bit like computer lag, as if the game had locked up for just a moment. However, as quickly as the stutter began, it ended. Everything resumed normally. All requirements have been achieved. The door shall be opened. With that, the doorway opened into a spiral staircase leading down to another layer of the cavern. My hand popped free with an audible snapping sound that seemed out of place, and I started walking even before the stairwell was fully formed. In for a penny, I thought, before flipping open my character sheet. I glanced at the memory wipe option and dialed it to no before locking it in and walking down the stairs. It opened into a second cavern, which was smaller and only had 2 gateways leading out of it. They both opened into large cities, I noticed, but this time there were only 9 statues, as opposed to the 12 I'd seen earlier. Looking back up, I could see the floor above me simply hovering, much like a flying saucer. Again, I was faced with the surreal knowledge of the strangeness of this, accompanied by a general apathy. The nearest statue to the stairwell was a large man wearing wizarding robes and hat and carrying a large rod. Placing my hand on it, I became aware it was a mystic theurge. They could use both arcane and holy magics, as well as some unique hybrid spells that blended both. Furthermore, they had the potential to be just as powerful as a wizard or a cleric in their respective magics. That was interesting. The advanced classes seemed to adopt powers from several previous classes. From my own experience, that could be a blessing or not, depending on how the system worked. You could end up being really powerful, or a jack of all trades and master of none. Circling around the statues, I saw several more. There was a spell sword, which blended arcane magic and melee, and an arcane thief, which was the same with a rogue. I also saw statues for some sort of woodsman druid hybrid, and a warrior with a sword and dagger. As none of them really interested me, I figured I'd give them a once-over after I reviewed the other statues. Around the outer edge, there were 3 statues that stood separately and instantly drew my attention. One was a sky pirate, whose powers were both pirate and airship-based, and started with their own personal airship. I felt sorely tempted to select that and move on because, hey, who doesn't want an airship in a fantasy setting? Also, there was a mage hunter statue who could nullify magic and a great general whose powers seemed to focus on battlefield tactics. So, there were not only hybrids, but also classes that were built around unique mechanics. The more I walked around, however, the more I began to feel like myself, and the more I felt like myself, the more I realized I had just died. I urgently needed to get out of this room. I had a family. They needed me. Well, maybe. If I died, they got a hell of an insurance settlement. And I did remember dying. That would check every box in death and dismemberment. There would be enough money for them to take care of themselves. I didn't know if I could get back to them anyway.
Oh, I should have
Because I
retained
had
that.
died.
Oh, I should have retained that.
Then
That was
again,
silly.
this might have been some sort of lucid dream. I could just be in a coma after the accident. I will admit my memories were kind of fuzzy after the impact. Perhaps I hadn't died instantly and an ambulance was really close. Logically, though, I was in a car, and that semi must have been going at least 60, and there had been a vehicle behind me. What could the odds of survival possibly have been? I continued walking around the statues until I saw a second pulsing orb glowing red. The light from the orb did not generate shadows, and as soon as I recognized that, I was even more sure that something was wrong. Well, if it was a lucid dream, I suppose I should make the most of it. I grabbed the second orb, even though this one contained no impression on it. I figured that if the first one had worked this way, the second would as well. The light went from a dull, throbbing red to a powerful flashing light that seemed to bake me from the inside out. Only the worthy may proceed. Are you worthy? You'll find that I am, I said resolutely. You have completed 0 other lives in this realm and have no achievements to speak of, replied the voice. Only the worthy may proceed. What will I need to do to complete the requirements? I asked. You will need to achieve level 0 in 6 additional classes and complete a world quest. You may proceed. However, if you have not yet completed a world quest, you must achieve level 0 in 12 additional classes, stated the voice, with grave formality. So, I made it? I asked. With that, the world seemed to vibrate for an instant. Instead of lag, this time it felt like the world locked up for just an instant. I could sense and think, but my ability to move was gone. I could sense and think, but my ability to move was gone. I could sense and think, but my ability to move suddenly snapped back, and the world came rushing back to normality. All requirements have been achieved. The door shall be opened. The doorway again opened in the floor, leading down to a deeper level in the void. Describing it as a cavern no longer felt apt, as I discovered more of its depths. I was actually curious to see how deep the rabbit hole went. Then I heard the booming voice again. Where is he? My trek down the stairs was performed at a suddenly breakneck pace. Literally. I fell. However, when one has no stats, one can take no damage. This staircase was longer, and despite the lack of a handrail, I managed to stay on them for the entire path down. Bouncing down the stairs on my face was probably quite a bit faster than running, I rationalized. Standing up revealed I was correct in my assessment of damage. I was none the worse for wear. Suddenly, I felt like someone was staring right at my back. Did he leave already? Came the husky voice. I'm looking at his sheet now, replied the nasal voice.
I need energy. That's
No, he's
for
still
dang
there.
sure.
Jim? What kind of name is Jim? He named himself, called out the husky voice, now far more annoyed than before. Ash and fire, I had the memory wipe option off, replied the nasal voice. Then there was a pause, which I used to look around my current room. There was a way to put the stairs up, so I pushed that. The staircase slowly slipped back into the roof of the room. "You did what?" screamed the husky voice. "Well, I just re-rolled 3 other characters. None of them needed memory wipes, so I just turned it off." "You're an idiot," replied the husky voice. "We have to find him. How can he hide? There is just the one room." "The staircase leading to the middle is down," squeaked the nasal voice. It was then that I realized that, while I repositioned the last staircase I used, I left the first set of stairs completely exposed. It was like a big blazing arrow pointing directly to me. Ash and fire! So I scooted. I needed to get out of there quickly, and, well, this wasn't the time for careful consideration. There were 3 statues here and 1 gateway. The first one was a sage. It had ultimate control over magic. The second was an archangel, who had fundamentally impressive control over the universe, as well as what amounted to superpowers. The third was a chosen one, who by divine providence was set to lead the world into the next age. All 3 sounded great, but, you see, there was this green orb. Also, the stairwell from above was opening again. I mean, I could have selected any of the statues and headed out the single doorway, but... green orb. "I'm qualified! Let me down!" I said in a rush as I grasped the emerald orb. "This is true. The path to ultimate power lies beneath." I dove down the stairwell just as the room I was in began to glow an ominous red. This light, as if from the orangish red fires of hell, cast flickering shadows from some impending terror. A terror that was annoyed with me. I was going to jump down the stairs, pick the first statue I could, and run out the door while hoping whatever doom was on my tail could not follow. This floor was different from the others. Previously, the rooms had been made of stone and set in a void. This room was crystal and looked down over the world from very high above. It was amazingly beautiful. I had all of a quarter of a second to take in my surroundings while I was running like a man being chased by an angry demon down the stairs. There were exactly 2 problems with that strategy.
I'm so frustrated that I didn't get that.
Or more specifically, a serious lack of it. When I rushed into the final level, the statue was right by the stairwell. I touched it, the godling, and started to feel a rush of power as the class abilities began to flow through me. It was a feeling that was quickly stopped when my character sheet appeared. You receive 5 stat bumps from picking a god tier character. Please select which stats you want to apply your stat bumps to. I didn't know what that meant. I understood in the basic sense of assigning points, but I didn't know how to assign points right offhand. As it turned out, I didn't have time to even select the class. The statue exploded as a spike of green fire passed through it, utterly obliterating it. The prompt, the bumps, the class, all vanished. In its place, the biggest, fattest, angriest demon I ever expected to see in my life stood before me. At that point, I decided running was the best option. The second problem was that there was no door out. See, I didn't have stats, so I wasn't very quick. The demon did, and whatever they were, his speed and agility were both way higher than nothing. He had me in his beefy, clawed hand in less than a second and was holding me high in the air like I weighed nothing.
Should I wait?
I might have. I don't know. I certainly would have been pissing myself if that was an option.
I think we're gonna wait.
However, it wasn't. So instead, I was just suspended by his claw over top the crystal floor, quietly realizing that while I couldn't feel much of anything else, I could still feel some degree of terror. "You moron!" screamed the big, fat, ugly, terrifying, husky demon. "Me?" I wheezed, because I am apparently a moron. The demon glared at me an instant, and then slammed me into the crystal floor of the final room with the force of a semi-truck. Scratch that. I'd had some experience with that, and this was worse. "I'm sorry," replied the much thinner nasal voice weenie of a demon. I mean, seriously, even embedded in the floor, this demon screamed dork. We know our own. "Any class, any power," growled the husky one. "But you forgot to do a mind wipe, so we have to delete him." "Maybe we could let him decide," replied my dorky savior. "I'm with him," I groaned. The husky demon, who had anger issues, lifted me back into the air and slammed me back into the crystal floor again, harder than last time. 30% harder, I realized, because that was something I just knew now. I was definitely about to die again. "No! He knows too much. You'll never be able to control him," stated the angry demon, angrily. "I'll do whatever you tell me to," I groaned. So he slammed me into the ground 3 more times in rapid succession. The crystal floor under me was developing an interesting cracked pattern as my body was being driven into it repeatedly. Now that my head was on backwards, I could see the indents my body was making.
Oh my god, I'm putting in work with my doom,
That's
yo.
why Rumiko did it. "What if we directly bound ourselves to him?" stated the dork. The angry demon paused, his hand still firmly attached to
Oh, I
my
should have
throat,
used
which was in turn firmly implanted into the crystal floor with the
dexterity
rest
right
of my
there.
body. He was polite enough to grab my head and snap it back in line with the rest of my body, so there was that.
God dang.
"Perhaps," he said after a moment, the anger in his voice cooling. "But with his abilities, I'm not sure if we could actually control him. After all, if either of us were to actually go down to the mortal plane,
I need energy.
we'd have to do so in our least
All this doom ain't doing
forms.
anything.
We could get injured or even die. However, if we overrode him, we could just edit a few key portions of his mind and then set him loose. It would be almost as good. We could do it here in the Great Chamber before I pick his class. I'd also be able to change his name." "That is a stupid name," stated the husky demon. Getting my mind rewritten wasn't anything I actually wanted. I tried to squirm, but the demonic claw might as well have been steel vise wrapped around my windpipe. They continued discussing what they could still change on my sheet after they took me to the Great Chamber, and I'd had about enough of it.
Oh my god.
I could stand dying,
I killed him.
but not getting my
through
mind
doom.
rewritten by these assholes.
That was crazy.
"Hey, fatty," I stated to the angry demon, who had unfortunately calmed down. "I forgot you could talk instead of making mewling noises with your mouth. However, you are incorrect if you think your petty human insults have any bearing at all on one such as myself. I will enjoy modifying your mind." "You have terrible breath," I croaked. "Thank you," he chuckled. "Your mother stinks of elderberries and your uncle's cum." "You failed to disparage my Uncle Dad," he stated. "Your horns are crooked." "My horns are fine." The crooked-horned demon was
The
sensitive about that,
crab.
it turned out, and so he slammed me into the crater again. I figured this one would kill me. It was at least 5 trucks worth of force. It failed, however, to end my life. Instead, the floor shattered, and the 3 of us were sucked out into whatever passed for space in this place. Chapter 1. An uninteresting
Well,
grassy
definitely
field.
this.
I came to in the middle of a grassy field, naked and sore as hell. I was aware of 2 things. I had to go to the bathroom, and my neck hurt. That came as a shock, so I stood up, looking around the area. It was a grassy field with beautiful flowers in all directions. Various herbs and plants were scattered throughout the areas, breaking up the line of the simple field. It was very picturesque, except for the crater where I had landed. That was still smoking slightly. I was seeing yellow, so I found a nearby tree and relieved myself right there. It was satisfying, but now instead of seeing yellow, I had a small yellow blip in the side of my vision. It was that prompt again. I was surprised, to say the least, but before I could react to it, I heard a gargling scream. "What are you doing?" came the squeaky response. I looked down, half expecting to see a mouse, but instead was greeted by the image of a small, rotund little demon with crooked horns. I aimed at his face. It had been a while. It splattered all over him, but the demon had changed
Whoa.
significantly. When I'd last seen him, the demon had been massive, at least 30 feet tall, and was enormously powerfully built. This demon was about a foot tall, and just about as far around. His head was larger in proportion to his body than even a baby's, but his arms and legs were comically small. He couldn't have even put his hands on top of his head, and his attempted dodgings demonstrated that walking was going to be a serious challenge for him. His skin was still red, but it was a darker red now, and his glowing eyes had been replaced by more cat-like ones. He had dropped down on the threatening meter from "it's going to kill me" to "I don't know what this is, but I'm going to stomp it until it's not a threat anymore." "I will kill you for this. I am a powerful demon giant," gargled the demon. I presume that's what he was saying, at any rate. Afterwards, he began first wiping the urine off his face, and then using a leaf to attempt, unsuccessfully, to sop up the rest. And I am Jim.
That goes 8 plus 9
The demon's
is 17.
eyes suddenly went wide in
Or
horror,
3.
which is an expression I'll always treasure. Obviously he jumped up and tried to fly with his wings, which now were not well suited for him, and he barely managed to hover briefly. "Well, I don't care what you want to call yourself. We need to find a demon door and return to the Citadel." "So I can be reprogrammed?" I replied. "Not gonna happen." Suddenly, my head flared in pain. Deep, agonizing pain that drove me right to my knees. In my vision, a red prompt flickered to the side, creating a sudden awareness that I'd been bound to a demon. "I don't see that you have much of a choice, human," the demon chuckled. "As long as I am bound to you, I can use this power to advise you into doing whatever I want." As I stood up to calmly discuss this with him, the demon turned on the juice full force, driving me back to the ground. It was like the worst migraine you've ever imagined, but with cymbals crashing at the same time. I started dry heaving. He relented after an eternity. "You can do that whenever you want?" I croaked. "Yes, as long as I can see you," he grinned. "Now, you will call me Master, and I will call you—" "My name is Jim," I stated, standing back up, brandishing a largish tree branch. The demon examined the stick for a moment before laughing. "You are going to defy me with a stick?" he laughed. "You would need a mighty tree the size of my body to even stand a chance." I had played baseball in college, and I'd like to think he realized at the last moment that the tree branch was every bit as large as he was, and I was swinging with as much force behind it as possible. It was actually less than I expected, as the stick was not very well balanced and I was having trouble getting it just right, but the demon was too busy laughing at me to dodge. It impacted with a meaty thud, and the demon went flying, slamming into a nearby tree. Instead of bouncing off, however, he stuck there with a mighty thunk. I walked over to look, hoping he was dead, but no such luck. His horns had pierced the bark, and he was almost skull deep into the tough wood. The demon came to a moment later, and the pain flared in my head, dropping me to the ground. "You will pay for this," was the last thing I heard before I passed out. Again. I don't know how many hours I was asleep, but it was more than a few. I was aware of a few new icons in my field of vision, even though my eyes were closed and I wanted to die, so that was nice. Opening my eyes, I examined the demon still firmly stuck in the tree. I sat up and groaned. The echoes of pain were still there, but it was mostly gone. I decided to review my icons while I tried to figure out what to do with the demon. There was the demon's icon, which looked like blood on a black circle, which I figured was a very bad thing. Another icon was that of a golden star coin. A third looked like a bronze triangle. Also, and I had to be paying attention for this one, there was a small exclamation mark.
Oh no, he died.
Since those were unknowns, I started off by looking at my character sheet. Name, Jim. Class, undefined. Awaiting level up warrior. Strength, average. Dexterity, average. Endurance, average. Willpower, average. Spirit, average. Charisma, average. Skills, none. Demon lore, 1 skill point. Unskilled. Awaiting rank up. Simple weapons, 10 skill points. I'd earned a few XP and SP when I'd hit the demon with the stick. That was nice. I wondered what the little bastard was worth. I clicked on the exclamation point next. It turned out to be a notification from my combat log, which dutifully reported my victories in battle. The thought of all of my accomplishments being noted for posterity was not a good one. As if I wasn't self-conscious about farting already. You have defeated an elder demon through immobilization by causing 5 points of damage. You have gained 999,999,999,999,999 XP and gained
Okay,
1
I need
class level in warrior. Additional experience points over
energy.
level maximum are wasted.
Something that
You
gives
have
me
gained
energy.
999,999,999,999,999 SP and gained amateur rank in simple weapons. Additional skill points over maximum are wasted. What? He was worth 1 trillion XP? Fuck. But experience
That's a good power
through
for me.
overlevel was
Ooh, fuck this
wasted.
toxic.
That was good to know, I suppose. Also, fuck. Also, I was in a world where there were experience points. Finally, fuck. That honestly bothered me more than the icons I could always see out of the corner of my vision. And 1 trillion XP gone. Fuck. Inhale. Exhale. Maybe it's easy to earn 1 trillion XP. It's not going to be easy. Simple Weapons 1 was the bronze triangle. It popped up and showed me I was now at amateur skill level with simple weapons. I could see a whole string of abilities behind it that I couldn't select. Storing that question for later, I went to the next icon. The golden star coin flashed before me and I was prompted with Level Up, Warrior 1. You have selected the warrior class. Please choose 2 stat buffs for yourself at first level. You have gained the skills light and medium armor, as well as all simple weapons. You already have skill with simple weapons. Please choose another skill or one will be chosen for you. Your hit point total is increased by 10. Your stamina is increased by 10. I considered for a moment and instantly knew I had 30 hit points and 30 stamina as well as 20 mana. I don't recall ever being able to quantify my exact health before, so this was new. I resolved to consider this at a later date as well. My to-do list was becoming rather extensive. You are bound to a demon. You and the demon are tightly bound. You have not accepted him as your master. He has not accepted you as his master. He has not granted you any boons. He can apply punishments to you as he sees fit. Your demon's rank is 999.
We took some health damage that turn.
Your demon has been defeated in combat and has had his power level reduced until he returns to the Citadel. His current power is rank 1. Your bond level is tight. which allows the more powerful of the two to exert direct force over the
Okay.
weaker member of the pair if neither is master. Well,
We
ain't
need more
that
gold.
karma? What is a rank 1 demon? I said cautiously, walking up behind the newly minted rank 1
Not that
demon.
one.
It is the weakest kind of demon, barely a threat to anyone.
Yeah.
An annoying mewing cur, he grumbled,
Perfect.
trying to push himself free of the tree and failing. He had hit the tree horns first, I knew that, but in his current form, his arms were too short to actually reach above his head. Also, his neck was mostly solid, so he didn't have the movement a human would have. Basically, with his
A
tiny
wisp
arms and
could be
legs,
nice.
he was never going to pull himself free of the tree. Could a rank 1 demon cause pain to me? I asked. The demon paused for a long moment. Yes, if you were bound. However, it would be only a very limited form of pain, like a mild itch, he finally replied. Which means that as you are a rank 1 demon, I can basically ignore you, I asked. The demon paused, finally accessing his own menus or whatever he did. He then began struggling for a long 30 seconds before finally stopping, defeated.
Oh, I can't even.
What do you want? So many things, you little turd, I replied gravely. First off, what can I call you? Because it's sure as hell not going to be Master. I cannot give you my true name. You may call me Sir, he responded. So, Shart it is, I stated. Shart, what did you do to me? What's a shart? He asked, struggling harder to remove himself from the tree, still quite unsuccessfully. You are a shart, and you bound yourself to me. Explain that, and I might think about considering removing you from the tree, I replied, sitting down and getting comfortable. Shart continued squirming for a good 2 more minutes before finally sighing audibly. I bound you like a familiar so that you would do my bidding and release me. So, what does that entail? I asked politely, as I found a particularly comfortable spot of moss. It binds our souls together so that I, as the more powerful of the two of us, can force you to do my bidding. And now that you are rank 1? I asked. The demon, to his credit, actually managed to sound arrogant up to this point. However, at the solid reminder of his new status, he cracked. This whole thing is a terrible mistake. I'm not even supposed to be here today. Shart wept for a few long minutes before he finally gave up on trying to break his head free from the tree. He hung motionless for a few more seconds as if finally coming to terms with his fate. So, now that I'm rank 1, I'm not going to be able to command you to do anything, am I? Very doubtful, I responded. But I may release you from the tree Fort of Solitude if you are polite and answer a few of my questions. Shart sat quietly for a long moment before nodding. Well, probably nodding, since his neck wasn't really developed enough for that. He mainly kind of bobbed. Supporting your whole body by your neck looked painful. So, where are we? I asked. I'm guessing this isn't the same world I started on. You are mostly correct, stated Shart. We are in one of the eternal realms. You are on Ordinal, one of the first realms to be exact. How many eternal realms are there? I asked. I had the feeling this could get long-winded, and the last thing I wanted was a detailed description of the history of the universe. Many, responded Shart. But most are newer, more refined than this older realm. My associate and I were hoping to renovate it somewhat until the accident. Where you got blasted down here and lost all your powers? I asked. Yes, replied Shart slowly. Anyway, Ordinal has some unique properties and many powerful souls that could have been harvested. However, there were difficulties that led us to ultimately having to import fresh souls from other realms. Wait, Earth is another realm? I asked. I'm going to say yes, but only because your puny mind would not be able to comprehend the magnitude of it all, replied Shart smartly. Fine, didn't really care anyway. Any way to get me back to Earth? No, stated Shart. Your earthly body was shattered, and we caught your soul exiting it. If we were to restore you on Earth, you would come out as a babe. Your past memories would be wiped. Those are the default settings on that planet. I nodded. I had already figured getting back to my previous existence was a long shot. His explanation was pretty straightforward, and it meshed with what I knew of Earth. Mainly that people didn't come back from the dead, especially considering my conception was not immaculate. So I wasn't just dead. I was dead, and there was no going back. I would have slumped down if I wasn't already sitting. Instead, I just sat quietly for a long minute. I had a wife and a family. The marriage wasn't always great, but we'd been happy. The kids weren't always great. No kids are, but they were good. As a family, we loved each other. We just clicked with all our various quirks and all. If I hadn't had such a great insurance policy, I'd see no silver lining. There would be enough for the kids to go to college and my wife to survive. I sat for what seemed like ages, remembering them. At last, I stored away my memories in a mental box to be looked at again later. For now, I had other issues. When I finally spoke again, I asked, okay, why can I see myself in this amount of detail? Explain, ordered the demon. I have, for lack of a better term, a character sheet that shows me all of my abilities, stats, and skills. There was a tab for powers and the like. Oh, I forgot they don't have those on Earth, replied the demon, thinking. You've played video games before, right? It's pretty much the same thing. Just think about it and you can access that information. I didn't expect it to be that easy, I replied. If Earth is part of the Eternal Realms, why didn't it have that option? Character sheets would be really handy, I thought. First off, Earth wishes it was part of the Eternal Realms. In this case, we didn't really have the processor power to activate it, and Earth was a bit of a test case for a classless, non-magical realm anyway. So, having character sheets is normal and Earth is weird, I asked. Yes! On Earth, you don't even have health bars. I don't know how you survive, replied Shart. So, I gotta level up in Warrior, I stated. What does that mean? You had access to Godling, and you picked Warrior? Shart gasped. That's stupid. You had access to all of the classes, and you picked Warrior? That's a primary class, man. They suck. Well, I didn't choose Warrior. I just got a level in Warrior after I defeated you. You got lucky, stated the demon. That tree trunk was very large, but you needed to be level 60 before you get through the demon door to be reborn. With a basic bitch warrior that's going to take years, I'm going to be stuck here forever. You have been offered a quest. Take Shart to the demon door. This will allow the elder demon to reclaim his powers, reward unknown. And I just got a quest prompt, I said, to return you to demon door. I need you to take that, replied the demon. That's probably not going to happen, I said, pushing the quest away without accepting or declining it. If you don't accept the quest, stated Shart, I'll be stuck here forever. I could leave you in the tree then, I offered. Please no. All I can see is that rock and I already hate it.
Dang it,
replied the demon, his struggles beginning for a few moments before finally stopping. Fuck you, rock. I don't see any real benefit to bringing you along, though. Well, you are bound to me, so if I get too far from you, it's going to be uncomfortable for both of us. Don't worry. I can turn invisible and immaterial so I can hide very well. Only someone with true sight can find me, and you won't be running into anyone like that for a while, continued the demon as he pleaded with me. I don't really see that as being necessary. You are a basic bitch warrior. I could also give you a
He
boom
cracks
so
me
you
up.
might live a bit longer, he replied. Explain? I'm at rank 1 now, the weakest power of the demon. So I can only grant you my least impressive booms. If I find a source of raw magic, it will get more powerful. However, right now, I can grant you demonic regeneration. This will cause you to heal 10 times faster than normal. You will be able to quest more and level faster and get me home quicker. And when are you planning on betraying me? When we get to the door, I'll try to get in first, and if successful, no matter how powerful you are, I'll be much stronger, replied the demon earnestly. Why would you tell me that? I asked, a clear note of incredulity in my voice. I'm blue, he replied.
I'm blue.
And I instantly knew it was a lie. He was red. I could see he was red. But beyond that, through the bond we now shared, I knew he was lying. I knew it as surely as I knew my name was Jim.
There's got to be a
Can't
better
lie
time to
me,
do this, huh?
I stated as fact.
Okay.
Would make life so much easier, replied Shart.
He's gonna die anyway, so
After we
might as
get
well
to the
take him a
demon
block.
door,
Cool.
I can send you back to your family. I knew he was lying. Chapter 2. Still in the field.
And do this.
I had to find a replacement for the almighty stick of demon smiting which had flown from my hands after I smashed Shart with it. Fortunately, there were several stands of trees
dies
nearby.
again.
That made it
Sucks,
easy,
yeah.
after walking just far enough away to start to feel the tug of the demonic bond.
Oops.
To find a tree branch
I don't
of
really
the
need
same
that one, to be
approximate
honest.
size and composition. It was both long and hard, just the way my wife liked it. And I returned. This is going to hurt, I informed him as I adjusted myself down into a batter stance. Well, I think that if you were to use the root over there as leverage, started Shart. He was right, that probably would have worked. I used an alternative method of striking him about the head until he finally, on the sixth swing,
dying.
broke free.
God dang.
He landed with a groan. Why did you do that? I said it was going to hurt. I didn't say it had to, I replied. The demon groaned and got up, attempting and failing to fly. He landed with a plop, and I glanced down at him, adjusting my new staff in case it suddenly needed to become another almighty stick. I don't have enough power to fly, stated Shart, who immediately vanished. But I could still see him, somehow. His skin had become transparent, but the outline was clearly
finally that
visible
guy's dead. Let's get him out of here.
Stared directly at him while he
You should have been hitting the
himself
back
and
from the
scraped
beginning,
wood
though,
off of his
but
horns by brushing them against a rock. Which way should we go? I asked. Oh, I think that way. He pointed in a vague direction. Lacking any sort of better route, I started walking for only a short while before I became aware that the demon was getting farther away from me. I was aware of this because of the throbbing pain that was only getting worse. I turned around and noticed that he was not the fastest little mover in the world. He might have been okay if his wings had been functional, but on the ground, he waddled like a 1-year-old and couldn't make any time at all. Being immaterial was even worse because he had to be material enough to not slide through the ground. This meant that all the wind and grass he was bumping into was bouncing him everywhere. The little baby demon didn't know how to walk.
Alright, let's go.
Right on your shoulder? He asked, after he spent entirely too long trying to catch up. I agreed because I eventually wanted to get someplace. Shart scaled me like a miniature King Kong, and we were on our way again. While we were walking, I brought up my character sheet. I had to go to level 60, and I needed to see what that meant. I also had those 2 stat bumps to think about, and endurance was sounding pretty good right now. Walking through uncut virgin forest was tiring. Name, Jim. Hit points, 30. Stamina, 30. Mana, 20. Class, Warrior 1. Strength average, dexterity average, endurance average, willpower average, spirit average, charisma average. You have 2 stat bumps available. Skills, none. Demon lore, 5 skill points. Unskilled. Light armor, 100 SP. Amateur. Medium armor, 150 SP. Amateur. Shields, 100 SP. Amateur. Martial weapons, 10 SP. Amateur. Simple weapons, 10 SP. Amateur. Awaiting rank up. You have 1 bonus skill selection at rank amateur. Well, the stat bumps were easy enough. I dumped 1 into endurance to ease the tiredness from walking and 1 into strength.
We're taking damage, everybody. Oh, I could have
Experience in
done
my
that,
old
but
D&D
we're
days
waiting for the
taught me
rocket.
that strength was a warrior's primary attribute. Nothing seemed to happen until I mentally clicked a prompt to confirm. At that point, my entire body shuddered. I'd worked out when I was younger. I'd actually had a physical labor job where I'd gotten pretty muscular at a few points in my life. This was entirely different. My body went from doughy, average dad bod to toned college
Dang, I got
kid
no
in the blink
summon
of an
that
eye.
turn with all that
My
energy.
endurance was harder to see, but I could
What a
immediately
bummer.
tell it had gotten much greater as well. My body had a leaner quality about it. The walk had been tiring, if not exhausting so far, but suddenly I felt like I'd been doing light labor instead of this grueling hike. My perspective shifted as well. I think I got taller. That was cool.
We need more.
I could also sense that my hit points went up. Physical stats increased hit points and endurance at varying ratios. My point of endurance increased my HP and stamina, while my strength just increased my hit points. In short,
Drink.
I had gotten much tougher just by deciding I needed to be tougher.
Drink.
Next, I glanced at my skills tab. This caused an enormous, detail-rich skill tree to appear. Light armor had a variety of sub-skills, but apparently I needed to have the base skill up to a certain level to use them. I could see a skill called Hardened Light Armor, but it required at least Initiate Light Armor to use and level 0.
No, not my Yossi.
That was the Unbound rearing up again. It appeared that Unbound just defeated level requirements, not skill rank requirements. Of course, it probably meant I could get access to them at a much lower level than someone else. All of the skills were laid out on a huge skill board in front of me when I zoomed out. There were literally thousands of skills, and most of them were entirely undefined. The skill tiles were there, but I couldn't tell if it was some super advanced
Turned around on
skill
accident.
or the most
Fuck.
basic of skills. I had the feeling that randomly guessing was far more
It doesn't
likely
matter
to
what
earn
side
me a
you're on
skill
now.
like sewing rather than something more powerful. But a handful of the tiles, particularly tiles close to other skills that I did know, were more visible. I could see some of the skills past light armor or simple weapon, but I didn't qualify for them.
Okay, so we need
Looking at the
17.
entire board, I decided to go with the simple approach and looked at skills I had that were not of a rank of amateur. Given that my traveling companion was a demon, I decided it was
thank God.
probably in my
Let's
best
go.
interests to get more
Next turn, summon
well-acquainted with
2.
him. So I selected Demon Lore.
Woo.
Demon Lore Amateur. You know a succubus from an incarna. You know all basic stats about demons equal or less than your rank. Level this ability up to learn more about additional demons. Glancing at Shark, he
Okay,
had a
what
hit
to do
point,
here?
stamina and mana counter over his bald, cantaloupe-shaped head. This informed me that even at rank 1, he had over 400
I'm
hit
still
points.
taking 30
However,
here.
his mana and stamina were both
I
very
got
low. Whether or
7,
not they could
so
increase, I
1,
didn't
2,
know.
3,
What I
4,
did know
5, 6,
was
7.
that
Okay,
right now
cool.
he would take forever to kill, assuming I even could. He glared at me when I thought about that, so I moved
we're gonna
on to the
do
next skill set and started reviewing all of them.
this one. We got 9 block.
Simple weapons granted me general proficiency in all simple weapons. There were some specializations there for clubs, axes, and other reasonably straightforward weapons. I saw a skill for pitchforks and chuckled. One thing I noticed was that the sub-skills seemed to add together the benefits of the core skill and the sub-skill.
Doing that.
My staff skill was already at 2 skill points of 50 just from walking around with it. I could also look at my staff and know that it did 2 to 5 points of damage on a successful strike, which was handy. I wondered how much damage my initial stick had done, but then I recalled the combat log and determined that I had caused a critical hit for exactly 5 points of damage. I couldn't see the higher skill ranks, but I hypothesized that the costs would get higher at higher levels. It seemed like every new rank was a pretty big, obvious deal.
Okay.
If there
We're
was
taking a
something
little
that was
bit
a
of
minor
thing, but I think
benefit,
we're
it was
gonna
a
live.
sub-skill. However, each skill point improved the skill, so someone with an amateur simple weapons 10 SP was at a significant disadvantage against someone with the same skill and 100 SP. I wondered what other skills looked like, and then remembered my amateur demon lore skill. It didn't have any sub-skills, but it did have a cost. 2001 out of 1,000,000 SP. I stopped. It takes 1,000,000 skill points to get to the next rank of demon lore? I asked.
We're trying to live.
novice,
We're trying to live here.
Yes, it's a higher level skill. You shouldn't even have it, but you are unbound, so you don't have a level requirement. I'm a rank 1 demon. If you use it on a rank 40 demon, you'll find you get many thousands of points. At my full strength, I would have nearly leveled the skill if you glanced at me and survived.
Okay, 75,
So,
100.
Each skill had different skill point requirements. I could learn any skill that was only level restricted,
So I need
but I had to
27.
be exposed to the skill first. Furthermore, I gained skill points from just doing mundane
Okay, we're doing this
things.
one.
There was probably a skill for just about everything. That meant that just randomly selecting skill boosts had a very high chance of not being anything useful. I glanced at the warrior tab in my character sheet, which just felt odd to say, and all I saw was the token for warrior.
Oh,
I
we were
focused
so
on
close.
It felt like the statue in the cavern, letting me know what powers it had granted.
22. So I win
I
either
could
way.
vaguely see 3 oddly shaped tiles after it, so when I got to level 2, I would have another choice. Aren't I supposed to have some equipment? I asked. Shark focused for a moment. No. You started with some rough linen underclothes, but you are supposed to get your gear from your initial quests. I'm flapping in the breeze here, I stated. Probably burnt up on re-entry then, replied Shark. And where are those quests? I grumbled. Well, here's
Oh,
the
we
thing,
did it. We
replied the
survived.
demon. I don't think we landed in the beginner
That was
village.
crazy.
Because there, we'd have found some other adventurers right away. I can't sense anyone nearby, but there is a village over there. Hopefully, we'll either find someone to give you a quest where you can get some basic equipment, or we'll just find
It's a
some
good
basic
one.
equipment on the way. You're fighting with a stick.
Test subject?
Almost anything would be an improvement. Great, I said. The last time I fought with a stick, I kicked a demon's ass. Shark glared, and I could sense my downfall being plotted through the bond.
Okay.
Chapter 3.
Let's go look at those.
Road to the village. Name,
Double that.
Jim. Hit
I have
points,
3 attacks in my
45. Stamina,
deck,
40.
apparently.
Mana, 20.
100.
Class, warrior 1. Strength, +1, above average. Dexterity,
Okay.
average. Endurance, +1, above average.
That's fine.
Willpower, average.
I like tanks.
Spirit, average. Charisma,
He's chill.
average. Skills. Demon lore. 2001 skill points. Amateur.
Okay. I guess.
Unarmored. 2 SP. Unskilled.
Let's see.
Light armor, 100 SP. Amateur. Medium armor, 150 SP. Amateur. Shields, 100 SP. Amateur. Martial weapons,
Okay.
10 SP.
So
Amateur.
far, I
Simple
like
weapons,
this
12
one
SP. Amateur.
and
Staff,
this one.
2 SP. Rank 0. Hiking, 5 SP. Unskilled. Stealth, 1 SP. Unskilled.
That has
I
no
continued
shot.
walking towards the village for what seemed like forever, though was assured by my demonic companion that the village couldn't be that much farther. Shark proved both invaluable and useless in this. He knew right where he was and where he wanted us to go, but he tended to think like someone who could fly. Because he could not do so, we kept finding dead ends in the most ridiculous places. As I could not fly, our journey rapidly devolved into my wandering trip. "You are the worst bitch in a box ever," I said with some confidence, for we came to the first real rise, which was terrible. It was 30 feet of loose stone and dirt that seemed to defy any effort at climbing it. I had initially thought we were going to just skirt past it, but soon realized that Shart had intended for me, to climb it. Thus began my hour-long ordeal.
I think
where
I go
learned
this
the
way.
difference between hatred and loathing. Under the blistering sun, I toiled.
I think I need more
was slow
gold, though.
going. And Shart's under-his-breath critiques of my climbing abilities and physique were not what I would call helpful. After a dusty 15-foot slip down into weeds, Shart grumbled, fuck this shit,
I think I
and
need more
gathered
gold.
himself for a leap. He grunted like a tiny pig, straining to take a shit 3 times his size, and rose in the air. He honestly reminded me of an ill mosquito as he swayed a bit uncontrollably, and I would be lying if I said I didn't fantasize about knocking him from the sky with a special
I like how
demon-killing
it
fly
summons
swatter.
7.
Eventually, he found a
Play
landing spot
this.
far from me. Uh-oh,
Ow.
Shark
Ow.
called from his new perch high above
Ow,
me after
you're on
my
my
5th
hair.
attempt
Kitty.
to get up a
Kitty.
particularly tall rise in the virgin
You're on
forest.
my long ass hair.
Due to the tall trees, I hadn't even noticed we were literally walking into a cliff until after we got there. Then Shart, in his infinite wisdom, told me this was the only way up.
Sure, we'll
He
defend.
had taken a slow,
Why
methodical
not?
flight to the top of the rise and had told me I could do it. Seeing as I'm an idiot, I agreed and tried to climb my way to safety. There were 2 problems I had discovered. 1, my demonic lie detector failed if Shart actually thought he was telling the truth. So, he honestly thought that I could climb this 30-foot tall cliff without any equipment at all. However, I could not climb a 30-foot tall cliff. Such a climb would be impossible, even if the surface was rough and scattered with roots. Secondly, Shart was an asshole. However, Shart had the map, and this was the best way to go. He was genuine in his assurance of this. Knowing he was being honest, I decided that I'd better figure out a way to navigate upwards. So far, I'd gotten over 12 skill points for crafting due to some particularly ineptly made ropes and grappling hooks. But, was new. Sure, Shart had been enjoying himself, calling down to me from the top, heckling me like you would a bad comic. He'd even caught the last rope and tied it on for me. When it subsequently snapped as I was climbing, causing me to fall and suffer 8 hit points of damage for the first time, which I'll write off as highly unpleasant, it wasn't even his fault. I just couldn't make ropes out of vines to save my life. Who could tell what meant? So I turned around. Starting player forests were often occupied by low-level creatures designed to help starting characters level up. They typically minded their own business until the player attacked them. Only then would they fight for their lives. Wolves were often one of those creatures. They didn't typically come out in pairs, however, and neither of them looked particularly willing to mind their own business. I could tell this due to my astute senses. The fact that they were both growing and walking towards me with all their teeth bared was another good clue. In my previous life, I wouldn't have given myself odds on even one wolf. In this place, with my enhanced body, I'd certainly give myself a chance versus one. Although I seriously doubted they would take turns. Glancing around, I realized there was a spot that I could duck back into that would only allow one of the wolves to attack me at a time. I might be able to manage that. However, at my glance, the second wolf ran there, cutting me off from my avenue of escape. I examined the first wolf for a moment, but I couldn't see a health bar or his stats. There was no way to know how powerful he was. I lunged forward with my staff, swinging at it. The wolf danced backwards as his mate rushed in from behind me, trying to snap at my ankle. I pulled it away at the last second and swung the staff wildly at her, smacking her on the side. I tried to move towards a wall. Theoretically, with my back up against a wall, it would be easier to defend. In practice, the wall was pretty long, and they were attacking from both sides. It wasn't really a perfect system. It might give me an opening, though, so I began to move while I swung my staff wildly at both of them. The alpha wolf lunged, and I swung at his head. There was a meaty smack, and the wolf jerked away. My momentary triumph fled an instant later, when his mate grabbed my ankle and began to tear at it. I screamed. Pain was pain, and that hurt. I swung my staff at it awkwardly and hit the side of its head. Other than an all too brief, slightly stunned look, the blow didn't seem to bother her much. This distraction allowed the larger wolf to recover, and he prepared to lunge at me. I was terribly out of position, and had just managed to strike the female wolf in the head enough times so that she was considering releasing my savaged leg. I was down 15 hit points from her gnawing on me so far. That meant I was down 23 total, leaving me with only 17. With the bigger wolf about to attack again, I had to imagine the possibility of it doing more than 17 points of damage to my head. Suddenly, I heard a whoosh of air, like a long pent-up fart, and Shart flew directly in front of the wolf. At some point, the little demon must have surmised my desperation and flown down from the rise. The massive alpha wolf snapped its powerful jaw, and the demon caught the blow like a special brand of rotting meat shield. Shart was approximately the size of a basketball, so the wolf proceeded to shake him quite vigorously, causing black drops of demonic blood to fly everywhere. Shart had 400 hit points. Had being the operative word, because the wolf was doing 20 or so damage every few seconds. I had a moment of time. The female wolf, not realizing that her mate was distracted, decided to adjust her bite position. This allowed me to yank my leg away. Suddenly, free of worrying about the larger wolf, I managed to smash her with my staff twice. First was to her shoulder, which staggered her. The second hit was square on top of her skull. A meaty, crunching sound ended the wolf. The larger wolf released Shart when his mate fell, and growled more fiercely. It stomped towards me, so I swung my staff at its head.
Oh my
god,
the wolf fuck
caught
that
it in its
one.
mouth and tore the weapon away from me, snapping it to flinders between his jaws. Staggering back a few more feet, I got ready for the inevitable life-ending attack. However, the wolf slowed after a few more paces and then fell to its side, twitching. Grabbing half
Okay,
of
he's
my
alive.
ruined
That's what I'm talking
staff,
about.
I went to drive it into the creature's heart, but small wisps of smoke were already leaving its flesh.
Oh my gosh, I should have.
The wolf erupted in fire, forcing me back several more paces as I scrambled away. With the wolves dealt with, I moved back over to Shart. He was a bloody, mangled ruin.
I'm gonna
with
have
over
so many
half
slime
of his
cards
hit
in
points
hand.
Gone. I picked him up carefully, as more blood than he should have been able to hold was streaming everywhere, and began looking at his wounds. He had a bleed effect on him that would cause another 20 or so points of damage, I realized. Still, he was probably okay. What happened to the wolf? I asked, shaking some of the demon's blood from my hands. I got him for you, stated Shart. Stupid animal didn't realize my blood is pure poison.
Well, it's pretty dang close.
I dropped Shart. He took 2 points of falling damage. Chapter 4. Base of the Ridge. I'm not poisonous to you, he stated a few minutes later.
Oh my gosh, there's so many.
I was still busy binding my wounds, using leaves and anything else I could think of to prevent bleeding. I had dropped to fewer than 10 hit points after the wolf's bleed effect on me expired, which was as close to death as I'd ever come.
Shoot,
Well,
we gotta just kill this guy.
My weakness against
like, meow.
trucks.
I need to...
Healing 10 times faster apparently meant very little. If you
okay, we're killing him. Get out of here.
Any actual injury required first aid, which so far had netted me over 200 skill points. First aid was a common skill and actually provided some benefit even if you were untrained. Unfortunately, it required 250 SP to get to novice level, and while both Shart and I had been terribly injured, we weren't quite there yet. After I bound the wounds, I found out that you gained roughly 1 hit point back every 10 hours. I was down
6
33.
damage. Okay.
This would normally indicate that I was due for
We're gonna do
nearly a
this.
week of healing bed rest. However, I had 2 things going for me. First, my buffed stats, both strength and endurance, factored into healing.
It's fine.
I would normally recover 2 hit
Took
points
all
every
my
8
damage.
hours.
Jesus.
The second thing was my demonic regeneration, which further increased that by a factor of 10. I'd be at full hit points in just over 8 hours. Magic worked better, but I didn't know any magic, and Shart didn't have any mana. Despite his much higher hit point total, his stats were utterly terrible. They were all either below average or way below average in all cases. Even with demonic regeneration, he only healed about 16 HP per day. His mana was worse. There was no demonic mana regeneration. Due to his condition, he only recovered about 1 mana per day. "We draw mana," stated Shart. "We don't regenerate it very fast otherwise." "Would you having a full mana pool help our current situation?" I asked. "No. Most of my buff spells won't affect you because of your level.
Okay, this is just
Your
ridiculous. I
unbound
hate
effect
this guy.
doesn't let me do things to you like that. I don't know any healing magic because when I'm at full power, I regenerate on a per-second basis." "Must be nice," I said, finishing the bandage on my ruined ankle. I focused on my character sheet to see how long this would take to heal. Name? Jim. Hit points? 8. Lingering injury? Ankle minus 25% movement, 17 HP. "What's a lingering injury?" I asked. "The wolf has a long-term effect on you," replied the demon. "You have to recover that many hit points before the lingering effect wears off." Groaning inwardly, I considered the time frame. That was just a bit under 8 hours. Actually, it was 6 hours and 48 minutes on the nose. While I'd initially found the ability to count the literal seconds of an effect down, I found the details less disturbing as time went on. I got a hit point back every 24 minutes. "Do the injury penalties stack, or do they heal all at once?" I asked as I tended my injuries. "They stack. You have to heal each one individually. I have multiple injuries, in case you care. Some lingering wounds have status effects,
Okay,
while
we're
others
not
reduce
even...
your maximum hit point total.
We
In
gotta
either case,
start.
until
We
the
gotta
wound
start
fully recovers,
upgrading
those
some
hit
stuff.
points must be spent to clear the wound. Afterwards, you have to regain the hit points again. I have 2 of those. My maximum hit points are seriously down. So, if I'd had a 10-point lingering wound that affected my maximum hit points, I'd have to heal the 10 points to bring my max from 30 to 40. Then I would need to heal those 10 newly open hit points. That was brutal. "What happens if I die?" I asked as I tightened another bandage. "I don't know, and I don't want to find out," replied Shart.
No!
"You
What
are
the
my
heck?
ticket out of here. If you die, the
God
demonic bond
dang.
should fade from
I
you.
needed that.
My problem is that I can't enter the demon door without someone else opening it. That's a pretty rare occurrence." We sat in silence for
That
a
almost
few
killed
more
me.
minutes as I tried to weave another rope.
That straight up almost
I'd
killed me,
attempted to
actually.
skin
I'm
the
not even
wolf,
gonna lie.
but without anything sharp, I'd given up pretty quickly. The male wolf was a lost cause. It was a smoldering ruin. The wolf meat was decent, if a bit gamey. It tasted of demonic spices, which I was also immune to. Chapter 5. In the Woods. I woke up about 7 hours later. I'd recovered an additional 17 hit points, which cleared my lingering wound. However, due to the 17-point lingering wound, I was only recovered to 15 hit points, so overall, I was pretty miserable. However, at this point, I felt much more confident that I'd live. Shart didn't sleep, so he'd watched over me the whole time, like a fat, ugly guard dog. Deciding that we'd have to go around even if it did take longer, I started tracing the cliff wall that the gorge had cut through. The wall went on and on. However, because of the change of terrain, the forest was less dense here. It was far easier to move forward, even with the little ball of shit back at his post on my shoulder. Shart could sense wolves if he tried, and I kept a keen
I
eye
think
out
I'm
for anything
basically
as we
dead.
moved. After a few hours, we came to a place where a road had been obviously cut into the cliff. "Next time, look for more of these," I stated as we walked up the path. While we were walking, I got the exclamation mark again and checked to see that my staff skill had ranked up. Staff, rank 1. 50 skill points out of 250 skill points. You can deliver a powerful blow at the cost of increased stamina. Damage plus 50%. I glanced up at simple weapons, but it needed 500 SP to level, and it was only at 52. This meant simple weapons was tied to the sub-skill staff and gained an SP every time staffs did. Nice to know, I supposed. I was really hoping hiking would level up, but it was at 15 SP of 200. Examining the hiking skill further, it seemed that you gain skill points based on distance walked and unique natural things that you'd seen. A chart broke it down, telling me that I'd walked 10 miles and seen one natural wonder, the gorge. Taking this long
I mean,
to
it's
get
9
a level
block.
kind of
I need more
sucked,
block.
but if I'd been walking on cut trails instead of deep woods, I would have made better distance. Unfortunately, there wasn't a skipping my way to grandmother's skill, even if there had already been wolves, but I'd somehow survive. Class, Warrior 1, 1,459 out of 3,000 XP. The 2 wolves had been worth 407 experience points, and I needed 2,000 to level up again. It was looking like each level cost more than the one before it, but there didn't seem to be a pattern for skills. For class levels, it looked, as far as I could so far tell, that it cost 1,000 additional experience points per level. In practical terms, that meant that I needed to kill between 7 and 8 more wolves to level up to 2. Hopefully, that would grant me enough bonuses to make them less of a threat. If you see a single animal you think I can take, alert me,
Sucks, I would have
I
had this
stated to my
already.
still
And I
moaning
wanted it.
companion. Shart had recovered more hit points, of course, but still had multiple injuries that were preventing him from healing well. I couldn't count on him operating like a deadly chew toy again. He was really more of a busted squeaker toy, or a whiny-ass toddler, an ugly whiny-ass toddler. So, with the village only a few hours away, I started looking for other things to kill. I quickly discovered that my demonic shoulder growth, my lame-ass third stick, and myself were limited. Anything small and easily killed, like baby deer and rabbits, quickly ran from
I
me.
just gotta block this entire
Shart
thing.
and I were going to have to make ourselves targets of predators if I wanted something that would actually stick around for a fight. Briefly, I considered making a spear with a piece of rock, but I didn't have the right kind of rock. I was also more skilled in staff than spear. With no good options, I continued searching the woods for game. Finally, I came upon another wolf. I walked into the meadow where it sat,
Gonna have to do
messily
it.
devouring a rabbit. The wolf, raising its eyes to me, snarled. He began stalking me, his tasty carcass forgotten. I gripped my staff more tightly as I felt the fear sink into me again. My legs suddenly hurt more, and I was painfully aware that I had only healed up to 23 hit points. The wolf lunged, but I blocked his jaws with my staff. This left his massive paws free, however, and his claws scratched against me as I flung him away. If I were wearing even regular clothes, I would have been fine. Instead, I was covered with dozens of small oozing scratches, and I was down 2 hit points. Thankfully, The loincloth provided what little protection it could, and I was still in possession of 2 balls. As the canine moved to bite again, I swung my staff at his furry body. This managed to only knock him back a pace and further anger him. He snarled and got ready to lunge again, but I held my staff at the ready. As he lunged, I began to swing the staff. As I did so, I could feel my energy flowing into the strike, empowering it somehow. As my stamina bar drained more than normal, the staff smashed into the wolf. With an audible crunch, the wolf's spine shattered. The wolf thudded to the ground, unmoving. I exhaled and slumped to the ground. Shart said nothing, which was good. If necessary, I had planned on using him as a shield, regardless of his hit points. I noticed a pop-up in the corner of my vision, which I quickly selected. Unarmored Defense. 10 SP out of 100 SP. Amateur. Defensive Stance. You can expend stamina while defending to decrease chance to be hit and reduce damage. Wondering what that exactly meant, I got back to my feet and moved around a bit. At first, nothing seemed to happen. Yet, when I visualized an attacking enemy in front of me, I was able to move backwards with much greater alacrity. I dodged around a bit more and found that I could easily jump in some ways that were nearly physically impossible. However, every time I dodged, my stamina bar decreased slightly. Once I'd gotten the hang of this new skill, I had Shart find me another wolf. It didn't take long, as the woods were thick with them. Brimming with my newfound self-confidence, a brisk 5-minute walk brought me to my next target. This next wolf was about the same size as the last one. Since I was more or less aware of where it was, I did my best to sneak up on it. I wasn't successful. When I got close enough, the wolf looked up from whatever she was digging. She spun around and snarled at me before charging. Focusing my stamina, I got ready to dodge. However, I noticed that the wolf seemed to slow down as she closed in. Not tremendously, but a useful amount. The wolf totally missed me. She growled and twisted around before lunging again, and again, I easily dodged her. I did that a 3rd time, before I started noticing that the world was getting a bit darker.
That's not gonna hurt.
I focused on my stamina bar and realized that it was getting dangerous low. Well,
Oh my god, there's
leave it
no
to
way
me to
I'm gonna
forget that.
live. God dang
My
it.
wife often told me that I'd forget my
Oh,
head
I'm
if it wasn't
frustrated.
attached. I had forgotten to see how much dodging drained my stamina. I didn't have enough for another dodge, so instead I swung my staff at the wolf. I scored a weak blow against her as she dodged backwards. As I attacked normally, I realized my stamina bar dropped even further, just not nearly as much. However, even as I waited a few moments for the wolf to get ready to attack again, my stamina bar increased by 1 whole point. Looks like I recovered a point every 8 seconds or so. If I could hold out, my full bar would be recovered in a few minutes. Hopefully, the wolf would wait.
This guy sucks.
The wolf lunged again. I stepped to the side gingerly. I carefully succeeded in not using any stamina and still managed to avoid the snapping-jawed maniac. I smashed her on the way past as well, leaving the wolf battered and bloodied. However, that had expended a few more points of my precious stamina, and the world was starting to become a bit dark. I had gone from feeling normal to seriously winded in a matter of a few moments. When I realized I had enough stamina for 1 more power strike, I rushed forward, bringing the staff crashing down on the wolf's shoulders. They snapped, my staff snapped, and I collapsed to the earth,
Okay, here we
unable
go.
to move. Winning. After about 8 seconds, I had recovered sufficiently to lie there uncomfortably. About a minute and a half later, most of the exhaustion left me, and I was able to roll onto my back and sit up. "What just happened?" I asked. "Oh, you ran out your stamina bar," replied Shart. "If you get to 0 stamina, you collapse. Try not to do that." Thanks, I said. Asshole. After several more minutes passed, I felt sufficiently re-energized and stood, my precious loincloth flapping in the breeze. Stumbling over to the wolf's now permanently abandoned hole, I recognized a small object that did not appear to be a rock. I dug around it a bit more until I found a small orb attached to something. A few more seconds of digging revealed it to be the pommel of a smallish weapon. Grasping the hilt of the weapon, I drew it from the earth. Da-da-da-da!
God dang it, I died. What the fuck? I hate this. It's this fucking game.
Don't do that, stated Chart. You have found Dagger.
God dang it.
Item class common. Durability 22 out of 35. Damage
Let's play
2 to
again.
5.
I had a really
Bonus
good
effects,
start there.
bleeding. Requires puncture skill and savage. Requires wounding skill. Going through my skills sheet, simple weapons had a new category.
Let's do that one for sure.
Small blade.
For sure. That's what I wanted to begin with.
Unskilled. Looking further, I could see the puncture skill under small blades, but it was grayed out. Focusing harder upon it, I could tell that it had a level requirement, which I could ignore, and a skill requirement of small blades amateur. I knew my unbound trait could bypass level restrictions, but I still had to have at least amateur rank to engage the subskills. Well, that was easy enough. I'll just go and kill me some more wolves. Hey, Shart, I grinned. The demon said nothing, so I continued. Why does this have durability and the stas didn't? You found the sticks. They're a junk item and have a default durability of 5. You probably have it filtered so not everything you pick up will give you a status update, chuckled the demon. Cup of water, durability 4 of 5, cleanliness poor. I considered. That would get annoying really quickly.
I think I could have killed it if I would have just striked all 3 strikes.
You'd just see pop-ups
That's
everywhere.
on me.
Curious, I dug into the menu until I found the setting for blocking junk status updates and flicked it off. So many numbers flooded my vision from sticks and rocks that I had difficulty seeing anything else. I reactivated the junk filter and my vision cleared again.
Okay, we're doing this
After I
one.
had recovered my sight a moment, I walked over to the wolf. I'm going to skin the wolf now that I have a knife. What's your skinning skill? Asked Shart. Untrained? I'll be over there, gestured the demon as he walked over to a nearby tree and collapsed again. 20 minutes later, I walked over to where Shart sat, fanning himself with a leaf. Wow, that went as well as I expected, he stated. How did you get fur in your teeth? And do we need to bury that? I don't want to talk about it. Chapter 6. Outskirts of the village. Name Jim. Hit points 30 out of 45. Stamina 40. Mana 20. Class Warrior 1. 2,132 out of 3,000. Strength above average. Dexterity average. Endurance above average. Willpower average. Spirit average. Charisma average. Combat skills. Demon lore. 2,001 skill points. Amateur. Unarmored. 15 SP out of 100 SP. Amateur. Dodge. 5 SP. Unskilled. Mitigate. 1 SP. Unskilled. Light armor. 100 SP. Amateur. Medium armor. 150 SP. Amateur. Shields. 100 SP. Amateur. Martial weapons. 10 SP. Amateur. Simple weapons. 71 SP. Amateur. Staff. 60 SP. Rank 1. Powerful blow. Dagger. 1 SP. Rank 0. Non-combat skills. Hiking. 9 SP. Unskilled. Stealth. 14 SP. Unskilled. Skinning. 1 SP. Unskilled. Cooking. 4 SP. Unskilled. Perception. 6 SP. Unskilled. After a very long bath, I spent some time finding a hidden spot and leaving Shard awake as a sentinel. Not that he really slept, per se. He kind of just rested a bit, with a really foul look on his face. Kind of like a constipated baby monkey. Finally, I managed to rest for the night. Upon waking the next day, I noticed a prompt. This informed me that my stealth skill had improved. That was good news, and I resolved to sneak up on something and kill it today. Casual slaughter of woodland creatures had never been my thing, but when I was getting scored on it, I found the entire concept fascinating. So, wearing my loincloth, of which one should not ask the origin, and holding my dagger in one hand and replacement stick number 4 in the other, I began to travel towards the village again. The village was closer and the road was nearby. I wagered that if I showed up with nothing more than what I had now, I'd get a very cold reception. If I could skin a wolf or two with my new dagger, I would be able to sell it for a bit of silver. Then I could buy things, like a better loincloth. With that in mind and a few more hit points restored, I prodded Shart. You better yet? You can tell by looking at me that I'm not, he replied. Want to go kill more wolves? I asked. You seriously do not like comfortable beds, he replied.
So we're going from there.
I found you one. With that, we were off again. The next wolf was just off the road ahead. We quietly stalked it for well over 2 skill points, miles, until we got much closer. The trees nearby had thinned out somewhat, making it less of a dense virgin forest and more like a navigable
Since we have to play
backyard
it,
woods.
might as well.
With less underbrush, I was hoping to get closer and sneak attack the wolf. I began creeping through the woods carefully, like a creeping thing. Apparently, I was still untrained in metaphor skill.
Ugh.
My hunting record was getting about 10 feet away before the
Give me a
creature would
normal
become
one.
aware of my presence. This time, I had confidence. It oozed from me.
Take an attack.
If this was due to me being at more than half
Why did it
health,
repeat?
or the fact that I'd gotten the best of 4 wolves so far, was anyone's guess. My target was resting by an entrance to a cave.
Okay, well, that's
It was
that.
a man-sized hole into the ground, with several trees nearby masking its presence. I'd have totally missed it without Shart pointing me to the wolf. There wasn't as much room to maneuver as I'd like, but if I could get the drop on the wolf, the fight promised to be over quickly. There aren't any wolves in that cave, I checked with Shart. No, replied Shart sourly. Creeping closer, I came in from behind the wolf and downwind. I was moving painfully slowly, but I got into position to pounce on the wolf who still lay there. At this distance, I could see the gentle rise and fall of his chest. I could also see a strange pattern on his fur that I didn't recognize. This wolf was larger than I expected, but still not as large as the first wolf. Then I pounced, leaping through the air in a triumphant arc, dagger first. My blade pierced his back, driving deep into what I hoped were the vital organs. The wolf's body jerked. The wound was instantly fatal, but not silent, as it made the most wrenching yelp as it died. Several things happened all at once. I noticed a prompt in the corner of my vision, but instead of a skill notice, it showed another golden coin. There was also the sound of feet in the grass behind me. I turned just in time to see what could only be described as a goblin charging me with a club. The goblin closed the distance before I had a chance to react and struck me across the chest right as I brought my dagger free. The impact was far out of proportion to the size of the creature. I was physically lifted off my feet and thrown back into a nearby tree. The strike did 10 points of damage, and my stamina dropped by 6 as I slipped down the trunk to the ground. It took the goblin a moment to recover. He was about the size of a 10-year-old child, but built like a grown man. His body was all muscle, and his teeth were all sharp points. He was also screaming at me incoherently. Now that I was back on balance, I rushed the goblin. Had it been two human-sized opponents, his weapon would have given him a reach advantage. My longer arms were an asset, putting us on more equal footing, and I managed to dodge his second strike while I slashed at him. I came out
need a
uninjured,
strength
but he had a bloody
increase.
gash to his chest to show for his troubles. Screaming, the goblin stumbled back. His eyes went wild, looking first at me and then his open, gaping wound. He grabbed at it, slumping to the ground as his stomach fell out of the cavity. He cried at me hoarsely for a moment, then died. I watched the little creature there for a moment. Well, that didn't feel very heroic. What? Did you expect him to fight to the last hit point? Stated Shart. He was a feral goblin. You attacked him. If it makes you feel any better, they like to pluck out the eyeballs of human children and eat them as a delicacy before they kill them. Goblins are selfish, evil creatures. You won't be finding any of them that are secretly good. That doesn't mean they don't care about anything, though. You killed his dog. Oh, I exhaled loudly. The goblin looked like a little green disgruntled child. I just killed him. I'd have to live with that. Let's get to the village, I said. I hesitated, and then walked into the small cave searchingly. I found a second functional dagger, a not inconsiderable amount of poorly tanned leather, and a small pouch of silver coins. Searching the goblin, I was surprised to find how much blood had poured from his wound. Then I remembered the skill prompts. Small blades. Amateur. You do additional damage with small blades. You gain additional sneak attack damage with small blades. Puncture. Your attacks with small blades bypass 2 points of armor per small blade's rank, doubled during a sneak attack. Rupture. Your attacks with small blades cause bleed based on attack damage. 50% additional bleed over 12 seconds. Stealth. Amateur. 100 out of 2,000. You are now able to sneak much more effectively. You make 25% less sound when traveling. If you attack a target that is caught unaware, you can perform a sneak attack for additional damage. The sub-skills didn't seem to have multiple ranks. There might be a Puncture 2 later on down the line, but I couldn't yet see if it existed. Glancing at my combat log, I'd gained the level in stealth just prior to the attack with my dagger. Apparently, the extra damage was 3 times the normal value, and I'd scored a critical hit, which had doubled the base damage. That had made the base damage 2 to 5 times 6, and I'd struck well. The attack had done a total of 30 points of damage, and had ignored all of the wolf's defense. The goblin didn't have many hit points, and I'd increased the rank in my small blade skill, so my base damage had gone up 3 to 6. I'd hit him for 4, again ignoring his lower defense, but he'd gained a bleed effect for an additional 2. That wouldn't have killed him if he was healthy, but looking down at him, I could see that he was not. Something had savaged him earlier, so my strike had just pushed him over the limit. Finally, I saw why the club hit had caused stamina damage. I had a mitigate skill that allowed me to expend stamina to reduce hit point damage.
Okay.
I had ended up spending 6 points
Terrible
to reduce
draw.
the club's damage by 2. If I hadn't, I would have sustained a much worse injury.
I just like playing all the
Then I
cards because
noticed
there
the
are certain
level prompt.
things I don't have it, but there are
I
certain
hadn't
things where.
realized that I was going to level from this.
Well, let me pause. There are certain relics where like you get more per cards you play and stuff like that. And so I just like to be mindful of, or I just like to keep doing it. That way I stay in the habit in case I ever get the relic or whatever. I don't have to like rethink about it because I already like do it for the most part. But yeah.
I had been several hundred experience points off. I had been figuring on needing to kill several more wolves to gain the next level. I leveled up, I stated to Shar. Again? That's quick, replied the demon, peering at me questioningly. Level up, Rogue 1. You have selected the Rogue class. Please choose 2 stat buffs for yourself at first level. You have gained the skills Light Armor and Stealth, as well as all simple weapons, and you gain 1 rank in the sub-skill Daggers. You already have skill with simple weapons. Please choose another skill, or one will be chosen for you. You already have skill with Light Armor. Please choose another skill, or one will be chosen for you. Your hit points total is increased by 10. Your stamina is increased by 10. Level of Rogue, I stated. No, you got basic bitch warrior, Shart argued. Not that Rogue is much better, but you don't get 2 classes. Well, I'm looking at the prompt, and it says I have a level of Rogue, I replied. I need to assign these stat bumps. Shart glared at me with a questioning expression, but I didn't really feel like messing around. I just selected dexterity for both bumps, moving me from average to good. My
Let's do
stamina
it.
increased by
Ah,
another 15 points from that. My body changed instantly. With strength, I got bigger and more muscular. With endurance, I got leaner, for lack of a better word, the kind of form you see with marathon runners or Olympic swimmers. With dexterity, I suddenly got a lot more defined and shorter, I
I hate
think,
these
if
people.
only slightly. My body seemed to respond much more rapidly than it did before, and much more exactly how I wanted it to. Shart's
Okay.
eyes went wide as the stat buff hit me. You just couldn't hide that, and after a moment I watched the few precious points of mana he had accumulated over the days vanish as he began mouthing words to a spell. My spell says you were a level 1 rogue, he stated. But I know you were a basic bitch warrior. I brought up my character sheet. Name, Jim. Class, Rogue level 1. When did I stop being a warrior? I asked. When did you start being a rogue? Shart retorted. I focused on my character sheet again. There was a rogue tab there with the same general outline as the warrior tab.
Ah,
The warrior tab was still there as
fuck.
well. They were both there. The sheet
I could
looked
have done
weird with
shift
both
there, but
unlocked, kind of filling up my mental buffer for looking at this sort of thing. It was like visualizing too large of a thing in your head and being unable to keep track of it all. I focused on the various tabs and realized that all of the class tabs were there too. They were just all hidden. Oh, I stated. I have them all. What? Asked Shart, sounding very curious as he continued examining me. Warrior and Rogue are both there, I said. I can still select both of them, and they're both active. The demon boggled. You have 2 classes? That's not possible. The operating system doesn't allow for multiple classes. Hell, I only have 1 class. Maybe that's because you just suck. I have 2, I stated.
maybe that's because you suck.
I'm going to have to consider this. Let's get to the town. I knew Shart had to be truly confused as he let the insult go unreturned. 1 second, let me try something. I went to the skill screen and focused on it. I had 3 open selections there,
God, bro.
and I
This
wanted to use them.
sucks. It's gonna take
Several skills I
forever.
had were starting to become clearer. One of these was perception, which I selected. You achieve amateur rank in perception. You are now much more observant. Instantly, I started seeing smaller details more clearly. Further, I could process information better. The skill icons were still muddy, but now I could see it was because they were actually writhing around rather than just being hard to look at. Flipping back to my character sheet, it was easier to process the whole thing. Several of the other tabs were starting to fill out. The Woodsman tab was almost ready to level. I was able to filter the skills better, cutting out unnecessary details until I focused on them. That was going to be helpful. I was still just wearing a loincloth, and that was alarmingly breezy. I examined skinning and realized I wasn't anywhere close to leveling it. Still, I selected it, figuring that it would be a good revenue source, if nothing else. I instantly saw how to skin the goblin's pet for maximum effect. I set about that task while trying to figure out what my final skill choice should be. My guilt over killing the goblin's dog was offset by my desire for pants. Reviewing, I determined that I could select any of the random skill icons that were in my list. Problem being that those were all crapshoots. I could get something useful, or I could get something that wasn't going to help me at all. That said, it was only an amateur rank. I quickly tested and could not increase my existing ranks with one of those buffs, so that wasn't going to be the end of the world. Searching for something like leatherworking, I didn't find anything. There were so many icons, over 2,200, that I could see with my perception skill that just randomly guessing was out. They did seem to flow in a few patterns, though. All the simple weapons skills more or less were bunched together. The martial weapons skills, too. I found skinning again, near a still unknown central skill. I decided to gamble and selected that central skill as my final power-up. The world seemed to twitch again, just for a moment. Shart noticed it, watching me even more intently. What did you do? I selected crafting, a world-shattering event. What kind of crafting? Asked Shart. Just crafting, I stated. Good old generic crafting. There is no generic crafting skill that I know of. Did you take leatherworking? Re-examining my sheet, I saw crafting 1. 1,000 out of 100,000. Amateur. You have basic crafting ability. Shart continued grumbling, but I sat down and cut some of the leather I'd taken from the goblin. I stitched together a not terrible pair of leather pants and a shirt. The shirt was terrible in every way, and I decided to remove it after only a few minutes. When we got closer to town, I could always put it back on and not appear to be a savage in hastily made pants.
Oh my god, 15,
I'd also
26.
made 2 sheaths for my daggers. One turned out okay, the other one not so much. I put the good dagger in the okay sheath. You have acquired shoddily crafted leather shirt, defense 1, durability 8 out of 8, and poorly crafted leather pants, defense 1, durability 10 out of 10. How do I look? I asked. Well, you don't have the leatherworking skill, Shart snarked. But I guess it's better than seeing your mostly naked body. If you are done being lazy, let's go. I glanced at my skills. My leatherworking and crafting had both gone up 4 points. Reviewing, crafting skills were based on 2 things. First was the value, in silver, of the items you yourself had crafted. The second factor, whether the crafted item was used to cause or prevent damage. The cool thing was that the crafter didn't have to be using the items themselves. They gained the experience whenever an item made by their hands was used. We started walking back towards the road in the village. Well, I started walking. Shart sat on my shoulder and muttered strange things about how the world worked. Getting back onto the road, I'd considered that maybe I should have taken hiking. I was hoping that that would resolve itself soon enough. Tuning Shart out, I again pondered time in this realm. I was nearly certain that time was moving differently here than on Earth. The wolf hide was the latest example I had. In the time it took for me to stitch the hide together into crude clothing, it had completely dried. I had never been a hunter, but I was relatively sure that curing leather should have taken hours, if not days. I resolved to pay closer attention to time. Traveling with perception was different. The first thing was that my peripheral vision was almost as acute as my primary vision. That was hard to wrap my head around. It was like I could suddenly see that thing out of the corner of my eye, as if I was staring directly at it. Furthermore, I could track multiple objects at once. I watched 2 leaves fall. They were caught up in different breezes, and I could have pointed at either at any moment during their fall. When I tried the same trick with 3, I found I could do that as well. However, it started slowly draining my stamina. All my other senses were likewise improved. I could hear and identify sounds more readily. It would be much more difficult to attack me from behind. My sense of touch was greater as well. I could probably identify my dagger just off the small flaws in the blade. I could smell both Shart and myself. One of us badly needed a bath. I'm certain Shart still smelled like my pee. This was almost like a low-level superpower. I was quite pleased overall. If only I could find a puddle to throw the stinky demon into. Chapter 7. The Village. Name, Jim. Hit points 36 out of 55. Stamina 70. Mana 20. Class Rogue 1. Strength above average. Dexterity good. Endurance above average. Willpower average. Spirit average. Charisma average. Skills: Demon Lore amateur. Unarmored amateur. Light armor amateur. Medium armor amateur. Defense skills: Dodge unskilled. Mitigate unskilled. Shields amateur. Martial weapons amateur. Simple weapons amateur. Staff amateur. Powerful blow. Dagger novice. Puncture wounding. 2-weapon fighting unskilled. Twin weapon unskilled. Hiking unskilled. Stealth amateur. Skinning amateur. Cooking unskilled. Perception amateur. Crafting amateur. Leatherworking unskilled. Woodworking unskilled. The final leg of the walk had taken 2 hours. I'd drawn both of my daggers like a badass twice, until Shark made it clear that I looked like an idiot. Then I'd turned to whittling. So far, I'd made a bad cat, a bad dog, and a wolf's head medallion that looked less crappy. I'd also found a length of wood that I thought might make a good bow, if I didn't ruin it. Good luck with that. We had finally arrived at the village, and the results were less than impressive. It was theoretically well placed. It was on top of a hill, and there was a wall around it, although the wall had several large fissures in it that would allow just about anyone to walk through it. There were no guards, or any sort of inhabitants to speak of, and the road outside looked like it hadn't seen a cart in basically forever. Well, that sucks, I stated. This place is so old that I think the village is abandoned, replied Shart. I thought this was the newbie area.
Fuck, I wish I could restart a...
Isn't the village supposed to be safe? Most games had a lower level newbie area where new players could learn the ropes. This area was full of wolves and goblins. Well, sort of, stated my shoulder sidekick. It looks like this is the old starting village. They built a better one quite some time ago. This village should still be protected, but I'm not sensing any of the magical defenses. Like, how long? I asked, dreading the answer. A couple centuries, he replied. And yes, they get stronger the longer they remain undisturbed. But the village should have an enchantment upon it so long as a single person occupies it that would render it protected. How many people are in the village? None. The village is totally empty of all people, replied the demon. That explains why 6 goblins are in there right now. You constantly disappoint me.
My best card, I forgot it was ethereal.
Shark frowned.
It's terrible.
If I'm such a disappointment, perhaps you would just prefer to roam around with your head up your ass for a bit. I sighed. God, I hated that little fucker. However, he had a point.
Oh my god, I hate this guy.
Head to the town hall and activate the lectern. Vague, but whatever. Creeping into the village was easy, due primarily to the giant holes.
This sucks.
The goblins were not paying any attention to the village's boundaries. These goblins were apparently not feral goblins, but rather tribal goblins. That made them a bit stronger and less prone to having animal companions. Mixed bag there. As we cleared the edge of the village, we headed toward what I believed to be the town square.
Oh my god.
As we walked, Shark explained further. Apparently, if I got to this magical town hall lectern, I could reactivate the enchantment that would render the village a safe zone. Shark assured me this was a good thing. I had Shark performing constant scans to see if there were more than goblins lurking about. Our difficulty with this was his extremely limited mana pool. A hard choice needed to be made. He could scan for wolves or goblins, but not both at the same time. We spent a good 5 minutes with him scanning for every type of monster individually that he could think of.
I can't believe I lost my best card. This is terrible.
Finding nothing, we continued deeper into the village. I slinked between dark, dilapidated buildings that were missing roofs.
Oh
Many
my
had
god,
rotted out
there's no
walls,
way.
And several appeared to be collapsing in on themselves. The wind would occasionally blast through the village, and if not for my enhanced senses,
Well,
I'm pretty sure I'd have failed even with Shark calling
I
out
can't do
enemies.
anything.
But now that I had my superpower, I had confidence. So when Shark told me there was a lone goblin wandering nearby, I changed course towards him. The goblins were all concentrated in a camp outside what appeared to be the
I'm just
village's
gonna have
inn.
to eat the
They had a
hits.
fire
I mean,
outside, so
I'm
I
not.
reasoned that
I'm
the
literally
chimney
not doing
inside must be
anything to
clogged,
him.
or they could just like the outdoors.
This is
It was
ridiculous.
nice out. The goblins were all milling about, mostly in 2s or 3s. Some were in the inn.
It's crazy.
Some were at the stew pot, which was a rusted, battered
Literally
iron
insane.
thing that
There's no way.
occasionally hissed
There's
and
no way I
popped.
could win.
Whatever they were cooking smelled
Well,
terrible.
I can't believe I lost
I'd
that
been
card.
sustaining
I'm
myself
so
on
upset
wolf's
with
meat and the
myself.
occasional berry. I wasn't hungry, but I could eat. Just not that. My target had decided to be a proper young goblin and relieve himself somewhere downwind of their makeshift campsite. He squatted and started
Doing
grunting.
it.
I was on him before he had a chance to understand
is
what was happening,
insane,
driving
like,
both daggers into his back. With that one furious motion, he died instantly.
Zero
and
block.
silently.
Zero block.
My
That's
rogue level
insane.
had paid off already. I doubled back to my original course towards the town hall, leaving the body there in a pile of its own shit. I was
Zero
a
block.
badass,
That's crazy, dude.
and those
There's no
stupid
way.
goblins should fear me. I followed the shadows until I got into the town hall.
Zero damage.
The door
I
stood
just
open,
died.
and I brazenly entered. Casting my
freaking-
eyes
I can't believe
around
I
the
forgot
abandoned
Ethereal.
hall, I searched for the lectern as Shart had instructed.
I would have won that
I
too if
didn't
I
have
had
to
that card.
search long.
My
The
entire
lectern was
deck
clearly
surrounded
visible in
around
the
it.
center of the room.
Irritated.
This was mainly due to the giant hole in the
I
ceiling
hate
letting in the
necrobinder.
sunlight. The entire building was more or less destroyed, with massive signs of neglect everywhere. Specks of dust
I'm also
floated in
trying
the
to do
sun's
a low
rays,
deck,
making
so
my newly sensitive eyes water. The front hall was intact except for the door, which was beyond warped. It would never be able to be closed again. Walking over to the lectern quietly, I placed my hands upon it and waited for the prompt.
that's what I'm talking about.
You have found the Windfall Village. There is not a current mayor to the village. Would you like to claim the village? Grinning, as the entire town hall lit up in a display of power that must have been visible for miles around. I savored the moment before selecting yes. There are hostile creatures inside the village area. The village cannot be claimed until they are removed. Have a good day. And the lights died. Shart, all 5 of them are coming here now, stated Shart. And I just found a patrol of another 20 goblins coming down the road. They will be here in about 5 minutes. I rapidly moved to the entrance of the town hall and jumped with all my might. I actually managed to get myself almost even with the top of the door frame before hiding in the shadows. I imagined I looked like something of a dark knight, with a
I
little
could have
ugly
just killed him.
bat on my shoulder.
Fuck it.
The goblins were approaching. I could hear them. They were all yapping at each other in their language, but I could now catch bits of it. I couldn't understand exactly what they were saying, but I got the basic gist of it. They were not happy goblins. Huh. Perhaps murder assisted with language learning here. I would have to ask Shard about it after these were disposed of. I knew there were 5. 2 were coming through the front entryway with their weapons ready. 3 more were outside, and I could only hear what they were doing. 1 sounded as if he were running away. The other 2 sounded like they were just outside the door. I could work with that. Dropping down on top of the 2, I drove each into the floor with a dagger in their backs. They both died instantly as I turned to face the remaining 3. 1 goblin was larger than the other 2 and had a short sword and shield. The one next to him was more commonly sized and was carrying a short sword as well. The one fleeing had a short bow, and he ran faster as I launched myself out of the town hall towards his friends. Hoping to knock out the big one quickly, I slashed at him with both daggers. He blocked one with the shield and parried my other strike, nearly taking off my thumb. Being a badass, I then literally front-flipped over him to attack him from the rear. In the movies, it would have worked. Here, the goblin brought his shield up and wildly swung at the only place I was going to be in a few moments. I landed just as his short sword completed its arc, carving through my light armor and into my leg for 12 points of damage. I also fell, mainly due to the fact that I think the strike chipped the bone. His companion went in for the kill and accidentally saved me. He rushed between me and the larger goblin, who had to pull back to avoid striking him. I used that moment to get to my feet, but not before driving my crappy dagger into the goblin's foot. He screamed, reaching down, and I slashed his unarmored throat. The larger goblin rushed forwards, swinging his weapon. Now that I only had 1 dagger, I was at a decided disadvantage against a shielded opponent. Just then, I heard a whistling and managed to dodge wide as an arrow zipped past me. The other goblin hadn't been running away. He had been moving into position and now was shooting at me with a short bow. My stamina bar was depleting, not quickly enough to be in danger yet, but it was a concern. Dodging arrows was
I
stamina
like this
intensive.
Soul
A second
Giver
shot
better.
almost hit me.
Grave
I could
Warden.
probably bail now, but if I left, the local goblins might put a permanent garrison in this town that I'd never overcome. An idea struck me, but it would have to be timed just right. I moved so that my back was to the archer, causing all the hair on my neck to stand up. I was now between him and the larger goblin. I waited, dodging and striking at the larger goblin. Finally, I heard the whistling again. Feinting wide to the left, the goblin tracked me with his shield just as the arrow shot through where I was. It buried itself in the goblin's chest. He stumbled backwards, and I used my free hand to grab his shield and pull it down from his now limp arm before driving my dagger into his eye. The final goblin stared in horror for a moment before dropping his bow and starting to run. I still had more stamina, and now, with my improved dexterity, I was much faster than him. I caught up to him in seconds, killing him from behind. After Shart confirmed there were no more targets, I stumbled back towards the town hall. My stamina was low, and the goblin had a bleed effect on his weapon, causing another 6 points of damage. This fight had left me dangerously depleted. You have
I like
found
this one,
Windfall
just in
Village.
case.
There is not a current mayor to the village. Would you like to claim the village? Yes. You are now the founder and mayor of Windfall Village, population 2. You have earned a founder perk for founding a new village. Great.
Sure, why not?
I slid down the lectern and collapsed. We only had a few minutes, so I got to work as soon as I could stand. I bound my leg wound, stopping the bleeding and preventing it from breaking open again. If the goblin gang gets past the barrier, I need to run, I stated calmly. Shart just nodded. He was looking apprehensive. The goblins were moving much faster than he'd anticipated. If I hadn't managed to kill the goblins in the village as quickly as I did, we'd be in trouble. If they had scattered, I'd have had to flee. Now that my wound was bound, my path was clear and my pants were dry. For now. As the goblins approached, I found an intact stairwell in the inn. This gave me a higher vantage point to witness their arrival. The faint blue magical barrier that had been newly created tensed. They were all much bigger than average. The smallest one of them was the same size as the large one I had just fought in the hall. That hadn't gone great for me. Also, they were all riding wolves. Big wolves. If the barrier didn't hold, this was going to be a very short mayorship.
I hate this guy.
I had grabbed the goblin's shield and both short swords as well as my other dagger. I found a few other daggers in the inn while we waited. I was festooned with weapons now. I had a veritable plethora of death-dealing devices. I was so heavily armed that TSA might have even stopped me. You have acquired Goblin Short Sword, damage 2 to 7, durability 14 out of 15. You have acquired Goblin Shield, common, defense 6, block +3. The rest of the recently deceased goblin supplies weren't much to speak of. The stew tasted foul, and I'm pretty sure that what I initially thought was a piece of spaghetti was actually a rat's tail. I'd still eaten it. Look, I'd been eating gamey wolf chunks for the past several days, a man can hope. I had also tucked away some chunks of dried meat. These were from dubious sources at best, but if those riders started chasing me, I'd be in trouble. A notification popped into my view. It wasn't the usual event icon either, as it filled up the bottom of my vision. Hostile creatures are approaching the village.
Oh, I should have done so.
Almost here.
Damn.
Get ready.
That would have been my last turn. Fuck.
He was invisible and intangible now, but still sitting on my shoulder, being a real negative Nancy. If this didn't work, I would have to sneak out to somewhere and go all Minecraft in the forest. I envisioned setting up a semi-permanent camp with Shart and preparing for a much more significant effort. The first two goblins and their mounts crossed the line.
Fuck, I'm dead.
For an instant, I was confused.
Oh, I fucking hate this game, bro.
Through the outer range of the barrier. Then, they caught fire. As did the two after them. Several more behind them were soon afire as well. Suddenly, they all scrambled to get away from the barrier. Well, the survivors, at least, because caught on fire was probably underselling it. They literally erupted into flames out of everywhere. These were not healthy flames, either. They were a sort of bluish flame that seemed to make their victims do quite a bit of screaming before they collapsed. 7 goblins and 6 wolves died, and many more were injured. One wolf tossed its goblin aside and ran back over the barrier, leaving his rider to burn to death, one fist raised in anger towards his mount. The barrier worked. I was safe. Chapter 8. Town Interface. Name Jim. Hit points 22 out of 55. Stamina 70, mana 20. Class Rogue 1, Class Warrior 1. Strength above average, dexterity good, endurance above average, willpower average, spirit average, charisma average. Skills: demon lore amateur, unarmored amateur, light armor amateur, medium armor amateur. Defense skills: dodge unskilled, mitigate unskilled, shields amateur, martial weapons amateur, simple weapons amateur, staff amateur, powerful blow, dagger novice, puncture wounding. 2-weapon fighting, unskilled. Twin weapon, unskilled. Hiking,
Well,
unskilled.
Oblivion's
Stealth,
freaking
amateur.
awesome.
Skinning, amateur. Cooking, unskilled. Perception, amateur. Crafting, amateur. Leatherworking, unskilled. Woodworking, unskilled. The town had an interface all of its own. It wasn't even attached to my character sheet. I had to focus on a small town icon, which brought up the newbie village in my view. I got an overhead map with the various buildings highlighted. Most were showing 0 durability, indicating significant damage. With my crafting ability, I could tell they were going to require some very extensive repair to get back to being usable. The main menu was pretty simple. It just said, Windfall Village, Level 0. Population 2. Mayor Jim. Well, that's that then, I stated. We have a town. About that, stated Shard. First off, you have a village. I'm a demon. I can't be a mayor or even a citizen. Secondly, we still have a problem because when you leave the village, it becomes abandoned. The barrier will fall again. I'm betting those goblins are just waiting around until you try to leave. Maybe I could gather up some supplies, equip myself with a bow, and attack the goblins out of range? No, replied the demon. When you attack out of the barrier from the inside, the defensive properties will fail. The goblins will be able to return the favor. Mind you, the barrier will reset after 5 minutes of you ceasing an attack to the outside.
Give me health.
Great, I stated.
Oh.
At least I could gather supplies and make a better trip out of here. Maybe I could find the materials to finish a bow. Then I recalled something. You said you don't count as a citizen? No, stated Shard. At best, I'd be considered your familiar in the town interface. I'm technically an elder demon. We follow special rules. The menu says the population is 2, I stated, as Shard looked at me like I was an idiot. Idiot. I opened the town menu and searched for a population tab, which, of course, existed. Windfall Village. Population 2. Jim. Mayor. Tumen Masterbrook. Before I opened my mouth, I quickly reviewed the tabs and found one that had the city and the population. It showed me and no one else. I checked the options and found one for inactive citizens, and suddenly, Tumen appeared in the church. He's in the... I began trying and failing to identify which building the church even was. Destroyed structure, I finished lamely. Looking around, Shart replied, You're gonna have to be more specific. It took us about 15 minutes to figure out where it was, and that was with me even having a map. Smashing our way to that particular location wasn't any more challenging than one might expect cutting your way through a destroyed town with like 100 years of overgrowth would be. I wondered about the newer village Shart had mentioned. Had all the residents of this town simply fled there? How much nicer was this new village? I bet they already had a functioning mayor. Rounding a slight curve, the decrepit church came into view. Finally, we made it to an open area in what might be politely described as the front lobby of the church. Following the next entryway, I walked into what probably once had been a very nice, well-constructed cathedral. However, now the structure was beyond ruined, and the walls had collapsed in most places. The great ceiling was scattered all around us on the moss and mold-covered floor. Grass and weeds grew through cracks and fissures in the stone floor. Both Shart and I were utterly unimpressed with this defunct worship center. A cursory examination of the room did present a very impressive and well-maintained statue located directly behind the pulpit. The statue was interesting for a variety of reasons. First off, it was compelling to behold. The marble male wore a very artistically rendered expression of serenity. Second off was the fact that the statue was entirely bereft of any form of vegetation whatsoever. Furthermore, there was a good 3-foot circle surrounding the statue where nothing grew. It was a perfectly circular patch of barren dirt in the middle of a fertile field of weeds. I felt my demon lore skill activate, and I became instantly aware of some sort of demonic curse exerting influence on the statue. Can you dispel this? I asked Shard, glancing at my prompts. In my present state, replied Shard. No. By the way, you break a curse, not dispel one. That's an important distinction. Again, he shot me his patented "you are an idiot" look. How do you break a curse? I asked, as I looked at the statue really hard in an attempt to will a prompt. Shard chuckled. That's easy. Just place your palm on the statue. I did so. The stone felt abnormally warm. Considering I'd been walking barefoot through the rest of the building and all the other stone had been of a nearly uniform cool temperature. Now focus. Concentrate. You need to feel into the magic of the curse. Feel it throb in your hand. Feel it harden. It will throb faster and faster and then splatter all over you. I opened my eyes and moved my hand up about a foot, glowering at the deep statue, but it was elusive. I relaxed, letting the magic flow through me and into the statue. I could sense the magic and the curse, but even after 5 full minutes, I felt no closer than when I had begun. What the hell are you doing? Stated Shard. Relaxing, to let the mana flow through me, I said. Like the Force? I don't know what the Force is, but it sounds stupid, replied the demon. It's a curse. You have to grab that thing and throttle it with your magical powers. Think of it more like a goblin's throat instead of your fragile dick. You want to grab that thing and choke it to death, not give it a casual wank. Oh, when you put it that way, I replied. That was different. I settled in again. This time, instead of relaxing, I began pushing magic into the statue. Whenever I found the curse, I tried to snatch it. Initially, I had no luck. It was like reaching into a dark box while wearing gloves and trying to catch a slippery banana. But if a monkey reaches for a banana enough times, eventually he gets lucky. Somehow I grabbed the curse for a moment. I instantly regretted that, as the curse throbbed, then hardened in my mystical hand. I tried to release it, but couldn't. And the curse throbbed and finally erupted all over my face. Black lightning spurted from the statue and all over me. I collapsed to the floor, my mind so fuddled that thinking was nearly impossible. Shart was yelling something at me, but the statue seemed normal and sitting here felt nice. I don't know quite how long the lightning lasted, but however long it was, I'm going on record as it was way too long. All I could do for the duration was feel pain, and there was so much of it. It was so hard to think that I couldn't come up with a method to get away from the energy. Finally, it stopped, and I laid there numb for several minutes. Finally, I replenished a single point of mana. Mana, 1 out of 20. And just like that, everything snapped into normality. My head felt drained, like I'd just studied my butt off for a huge test, and that test had been super difficult, or I had just had bronchitis and was still recovering. Even stringing 2 words together was impossible. I'd have been worried about brain damage, but I couldn't actually collect my thoughts well enough to articulate that for several minutes. As the seconds slipped by, I began to agonizingly, slowly recover mana. Each point caused my mind to become more and more active until, after a few more minutes, I could think again. It took a bit longer for me to be able to form my mouth into words. What happened? I asked weakly. Your mana got drained by the curse, replied Shard as he examined me. You'll be okay in a few more minutes. I felt like I was dying. That's to be expected.
Kitty cat, what are you
really
doing?
aren't supposed to go to 0 mana. replied the demon. You can't cast down that low. For example, if you stay at 0 mana or
Keep
stamina
going.
for too
Keep
long, you'll
going.
die. You were only at 0 for a few seconds, you baby. So, curses can defend themselves? I choked out. Well, yes, but that's half the point of the stupid curse breaker skill, to avoid that. Since you have no idea what you are doing, and that looks like a powerful curse, you got blasted. Good to know. I'm just gonna lie here for a bit, I said, sensing some fleeting warmth. That's when I realized that I'd pissed myself. I started feeling worse before I felt better. At no mana, it was nearly impossible to think. At just a bit of mana, you could realize something was terribly wrong, but not how to do anything about it. The sense of impending dread was horrible.
Wow.
But as you slowly clicked through those moments, you started feeling better. My mana regenerated at about the same speed as my stamina, and both regenerated extremely faster than my health. I'd be topped out on both inside of 3 minutes, no matter what I'd done. At least, so far. It had felt like hours, but it should have only been a few minutes. Sensing my mana, I could tell it was regenerating slowly. I had several prompts with a brain surrounded by lightning bolts. I checked my character sheet. Mana 3 out of 20. Regeneration halved due to failed curse breaking attempt. Duration 1 day. Well, that was harsh. But I didn't really use mana for anything, so I'd survive. Losing health was agony. Losing stamina was beyond exhausting. And losing mana sucked your mental faculties right out of you. Even at 3 points, it was hard to think. After 30 seconds or so, it was really hard to tell. My mana regenerated up to 6, and everything became much clearer. I checked my health and stamina, but both were totally unaffected. The statue was still there, so I'm going to call this a zero-sum experience. Rolling onto my back, I looked up into the stars and considered their wonder and majesty. And opened up my character sheet. I had 2 coins in my view. I realized that I hadn't bothered to level. All of my plans had been contingent on the barrier holding. My skill selection would have changed radically if I was in this town or hiding in the wilderness. Woodsman, level 1. You have gained the first level of the Woodsman class. Level up, Woodsman 1. You have selected the Woodsman class. Please choose 2 stat buffs for yourself at first level. You have gained the skills Light Armor, Tracking, Survival, and Trapping, as well as all simple weapons and bows, and you gain 1 rank of the specialty Archery. You already have skill with simple weapons. Please choose another skill, or one will be chosen for you. You already have skill with Light Armor. Please choose another skill, or one will be chosen for you. Your hit point total is increased by 10. Your stamina is increased by 10. Shart, does anything increase regeneration? I asked. Spirit governs how quickly you regenerate all resources, he replied. I thought that endurance increased regeneration speed. No. Endurance increases regeneration amount, but spirit increases it quite a bit more. Basically, spirit reduces the window of time for you to regain resources for all 3 kinds. Endurance increases the amount. That was worth considering. I kept running out of stamina. Having more endurance would give me more stamina, but just increasing my spirit might do more. It would certainly be handy to recover health faster. I dumped both points into spirit. My head cleared slightly. Spirit? Good. The length of time between my recovery periods dropped from 6 seconds to about 4. That would be handy. I could also tell that my health recovery was similarly reduced from 8 hours to
So it'd be
6,
76.
meaning I'd recover a third more hit points per
74.
day. Glancing at my skills chart, I noticed the tracking. The tracking skill allowed you to hone in on opponents and see their tracks if they were fresh. Survival allowed you to operate successfully in the woods, and trapping gave you the ability to build traps. Traps sounded useful, but I'd get into that later. I took my 2 free skills and found Curse Breaker in the skills list. It was at 1 of Unknown, so I purchased the skill. Curse Breaking, 500 out of 10,000. Amateur. You can now expend mana to break curse and reduce the effects of failed attempts. Glancing at my status bar, the duration of the mana burn was down to 12 hours. That left 1 more skill. I considered for a moment and then closed the menu. A prompt appeared. You must select a skill within the next 48 hours, or the skill will be randomly assigned. I could live with that. I might randomly assign it myself. Standing, I walked over to the statue again. Shart almost said something, then quieted down with a harumph. I placed my hand on the statue's chest and focused. This time, it was easier. I could see my magic hand and the curse, which still wriggled around like an eel. Instead of blindly searching for it, I was able to corner it quickly and grab a hold of it firmly so there was no backlash. You have discovered a curse of stone. You can break the curse for 600 mana. 600 mana? I exclaimed, selecting no. Yes had been grayed out, so it wasn't much of a choice. That's fairly normal for breaking a curse that's mid to high level, stated Shart, who suddenly peered at me again. Wait, now you are a woodsman? This doesn't make any sense at all. Yes, I've leveled up again, I replied sheepishly. How the hell did you take Cursebreaker? It's a higher level skill, questioned Shart before he remembered. Oh, Unbound. Well, that's silly.
Fucking crap.
You took a skill that you can't possibly use because you don't have nearly enough mana. There is a reason it's a higher level. Yes, 600 seems like a lot, I said. There are buffs, replied Shart, and skills for that matter, that either reduce the cost or increase your own mana pool for specific spells or abilities. So I can break the curse later? I stated, and Shart nodded. If you want to, replied the demon. He became silent, and I was still looking towards the stars. It had been late afternoon when we'd gotten there, and now it was quite dark. Yawning, I figured it was the mountains, possibly enchanted, turned day into night earlier than should be possible. Then, I remembered the second coin. I selected that. Level up, Warrior 2. You have gained 1 perk. Please select it from the Warrior menu. Your hit point total is increased by 10. Your stamina is increased by 10. No stat bumps this time. Looks like those were saved for special occasions. The perk was new, though, so I flipped open the Warrior menu and was greeted with a large series of tiles. It was a Warrior skill tree, and I couldn't read anything past the first few tiles. There was dual wielding, which required above-average dexterity, though that was blurred out. It improved your handling of 2 weapons. Sword and board improved your use of a sword and shield in tandem, but it required above-average endurance. Next was great weapons, which required above-average strength. Finally, there was resistance, which increased your base defense by 7. I had to contemplate that. I had everything but the 2-handed sword, so investing a perk into something I couldn't use didn't seem smart. I had a sword and shield, and the goblins with the sword and shield had seemed pretty effective against my daggers. Then again, fighting with 2 weapons seemed to be useful as well. Above those, several larger tiles could be seen. I just couldn't quite make out what they said yet. I suspected they were some sort of subclass to warrior, but I couldn't be sure yet. I flipped open the Woodsman page and checked my experience there. I earned experience points most recently for the 2-weapon fighting. Checking the rogue page, I'd earned experience there from fighting with daggers and through the sneak attacks. Sneak attacking appeared to be far more worthwhile. Selecting dual wielding was the best way I currently saw to gain experience points in most of my classes, so I selected that. I might not try to compound my advantages quite so much later, but right now that seemed to be the best choice. After I locked in the perk, I suddenly felt askew. I've been a righty my entire life. My left hand was my offhand, and it always had that slightly noticeable, if you focused on it, feeling of an offhand. That was gone. I tried flipping a dagger in my left hand, and it felt identical to doing it in the right. Taking a dagger in both, I started performing flips and spins to the best of my ability, which had grown since I'd gotten here. However, if you had to guess which hand was my dominant one, you would have failed. Interesting. I reviewed my two-weapon fighting. It had advanced from amateur to novice. That improved the damage with my main hand weapon slightly. It also noted that both of my hands were considered main hands now. I also had twin weapon, but that simply improved my speed and damage when wielding two weapons of the same type. I grabbed a short sword and swung it with a dagger. It was impressive to see how easily I moved both weapons, but I also realized that wielding large weapons would still be a challenge due to the weight. Also, wielding large weapons drained my stamina faster. Two long swords would probably not be practical until I was at a higher level, or at least with higher stamina. Maybe there was a perk that would help with that. Two great swords would have been impossible. I didn't have a bow to test my archery, so I decided that would be my next project. I also noticed a flashing exclamation mark, so I selected it. Quest. You have found a cursed statue in your town. Will you seek to remove the curse? Reward Tumen Masterbrook will become active in your town. Hey, another quest, I said. I might even take this one. Screw off, replied Shart, still upset that I hadn't accepted the quest to find his stupid demon door. You can take a quest and get a reward. The more difficult the quest, the greater the reward. My quest has a great reward for you. But you are planning on betraying me, I stated. Not to mention I am nowhere near leveled up enough to even open the door if we found it. Shart growled, then nodded. Yeah, so I'm not going to do that, I said, as I mentally flicked the acceptance prompt. You have accepted the quest. End the curse on Tumen Masterbrook. You will need to find a powerful curse breaker to end the curse. There were no more details than that. I already knew how to remove the curse. The art was finding enough mana to do it. It filtered into my quest tab, and I more or less set it to ignore. I noticed that several other quests were listed there, so I selected one at random. Local blacksmith, Jim, needs iron to forge a breastplate. Reward, breastplate. I looked at a few others. Local baker, Jim, needs wheat to bake bread. Reward, bread. Local tailor, Jim, needs cloth to make pants. Reward, pants. Down the list went. I was apparently quite popular in the quest series, with over 12 different kinds of quests related to crafting.
I was apparently quite popular.
Why is my name appearing as someone offering quests? I asked Shart, as he glowered at me for again refusing his demon door quest. Oh, that. You are the only one here, so any quests that the town would offer related to any skill you possess is going to default to you. Even at your level, there are probably one or two that you qualify for. Neat, I replied. So, I get bonus experience for that? Probably. Maybe a few items, too. This is where you are supposed to get your better starter gear.
What just played?
I cycled
Damn,
through
nice
everything
one.
until I found one for a bow. You have selected Jim needs materials for a bow. Damn right I do. Chapter 9. Town Square. Shart and I spent the next day gathering up materials, searching for the items I instinctively knew would allow me to make a starter bow. I had the actual bow stave from my trip through the woods. What I didn't have was anything else, particularly decent bowstring. The town was picked clean, probably picked clean a very long time ago, honestly. Searching for anything useful took quite a bit longer than one would hope. I ended up finding something I knew could be fashioned into a bowstring, as well as a handful of iron ingots. Just
My
holding the
cat is
components didn't do anything,
snoring.
however. I had to find the bowyer's shop, and more specifically, the tools located therein. This was easy with the town map. There, I'd turn the materials I'd found into myself. As soon as I walked into the door, I heard a ding in the back of my head and noticed that quest marker was flashing in the corner of my vision. You have completed Jim needs materials for a bow. Please select reward. I could only see one option, the bow I had chosen earlier. I selected it, but nothing seemed to happen. Well, something happened. I felt like I should be making a bow. That was impressive considering how destroyed the shop was. I very seriously doubted that anyone would be making anything here. As I continued selecting the reward and not receiving the bow, I realized that I wouldn't be able to complete the quest without first making a bow because I needed to reward myself with it. Great. Fortunately, the materials left my inventory and were turned over to the town's resident handsome bow maker, who took them and attempted to make a bow with several broken pieces of equipment and a dagger. The town's resident bowmaker was some sort of idiot who didn't actually have any tools. After a good 30 minutes of flailing around to the hysterical laughter of the town's resident mascot, Shart, and not quite ruining his chance of making a bow, I'd had enough and looked back to good old Mr. Skill Tab. Crafting. Amateur. You can make just about anything. Bow making. Unskilled. You know what a bow is. Bonus skill. Improvised tools. Unskilled. You have tried and failed to use improvised tools to make equipment. Selecting improvised tools and assigning my amateur skill rank to it, I suddenly became aware that I was doing this all wrong. Gathering up a square piece of stone, one goblin corpse, a small piece of a saw blade, a cabbage, and several sundry items, I proceeded to craft one simple bow 12 minutes later. You have found simple bow base damage, 1 to 6. Durability, 25 out of 25. Durability minus 10 due to improvised tools. I held it aloft and smiled, only then noticing the peculiar expression on the demon's face as he tried and failed to comprehend what was going on. "Why did you do that to the goblin?" asked Shart. "Well, I needed something to keep the bow in place, and he was getting kind of rigor mortis-y." "That's not a word," stated Shart. "Sure it is. It means something that has had enough time for rigor mortis to set in enough that it can be posed if one tries aggressively enough," I replied. "You
It's
used that
crazy.
old broomstick, and he swivels now," stated Shart, as his eyes continued to survey the scene. "That's a work of art." Sighing, I returned to the quest prompt and selected Simple Bow and was rewarded with 250 experience. Not quite enough to level up anything, I thought. I'd actually kind of expected the quest rewards to apply to all of the classes I hadn't taken yet, but that didn't seem to be the case. Wizard didn't show an experience bar, for example. Neither did Cleric. Those were both caster classes, so I guessed I hadn't unlocked them yet. My unbound ability only seemed to apply to things if I'd gotten past the initial steps. "I switched classes again," I said. Shart nodded. "I noticed when you started playing with your knives. Warrior 2. I wonder how many times you can change classes." "Yes, that would be interesting if I could keep doing that," I stated. "I'm curious. How do you gain experience points for clerics or wizards?" Well, wizards is easy, he stated. Just start casting spells or using activated magical items. Before you ask, your magic dagger is a passive item. Items like that improve the related skills, while an activated item uses mana and basically casts a spell of some sort. Well, I'll have to keep my eye out for a wand, I said. What about the cleric stuff? You have to visit the Temple of Light, stated my companion. Several problems there, as the ceremony is deep inside the temple and I can't enter it. Like, at all. I can't even get close to the place. Because you're a demon? Yes, you insufferable moron, replied Shart. You must have been pretty when you were on Earth, because there is no way your wife was attracted to your brains. Now, there were a few expansions made to this world. One allows you to be a druid, but you'd need to find a wild grove to have that power unlocked. There was a pirate expansion, so if you get a ship, you'd unlock Swashbuckler. Finally, they added martial arts, so you could start punching people until you become a monk. Nope, I want a boat. So you are going to be a pirate, replied the demon. Shiver me timbers and all that, I chuckled. I spent the next hour crafting several arrows out of nearby trees until I had a small pile sitting next to something I'd found. I was calling it a quiver, but it appeared to be more like a repurposed wrapping paper tube. It was strange, crafting arrows. It wasn't quite like woodworking on Earth, but it wasn't entirely dissimilar. There was quite a bit of actual hand-eye coordination required, and I used an old bowl and a leather belt to sand down the hunks of wood into shafts. That might have been improved tools. I'd been earning skill points there steadily. I could also see why improvised tools wouldn't be a common skill. First, the end product was always less base durability than a product made with the correct tools. Base durability was important because it was the base that other values were calculated from. The second issue was the slow growth rate and high failure chance. Without my crafting skill, even at the amateur level, I'd have broken 1 in 2 arrows. As it was, I had a few that were flawed, but overall the majority of my arrows were just less durable than normal. However, despite all this building in improvised tools, I'd only gained 45 skill points. That brought my improvised tools to 5,045, and I needed 50,000 to jump to the next rank. By the time you got to the point where you could have enough materials to train to amateur rank, you wouldn't need it anymore. I'd managed to jump the gun by taking it using one of my free skill boosts. Most players wouldn't have. However, improvised tools applied to every one of my crafting skills. Furthermore, I had the core crafting skill, which granted me crafting ability in all crafts. So, my improvised tools also assisted me in almost every circumstance. In practical terms, if I saw something that needed repaired, I could also see how to best improvise tools and get the materials in position to do that repair. Thankfully, I had the ability to push that back a notch, so I had to focus on things to notice. Until I'd figured that out, I saw ways to repair every building in town using every building in town. It made actually seeing anything challenging. With my last arrow completed, I sat inside the bowyer's shop and pondered what to do next. I was reasonably confident that I could go back out of town to gather food and other supplies. Aside from that, what else did I have to do? I couldn't go back to Earth. I didn't actually want to help Shart because, like it or not, this was my life now. I was in a whole new world. One with quests and fantastical elements.
I'm definitely
Just
gonna lose
sitting
this
around
crab
idly,
attack for
I kept
sure.
thinking about
Oh my
my
god, I hate
home,
this dude.
my wife,
Ugh.
family, and everything I'd lost. Everything I'd lost, and there was nothing I could do about it. I was truly alone for the first time in my adult life. My wife had always been there for me or needed me. So had my kids, but far more the latter than the former. I had built my entire life around my family and those responsibilities.
Just get it.
My love thought I was dead. and now I had nothing but a ruined old village and a stupid gremlin companion bent on betraying me. I leaned onto my back and looked up at the stars through a hole in the roof. The stars were far crisper than I'd ever seen on Earth. Possibly because I was a city boy, and possibly because I'd never really looked at them. Sitting there in the quiet, I wondered if I could even die in a place like this. Would it matter to me if I did? What was I here? And what could I accomplish? Maybe I should just do Shart's quest and end it all. I needed my wife. She would have been able to tell me what to do, or at least prod me in a more reasonable direction. She wasn't here, though, and never would be. So I sat looking at the stars and wondering what ideas she would have. Better ones than me. Suddenly, a new quest prompt entered my vision. Quest: save the hostages. Several humans have been kidnapped by a local patrol of goblins. Can you save the humans before they make it to their camp? I selected yes as I stood up with my bow, arrows, and other assorted weaponry. The quest is afoot, I stated. Shart groaned. So, any quest other than mine you are all for? He asked. I nodded as we started off towards the edge of the barrier. It wouldn't be proper to ignore someone in need. I'm someone in need, replied the demon. Your needs involve terrible things happening to me, I replied. Well, yes, but what you are doing is still very impolite. Chapter 10. Outskirts of the village at night.
Oh, I hate this game.
Crossing the barrier was a bit of a concern. The barrier required one living human to populate the village, and the current resident was a cursed statue. Technically, he qualified, but that wasn't a great hope to put the safety of the village on. The goblins had spent the last day gathering up a patrol of wolf riders. They would run around the village every few hours, sniffing the ground and howling. This complicated my escape plan somewhat. My plan was to leave the village and see if the barrier remained active. If the barrier failed, there was no reason to stay in the village. It had been picked clean. The safety of the barrier was essentially the only real value to me now. If, when I left, the barrier failed, I would get lost deeper in the forest. I doubted the goblins would leave the village almost empty again, and there was a pretty low limit on the number of prepared goblins I could expect to handle.
I just can't win. I always get this stupid fucking crap. I hate the fucking crap.
I would know there was an issue when I tried to cross the border of the village. I'd get a prompt telling me that I had to return to the village or I would lose control. At that point, I decided my only option would be to hightail it back to the woods. In theory, it would take the wolves a few hours to find my tracks. By then, I figured I'd be able to lose myself in the forest, or at least put so much ground behind me that they'd give up before catching me. I had almost decided to sprint past the border to get just that one bit more of distance before the barrier obviously vanished. However, none of that was required. I crossed the border and nothing happened. I brought up the town menu and it listed the population as 1. Good old Tuman. That man could really occupy a population slot. I was still listed as the mayor, but I wasn't currently in town. Therefore, he was technically the only one there. Searching around, I didn't see any wolves or goblins. They had a patrol that had run around the village consistently, but that was actually a pretty big hike based on where the barrier faded, almost a mile from the center of the village. Given there were less than 20 goblins, they could not adequately patrol over 3 miles of border. If one were being especially stealthy, they could easily make it out of the town unnoticed. 5 sneaky minutes later, we reached the forest. Okay, forest was a strong word, but I had decided that the trees were thick enough at the 5-minute point to forego stealth and just walk normally. I surmised that the goblins were not going to be able to see me no matter what I did. Also, I could see their patrol, and it was well past me. 30 minutes later, I was following the quest marker towards the target. The quest marker's functioning was reasonably interesting. It gave me a sensation towards the target and what I guessed was approximate distance. I was heading towards one of the mountain walls out west that seemed to surround the town. My survival skill kept firing off too, directing me towards nearby animals, which I shot at with some success. After the first hour, I had to cut back to only firing at rabbit-sized creatures, given that most of my improvised arrows did not survive striking a target. I had several carcasses on me and was sincerely hoping that rabbit meat would be tastier than wolf meat. Now, if I could just find some actual rabbits, because I was fairly certain that what I'd shot so far were not. They reminded me more of a certain electric rodent. By the way, electric rodents are pica-delicious. I encountered one wolf, which was very anticlimactic from my previous attacks. I simply snuck up on it and fired at it from about 50 feet. The arrow
Oh,
caused sneak attack damage,
why do they
which
have
multiplied
that?
the damage of the strike. It died instantly. Damage, I discovered, was different than in Dungeons and Dragons. There wasn't a random roll for damage. My bow has a base damage of 1 to 6. However, with all my bonuses applied to it, that damage skyrocketed to 7 to 13. The damage seemed primarily based on both where you hit and how direct the shot was. I could do 13 points of damage on every strike versus a stationary target, assuming I could aim well enough. A glancing blow
I'm
would do
fucking
less
dead,
damage,
bro.
of course, but one tried to avoid those. So, when I shot the surprised wolf, I did 13 damage. This was reduced by 3 from his defenses to 10. Then he took additional damage from an unexpected attack, which doubled the damage. He also took additional damage because, as a rogue, I could perform a sneak attack. That also doubled the total damage. That meant I did around 40 damage per shot, and the wolf had 20 hit points. It got worse. I could aim for the heart, which increased base damage by 50%, or the brain, which doubled damage. Neither was particularly difficult to hit in a sitting wolf at 50 feet. Another bonus effect of sneak attacks was that if a creature died from the sneak attack, they died silently. The quest marker had been growing steadily closer and at one point had seemingly begun to move. That's when I came to the brilliant conclusion that it was actually moving. The hostages had to be very close indeed. I began sneaking across a ridge, and
What are
my
you doing?
perception skill allowed me to catch a few whispers of goblin speech. I'd found the section on my character sheet that dealt with languages, and it wasn't on the skill part. Instead, it was on the proficiency tab, which seemed to be a very abbreviated version of the skill sheet. While languages weren't all or nothing, they didn't seem to fall under the typical skill rules for whatever reason.
18.
I was listed as having 28%
Well, this is the best I can do.
comprehension of the goblin language,
And I died.
which meant I could sort of understand
barely
what they were
alive,
saying
actually.
in general terms. I snuck to a spot somewhat near the road where I could clearly hear the goblins. They were not quiet. While they actually had scouts out, they were not wildly effective. I got behind one of the scouts and got within eyesight of the goblins. There were around 30 of the greenskins walking down the path. They were a motley assortment, with a few general trends that could be gathered. The bigger ones tended to be the best armed and equipped. In fact, they seemed to be an entirely sized-based culture. "I tired," called the first one. "No care, we go on ahead. Everyone tired. We need rest here safe.
Okay,
Here
so
no
I
safe.
have
Look at ridge,
21,
anyone can attack. Move to gully and there
and I
it's
need
safe.
28.
Okay, we rest at gully." A general chorus of assent filled their column. I watched for another minute and finally saw a human woman and 2 children. They looked rough and were all starting to become emaciated, despite the fact that they were being forced to carry all the food. Whenever one slowed, the goblins would smack them with their short spears or pound them with their shields until they got up and continued moving. It was obvious that goblins were not nearly as good at carrying heavy loads as humans were, so the humans were being treated like rented mules. There was simply nothing I could do to save people there. The humans were in the middle of the column, and the goblins were scouting nearby. I could possibly have attacked them, but I didn't think that I'd have done more than trifling damage, and the goblins would either defeat me outright or kill a hostage. I needed them to be in a position where I could steal away with the people before the fight started. After deciding that I would save the woman and her children, I started ranging ahead of them looking for that gully. While I wasn't sure it would be a better location for a fight, I knew that this situation gave the goblins every advantage. The goblins knew where they were going, but their path was somewhat predictable. Maneuvering in front of them, I used my tracking skill to follow the very old tracks on the obvious path as quickly as I could. I found the gully easily enough. It was only about 30 or so minutes for me, but it would take them longer with their packs and prisoners. The gully was a good defensive spot, if nothing else. Only two sides were accessible, and those both under
Give me something good.
choke points. The top of the gully was overgrown by some sort of stinking roots, so that the gully was all but enclosed.
God dang it.
My stealth skill allowed me to recognize that sneaking around in those roots was a sure way to reveal my
19.
position.
Oh, I died.
At either entrance of the gully,
Good try,
there were
though.
rudely constructed earthen
Yep.
walls.
Where's my... I
These
could only
looked
use times up
reasonably
once.
sturdy for the most part, and of course, they
I
went
hate
almost up to the roots. However, they
this
were not
guy.
well made.
Necrobinder sucks, dude.
After some more searching, I found a point where the wall was thinned out and plastered over, so I smashed a hole through it.
But I
While
want to
didn't
beat
have a
him.
plan yet, I figured having an easier way in and out wouldn't hurt. And if the goblins were serious enough to repair the hole, which would have involved using mud, I suspected, then that would tell me something as well. On the other side of the gully, the pathway continued further into the valley. Older tracks covered it liberally. I conjectured that this was where they would be going next. The path went through some marshy ground littered with trees and other obstructions. It was also full of frogs and other reptiles, which were anything but quiet. Thankfully, none of them seemed to care one whit about my sudden appearance among them. My plan came together quickly enough. I would trap the hell out of this path and sneak in to get the prisoners. Afterwards, I'd escape through my own field of traps and then break out into the forest on a trek south back to the village. I had many hours of darkness to cloak me, but best not to put it off. It was time to Kevin McAllister this place up. It was almost morning before my plan was ready to go. My traps were set, my path was clear, my hidey hole was sized for 4 people. Now all that was left was to sneak in and save the people from the armed camp.
Should have probably hit that guy. That's okay, though.
It had taken much longer to get set up than I'd anticipated because I'd had to ensure that the goblin guards hadn't seen me. Fortunately, they seemed less than focused in their defensive precautions. Okay, one of them had fallen asleep. The other was doing something I hoped was dicing, and also he had a stomachache. I did not care for goblins. The most challenging bit was actually screwing up enough courage to actually go through with it. In the abstract, it was stealing from a bunch of goblins. In reality, I was attacking a heavily fortified goblin camp with no backup. They looked like the kind of critters who tortured people who tried to steal from them. I don't have to do this, I thought, as the scope of my endeavor hit. I was planning on entering an armed camp of monsters and stealing their prizes. If they caught me, they would kill me. Second-guessing yourself? Stated Shard. Yes, I whispered slowly. I was a coward and a fool. This was suicide. That's the smart part of your brain talking, and I must say I am shocked. Up until this point, I was unaware you possessed a brain, let alone a smart part. Sharp smart-assed. I growled as he continued. You can just leave them. The woman will be killed quickly anyway. Yes, I replied, tasting the word. They didn't know I was here. I should just go. What about the kids? Not so good for them, replied Shart. Best not to think about that. I froze for a long moment. sucking in air, feeling the weight of the world on my shoulders. Who was I to even attempt this? I was just a simple guy from Ohio. I'd never signed up for this. But neither had they. They were just people in a bad spot, and they needed a hero to save them. I wasn't sure what a hero even was anymore.
Baby.
But I decided I knew what I wanted one to be. I'd already died once. I could die again if it saved some kids. I bravely snuck over towards the goblins. The gully's southern wall contained an entrance where I expected them to leave from tomorrow morning. There were 2 guards again, now that one had woken up from his nap. The hole I had knocked in the side when I went through earlier had not been patched. I snuck over.
I didn't need that. That's okay.
I could see the small eyeball in the corner of my vision showing if I was hidden or not, and it flickered several times as the guards looked this way and that. Ultimately, it was a contest of my stealth skill versus their perception skill in the dark night as I crept through anything I thought might give me a bit more cover. The eye remained closed. I made it to the wall. Soon I was under the hole I had bashed through the wall, trying to avoid stepping on the crumbling pieces of earth that were scattered about. On this side, it was quite a bit higher up, so I hunched down and launched myself towards it. I only made it most of the way and had to scramble up the rocks for the last several inches. Mental note, invest in some jumping skill. A note has been added, invest in some jumping skill. You have discovered jumping, but are unpracticed at it. Every little thing, I thought. Looking through the hole into the camp, my less than
Just
silent
do something
approach
we
hadn't
haven't normally done.
actually attracted any guards. I then lowered myself down into the camp. It was dark, with a single large fire in the middle of the camp, casting poor illumination throughout the gully. The light reflected weakly off the earth and stone walls. There was a cluster of tents in a rough circle around the large fire. The tents were assembled poorly, either due to the goblins' laziness or because the cover provided by the gully made a more serious effort unnecessary. Additionally, there were several outlying tents that were also dimly visible outside the ring of light. The remainder of the gully was dark despite the fire. There was simply too much volume for one poorly tended fire to cover. There were no clear paths to any of the tents, and the goblins that were still visible were either watching the main entrances or wandering about aimlessly. That left me stalking through the darkness and trying to avoid the random goblins.
Oh, this is how I go
leapt
back.
down from my perch at the hole and began to do just that. After a minute, I ran into my first goblin, but luckily he did not notice me. He moved further into the darkness and finally stopped 3 paces from me and sighed audibly. He then flipped open his loincloth. As he began to relieve himself, I slit his throat from behind and pushed his body further down into the shadows. I waited a minute, and another goblin came out. He looked around for a moment, sniffing loudly. He also stopped to relieve himself. I killed him and hid his body as well. I ended up doing that 4 more times before the supply ran out. I'm not going to kid. I wasn't exactly thrilled with the situation, but a kill is a kill, I suppose. Each goblin reeked of beer. My heroic self had been killing drunk creatures that were the size of 10-year-olds. I was going to keep that part of the story to myself. With no more easy victims, I began creeping through the darkness in search of the human prisoners. With my heightened senses, it wasn't hard to find them. The smell of human was different enough that when I got within 10 yards of them, I knew right where they were in a camp full of goblins. The hostages were in a large tent that had been thrown together to the side of the main camp. Their tent was being guarded at its entrance by a single goblin that had become visible as I moved further into their camp. He was glumly standing at what passed for attention for his people. I looked at my interface and checked the stealth icon, eye closed, and noticed that somehow I still hadn't been observed. Sneaking closer towards him, I saw the icon start to open, so I backed away. Twice more, I tried to sneak right past the bored guard until I realized that there was no way to sneak right past a guard if they were conscious. As I reflected on that, I thought I saw the icon flick open for a moment, but it was just my imagination. As I moved behind the tent to ruminate, I discovered the crude dwelling was made of fabric. I had all these knives. Groaning inwardly, I cut a slit into the tent, being mindful to keep any light from splashing out of it. Fortunately, the tent was dark inside, the only light coming from the fire through the open tent flap. Inside the tent, I saw a woman and two smaller figures. I assumed that they were a mother and her children. They looked haggard. The woman had multiple bruises. None of the three looked like they'd had a good meal in some time, but they were not so malnourished that they couldn't move. So, the goblins didn't have to carry them to wherever they were going, I suspected. Further examination, and the awkward way they were all laying, told me they were all tied up. The light on the woman's face showed that she would have been pretty in better times. A beauty that had been faded by years or terrible circumstances. I suspected the goblins qualified as worse circumstances than most. Crawling through the slit, I snuck behind the goblin guard and quietly knifed him in the back. He made a slight exhaling noise before collapsing, and I sat him down just inside the door to the tent. He almost looked like he was sleeping, and I hoped that no one would pay attention to him for at least a few minutes, but sneaking out that many people from the tent would have been tricky with him alive. Moving quietly, I knelt next to the woman. I put my hand over her mouth and shook her arm. That didn't feel quite right, but there weren't any better options. Her eyes shot open immediately. Her eyes filled with terror, but she did not scream or try to bite me. I took my free hand up to my lips and made what I hoped was the universal "be quiet" gesture. She didn't seem to understand for a moment, but from her angle, she could see the slit in the back of the tent. Then, comprehension filled her eyes. "I'm going to get you out of here," I whispered. "Who are you?" she asked. Given that we were in the middle of a goblin camp, that seemed reasonable. "I'm Jim." She waited a moment. "Just Jim? Did your parents forget to finish naming you?" "No, it's just Jim," I stated. "Do you want out or not?" "Yes," she stated. "I'm Ava Sophia. These are my children." "Good to know," I responded, looking back through the tent flap as I thought my stealth icon opened again. "I won't leave my children," she said with a savagery that I wouldn't have expected, forcing me to turn to face her again. "I wasn't planning on leaving them either," I replied, and she relaxed slightly. I began cutting her ropes. The knots were well tied, and the rope itself was tough. It took me several moments before I managed to get the bonds severed. She pulled her hands to her chest, rubbing her wrists. Handing her a dagger, I said, "Wake your children and cut them free. We have a bit of time, but we will need to leave very soon. I have a safe place outside of this camp, but we have to be very careful walking there." She nodded and began to wake her children. They were both exhausted, but neither complained. When they saw the dagger and felt their bonds get cut, they quickly gathered themselves up for the great escape. I was relieved to see that both the children, a little girl and a slightly older boy, both still had their eyes. I glanced at Shart, pointing first at my own eyes and then at the children. Shart, still invisible on my shoulder, whispered, "The goblins were still using them as pack mules. Blind kids would have been less useful and slowed them down." Gripping my daggers and giving one last look through the tent flap, I snuck out through the slit in the back. I had to be ready for anything. Alas, nothing was there. The goblins still hadn't noticed my movement through their camp. I stuck my hand through the slit and gestured for the now former hostages to follow. The little boy, scrawny but determined, came out first. He looked around in all directions as if satisfying himself that it was safe. Only then did he wave for his little sister and then mother to
Oh my god, I fucking hate this game!
darkness,
I'm done playing Necrobinder. Necrobinder fucking sucks, and I will fight anybody who doesn't agree. Because, like, this is just so lame. Necrobinder sucks.
And then your mother will push you up to it. You'll have to jump down, but I'll catch you. This was my entire plan. I didn't
It even sucks in, like, multiplayer, too.
On the way to the hole, things would end poorly. The trio nodded, for they could see the goblins at both entrances well enough, and we moved quietly through the gully.
I think I just want to play something that I enjoy.
My icon flashed to open, and
which
I
is
spun
Regent.
around, weapons at the ready. The children both dove to the ground, and Ava Sophia's face changed from nearly pretty to fury. With my perception skill, my senses were heightened to a superhuman degree, and the hairs on the back of my neck were all standing on end. However, nothing was there. For 3 heartbeats, I stood ready for murder. When none came, Ava Sophia started hustling her children towards the exit. I followed lamely behind them, the feeling of being watched never quite leaving me, even though my icon indicated I was under stealth. We made it to just under the hole when the goblins sounded the alarm. A loud call rose up through their entire camp, loud voices calling danger as the camp roused. Guards at the entrances began looking for threats both inside and out. Of course, we were right in a shaft of moonlight. "Ava, go through," I called as the guards from the nearby entrance started running towards us. She yelled something but started climbing, getting through before any of the guards could get their bows strung. That left the 2 goblins that knew where the humans were escaping. Suddenly, I found myself with a partner as the boy stood next to me with a dagger in his hand. His sister, being wiser, was climbing her way to safety as the inner wall was just rough enough for her small hands and feet to find purchase. The boy was the size of a small goblin. He might have honestly had a chance in a straight-up fight against one of the common goblins, but the guards were much larger customers. Each was the size of the larger one I had fought in the village. I didn't want to see the child almost escape just to die here, so I moved forward. There was a patch of darkness where the light of the fire ended, but before the light of the moon began. It lasted for maybe the space of 2 goblin paces. Inside that pool of darkness, I clashed with both goblins. The first didn't realize that I was engaging both. He was going for the smaller human, the easier target, I supposed. I cut to his side, getting past his guard and driving my dagger into his eye. In the darkness, it was a critical sneak attack. My combat log showed it instantly killing him. The second goblin was going after me, however, and thrust with his short sword in a strike that should have driven straight through my chest. I activated my dodge skill, avoiding the strike, and drove my other dagger into his gut. It was the magic dagger. It pierced his armor easily, tearing into his intestines. He screamed, dropping to his knees. His agony was cut short as the child jammed his own dagger into the creature's mouth, silencing it. The look of malice from that boy was not healthy. I glanced backwards. The girl had gotten over the hump and jumped down even as arrows struck the stone egress. Turning back, I saw that nearly a dozen goblins had gotten bows out and another 6 were charging towards us. Time to go, I thought. Grabbing the boy, I rushed to the hole, even as more arrows smashed against the rocks. I had to use the dodge skill several times, which was much harder when one was carrying a boy not entirely sold on being carried. I didn't have time for this, so I did something I had been trying to avoid. I didn't really know how high I could jump after I increased my dexterity and strength. I'd unlocked the unskilled rank with jumping, and if ever there was a case to try, this was it. The sensation was odd. I felt my stamina pouring into my legs for a moment, and then I jumped with more power than I'd ever jumped before in my life.
Shit, I probably could have killed him.
It was high enough to clear the 70 or so inches from the ground to the hole, front flip around, and land on my feet despite the
I
sudden
definitely
hot
could
pain
have.
from my
I should have
side.
thought about that.
I landed just outside the gully, next to a wide-eyed Ava Sophia who had been trying to scramble back in to save her boy. Sitting the now very wobbly boy down, I turned to her. "Let's go. Follow me exactly." The three of them nodded numbly and followed, just happy to be free of the goblins for the first time in however long it had been. With my perception skill and the moonlight, I was able to track the single point in my network of traps that it was safe to enter. Whispering a word of warning, I ushered the family past me, and then we all went into the small safe area I'd found in a rotted tree stump. It turned out to be just big enough for the three to fit, which sounds far more impressive than it was because I was supposed to fit in there too. The initial plan was to all hide in there until the goblins were savaged by the traps. "You're hurt," stated Ava Sophia. I brought up my character sheet without thinking. Name Jim, hit point 63 out of 65, stamina 70, mana 20, class warrior 2, class rogue 1, class woodsman 1, strength above average, dexterity good, endurance above average, willpower average, spirit average, charisma average. Perks, dual weapon wielding. You are able to wield 2 weapons perfectly. Skills, demon lore amateur, goblin lore unskilled, unarmored amateur, light armor amateur, medium armor amateur. Armor skills, dodge unskilled, mitigate novice, shields amateur. Martial weapons amateur, swords amateur, bows amateur, simple weapons amateur.
I mean, it's
staff,
pretty cheap.
60 skill points, rank 1. Powerful blow rank 0. Dagger rank 1. Puncture rank 1. Your attacks ignore 2 points of armor. Wounding rank 1. Your attacks cause 1 point of bleed damage over 6 seconds. 2 weapon fighting novice.
Oh my gosh,
you
she's
gain
all crazy.
+2 points of damage on your primary weapon. Twin weapon amateur. You gain +2 points of damage when fighting with the same weapon type. Hiking 21 SP amateur. You travel further and suffer less stamina loss from
I don't think I
long
need to
travel.
add,
Jumping,
but that's fine.
unskilled. Stealth amateur. Skinning amateur, cooking unskilled, perception amateur, crafting amateur, leatherworking unskilled, woodworking unskilled. I checked the combat tracker. A goblin arrow had hit me, and my mitigate skill had automatically activated. This reduced the damage from 6 to 2. I checked my mitigate skill and found it had increased to novice. Now I could mitigate up to 4 points of damage instead of up to 2. The stamina cost was still 2 per point of damage resisted, but 8 points of stamina was much easier to replace than 4 points of health. I guess nearly getting killed all the time has its advantages. I considered looking at the mitigate skill. My dodge skill was up to 89 SP, so it had to level at 100 or something. The goblins were about to start shooting at me again. Maybe I should just stand up and dodge arrows for a bit. Looking through my screen at Ava Sophia, I noticed that despite the time I'd spent on the menu, she seemed stationary, unmoving. She was still talking, or at least her mouth was open to talk, but she wasn't saying anything. Focusing behind her, which was tricky due to the menus, I could see the first goblin exiting the gully. He was hovering in midair. Time must slow down when I get into these menus, I realized. I closed them. It's a minor wound. Just stay safe with your children while I deal with these creatures, I stated, reaching into the cubby to grab my simple bow. I hoped I looked heroic, because if my traps didn't work, it would be the last time she saw me alive. I strung the bow while the goblins got themselves together. Several of the greenskins did shoot arrows at me, so I ended up using my dodge skill repeatedly. With the range and the cover and the lighting, the goblins just didn't have any real good shots. The handful of them that got close were luckier than anything. The range reduced the cost of the dodge to almost nothing. However, they also didn't do much for the old skill point level. Ultimately, the attacks were more an annoyance than anything. On the other hand, with my bow's skill from woodsman and my perception skill, I was able to drop 2 of the goblins before they finally stopped shooting. I waited patiently for a moment, figuring that they were going to rush me at any second. I knew that too many goblins were going to be an issue. I needed an advantage, so I checked my prompts for gold coins and was not disappointed. Level up, Rogue 2. You have gained 1 perk. Please select it from the Rogue menu. Your hit point total is increased by 10. Your stamina is increased by 10. Level up, Woodsman 2. You have gained 1 perk. Please select it from the Woodsman menu. Your hit point total is increased by 10. Your stamina is increased by 10. I flipped over to the Rogue menu looking for a special kind of skill. One that prevented me from getting murdered, mostly. There were stealth skills and stealing skills that all looked useful, but not in this situation. There were some damaging skills that improved my sneak attack or made it more broadly useful, but killing them hadn't been all that challenging. More damage didn't seem better. There was one called mobility, and jumping through things had been useful once before. Mobility grants you improved movement, increasing the speed that you can travel as well as the height of your jumps, improves the dodge skill. Well, that was easy enough. I'd been using the dodge skill religiously, so improving it seemed wise. Next, I looked into my woodsman perks. One was already selected, it seemed. Dual weapon wielding was the same perk in both warrior and woodsman. Good to know, I supposed. The placement on it was strange, though. It was up higher on the tree under the branch with 2 of the larger icons attached to it. Checking to see if the goblins had moved, I was relieved to see they hadn't. I poked one of the icons. Ranger. Woodsman specialization. You seek out the enemies of the wilderness and destroy them. +1 perk, +10 stamina, +20 health, +10 mana. Nice, but clicking it revealed that I didn't have a specialization token, which was apparently like a perk point, but awarded at a higher level. That was another effect of my Unbound. I could learn any skill that I had access to, or take any class perk that I had a point for. Additionally, I could take any subclass if I had a subclass token. Well, that couldn't help me. Closer to the bottom of the perk list was a largish icon for lore. Woodsman's lore. You gain access to the core skill lore, which reveals information about enemies. Improved lore also grants you improvements to your tracking and bonus damage against enemies that you have at least amateur skill with. You can sense targets' health, mana, and stamina if you are equal in level, adjusted by lore skill and monster-specific skills. Additional information can be learned at a higher level. That was intriguing. It might be nice to know what I was aiming at. Bonus damage was nice, and maybe if I knew what I was shooting at, I might come up with a few more tricks. I selected lore, and my world changed again. I watched my character sheet adjust, the lore skill appearing and moving my demon and goblin lore beneath it. I could instantly sense more general knowledge about demons and the goblins facing me. Even while looking at the sheet, I could see through it and to the goblins beyond. Each now had a health, mana, and stamina ring on their chest. Closing the sheet, I saw that one in more detail. Goblin level 2. Health 10, stamina 20, mana 5, skills, bow, amateur, sword, amateur. Goblins are small humanoid creatures that expand their population wherever they can find food. They are a wretched race that frequently inhabits the ruins of other races. They hate all races, including goblins, and will attempt to kill or enslave anything they meet. No goblin can be trusted to keep his word. Sometimes goblins can be controlled by a war boss. Goblin gangs can be deadly to the unprepared. Casting my eyes over the rest of them, they were all similar, with the larger 6 in front having 25 hit points and the shield skill. I didn't see anything about trap detection, so I suddenly got quite a bit more confident. I looked into my quiver. 8 more arrows, which wasn't enough for all of them. I drew one arrow and fired it at one of the larger goblins standing outside the gully entrance. He brought up his shield and the arrow shattered into it. He laughed and started pounding his sword into his shield. The other goblins followed suit, and then the goblins behind them started filing out of the gully. Setting my bow aside, the lead goblin barked out in his garbled tongue, "He's out of arrows! Kill him!" I could perfectly understand him now. That was also part of lore, I guessed, which was turning out to be handy. The goblins waited a few more moments, gathering their nerve while calling out and barking at me. Finally, I stood again, gripping my daggers defiantly. The goblins decided that I actually really must be out of arrows and charged me. Trap making is a fun skill. This, combined with the generally short construction times in this realm, plus a love of the original Predator movie, allowed me to construct a significant number of traps in considerably less time than one would expect. Or hope, in the goblins' case. They actually ran right past my outside line of traps, whether because the goblins decided to charge at an angle or because one of the outer line didn't go off properly, I couldn't tell. In any case, they got about 30 feet in front of me before the first snare hit. Waited for a human because that's the trap I could make. It tried to lift a full-sized human male into the air. Instead, it lifted a goblin. Said goblin kept right on going, slamming into the trunk of the tree I'd built the trap on with a very audible crack. I noticed a ding from my trap skill at that point, but it got so much worse. Several goblins found what amounted to buried sticks that, when they stepped on them, shot up like a rake, except instead of a pole to the face, it was a spike to the gut. Others tripped a trap where a wasp nest smacked into their leader's chest. Wasps hate everyone everywhere, but especially when their nest smashes into him. There were spikes, a pit trap, and several falling logs. One slipped on the guts of his friend and managed to strangle himself on a vine. By the time everything was said and done, only 7 of the goblins that had entered into the traps left on their own 2 feet. Well, some of them left on their own 2 feet. A few were missing one, or in one sad case, both of their feet. There were a lot of traps. Dutch would have been proud of me. As I reached down to pick my bow back up and shoot the survivors, I heard a slow clapping from behind me. I was fast with all my upgrades. When I turned around, it was with blinding speed. I had the arrow knocked before I even faced my opponent. A single goblin was standing not 10 feet from me, past all of my traps. His swords still in their sheaths, he clapped with a terrible smirk on his face. At point-blank range, I loosed a perfectly aimed arrow at his chest. His dodge was so fast, he blurred. The arrow slid through the air, slicing through a tree and causing another snare to fly off into the darkness. "My, you are fast for level 2, he stated, watching me with casual indifference. His swords were in his hands now, but he made no move towards me. "Who are you?" I yelled. I considered drawing another arrow, but that looked good and pointless. His stamina bar was totally full again. "Glak Ilk Sik," he bowed. "Shadow Goblin and Slayer of Men. You just killed off most of Glak Ilk Sik's servants. Bad form." Chapter 11. Battle with the Shadow Goblin. I examined him with lore. Glak Ilk Sik, Shadow Goblin, level 6. Health 60, stamina 80, mana 10. Sword Novice, he gains +2 to damage with swords. Dodge Novice, he is skilled at dodging. Stealth Novice, he is difficult to spot in the best of circumstances. Perception Novice, sight-based skill, allows him to see more detail in your environment, grants limited low-light vision. Twin Weapon Fighting, he gains a speed bonus when attacking with 2 weapons. Shadow Goblins are elite goblins who have been cursed by drinking the blood of the Shadow God. They are imbued with his power and are much more cunning and capable than normal goblins. They like to keep normal goblins around as servants. Normal goblins will always listen to and follow the orders of shadow goblins due to their magical nature. Many armies use them as assassins and spies. Note, there is a 4-level difference between you and the target. Attacks will have a lower probability of striking the target. Defensive skills such as dodge will be more expensive when fighting against a higher level opponent. You saw me in the gully when I was sneaking around, I replied, drawing my daggers. But of course, though Glak Ilksik's clever mind had you pegged as a rogue, out here you have all of those pesky traps, so you must be a woodsman or a much higher level rogue with trap-making skill. With that, Glak Ilksik started pacing at the end of my traps, forcing me to either close with him or walk around in a circle to keep distance. I chose to keep distance. Why do you think that? I asked. Well, Glak Ilksik used his lore skill on you, of course. You also have lore, but your readings cannot be right. They claim you have 82 health and 90 stamina. That means that you cannot possibly be level 2. You must have an item that is making you more powerful, and Glak Ilksik would like that item. He smiled. Glak Ilksik would like that very much. He lunged forward in the blink of an eye. Only my newly enhanced mobility-based dodge skill allowed me to leap clear, as both swords would have bisected me. He was still close enough to attack, though, so I slashed at him. He easily dodged the strikes, flowing backwards until he was standing where he started only a moment before. That is interesting, he stated. You jest. You are pulling the wool over Glak Ilksik's eyes. I guessed you were at least level 4, maybe level 5, but ha! You fight like a second-level rogue. Tell me, is this humble servant mistaken? Are you just level 2? Has Glak Ilksik erred? Well, come over and find out, I stated. You will see the true power of Jim. Glak Ilksik stood for a long moment. Wait, is that your whole name? Glak Ilksik thought there would be more. You must have had terribly unimaginative parents. Suddenly he was on me again in the blink of an eye. Every strike he made would have gutted me if I hadn't been dodging around like a maniac. My own counter blows either went wide or he dodged with almost no effort. The end result was bad. I was down almost half my stamina bar, and his was only down about a quarter. Health was important, but if you couldn't move, then you couldn't defend yourself. If my stamina ran out, I'd die. After one particularly nasty dodge, I landed wrong. My foot became pinned by a root, and I couldn't manage to break it free.
I need a black hole.
He grinned his
Black
rictus
hole.
grin and lunged at me, forcing me to parry both blows with my daggers. That, coupled with his forward movement, left him exposed. I finally managed to score my
I like
first hit
Shining
of the
Strike
battle,
the best.
a slight scratch on his left side. Unfortunately, that move left me exposed, and he jammed one of his short swords into my shoulder before leaping backwards out of my reach. I pried my leg free as he stared at me, his expression growing hotter. Please, tell Glak Ilksik something human, he started angrily. And now you parry, you dodge and trap, and parry, all badly. And parry is something a warrior does, or a higher level woodsman, but never a rogue. How do you two all dodge and parry and trap, little human? I said nothing, starting to pace around him in a circle again. He was down about 1/10 of his health bar. Mine was as well, but my stamina bar was at nearly 30%. I noticed my bar filled faster than his. That didn't help much, though, because his depleted more slowly than mine, and he had a bunch more stamina left. I noticed my trap-making leveled up again, but that didn't help much. As long as Glak Ilksik could move, I was not going to be able to hit him. Weighing my options, I waited for him to lunge forwards again. This time, I leapt backwards into my field of traps. With mobility, I could land pretty much exactly wherever I wanted. I chose to land where
Oh,
a
I shouldn't
goblin
have
had
done that
gotten picked
first.
off by one of my
Oh,
snares.
that's on me.
Glacylk jumped to my earlier vantage point and stared down at me. He glanced about, seeing the results of my traps, but here was the contest. He had the perception skill, and that certainly had to show him some of the traps, but it possibly didn't show him all of the traps. Skills had success ratios, and some of my traps had been rather poor. However, others had been excellently hidden, or quite deadly. He had been busy sneaking up behind me, not watching the traps. As he looked back to me, I deliberately took my left hand and patted my left pocket. The goblin charged, trusting that he could find where most of the traps were. I stopped trying to attack him, a futile process anyway, and just started dodging. My stamina was still low and getting lower all the time. I didn't have long to keep up with this game. He went all in, tagging me several times. Each hit caused a bright flash of pain and a drop in my health. Most strikes were doing 7 or 8 points of damage. Stamina was worth more than health at the moment, so I couldn't even mitigate them. I lost over half of my health before he made a mistake. I had backflipped over a tree, and he slid underneath it, attempting to strike at my knee. It was there that he found a trap I'd placed to prevent someone from doing just that. A snare caught his leg, yanking him out from under the tree and slamming him into the ground. Several feet away, the sapling I'd used snapped back into its correct position. I lunged at Glacylk's stunned form, but even before I was halfway through my arc, he had tucked himself into a ball and launched himself away from the trap. The snare had broken when he'd been flung, so he was free. He jumped but landed on one of the paths the goblins had not used. I had trapped just about everything on his current trail. He managed to land in another binding trap. This time, he was stuck fast. He had also come down with enough force that I'm pretty sure his ankle would have broken. Should have broken, at least. But this wasn't Earth. My stamina was down to the point where I was having trouble seeing straight. 20%. I walked back over to my bow and picked it up as he struggled to wrench his foot free. Glacylk was tricked, he yelled, using his swords to try to pry the trap loose, but it was very well made and his swords did piercing damage. Hard wood was strong against that. Grabbing at the 2 branches that were both now crushing his leg, he then tried to pull them apart through brute strength, an ability goblins lacked due to their size. I took aim with my bow and fired. He still somehow dodged it. Without the lore skill, I would have ran at that point, gotten some distance between us. I might have even left the 3 I came to save. Maybe. However, with the lore skill, I could see how much stamina that his dodging drained. Dodging while pinned was possible, but consumed stamina like sand taking water. I took aim with my bow and fired. He dodged again. His stamina dropped to a sliver. It was not enough to dodge again. "I curse you, human!" cried the goblin. "You are a trickster. You cheated at an honorable duel." I took aim with my bow and fired. He did not dodge. He was immobile, so the attack qualified as a sneak attack, causing the vicious wound to bleed heavily. It took the rest of my quiver before I was sure the goblin died. He died screaming obscenities at me, the world, the gods, and the demons. On the final arrow, he was cursing the shadow god himself for his predicament. Then, finally, he quieted. As I walked over to search the corpse, I slit his throat for good measure.
Jesus.
I grabbed his swords and a ring he was wearing. The rest of the stuff was all non-magical, so I left it. Him I bound up by a leg-binding trap for the flies. "That was a shadow goblin," stated Ava Sophia, who had emerged from hiding when the screaming started. "Yes," I replied. My lore ability had already confirmed that. Whatever else a shadow goblin was, I didn't want anything else to do with them. Then I noticed her children. They were both looking at me in awe. Ava Sophia, on the other hand, looked to me, then the corpse, then back to me. "You just rescued us to lure him out, didn't you?" she said, then gaining confidence. "You bastard! You rescued us just so he would come out and you could have your little duel." "Mama," said the son. "But he won." She stared at her children, then at me, then finally at the corpse once again. Grabbing her children in a bear hug. Only then did she start to weep. Chapter 12. Deep in the woods. "Why is it so important that we bring them along?" I asked Shart quietly, after figuring out that only I could hear the demon. I had eventually forgiven him for allowing me to be snuck up on by the shadow goblin. Shart explained that holding a discussion while trying to remain hidden was tricky, and furthermore, there was always the risk of being seen. According to him, some magic spurts could possibly reveal him unexpectedly. He further argued that, had that happened, the sudden appearance of a demon on my shoulder would have done far more harm than good. I didn't agree with any of it, but he's a demon and has his own priorities. "You need more people in your village," replied Shart. "Also, they will be safe there, but that's mainly a sop for your conscience. I'm really only interested in her village powering up ability. She has 2 kids with her. Those are worth almost as much as an adult." After the battle, and when I had finally stopped bleeding, I was down to only 27 of 85 hit points. Everything hurt. Not as bad as falling below 22 hit points would have been, as that would have triggered the final quarter of my hit points extreme pain feature, but it was close. And I didn't know what to do with the family. Taking them to the village at least put them in a safe place. Their caravan had been destroyed, she said, and they had been captured. Insofar as I could tell, they had no place else to go. Additionally, since my village had no supplies and Ava Sophia and her lovely children liked food, I had to go into the camp and repurpose the goblin's supplies. As luck would have it, the caravan her family had been traveling with had gotten raided pretty badly, and the goblins had taken several hundred pounds of supplies. So, if a random stranger had been walking by wondering why I was carrying about 400 pounds worth of stuff through the deep woods, that's at least part of the answer. Joe Clarence, the scrappy 11-year-old boy, was also carrying a bunch of stuff. More than I thought he could, but he wanted to be strong like me. Eve Sophia, the little girl, was also carrying some lighter objects, but as she was only 9, I had already picked up everything heavy so she wouldn't have to. Ava Sophia, her mother, had been a little pickier when she grabbed as much as she could, but she was still carrying a bunch of food, as well as pots, pans, and other sundries. All I knew was that my package was heavy. I'd love to make a joke about my package, but the crushing weight of my massive package was no joke.
Oh my god.
"Are you sure
This
that's
guy.
not too much?" asked Eve Sophia again.
You guys are all the same.
"No, darling. It's about what I usually carry when I'm off on a nature walk,"
Oh, man.
I answered. The girl nodded consideringly, like the evil little thing she was, and walked up next to her mother, her lightweight backpack almost floating away in the breeze. "How did you find the village?" asked Ava Sophia. After she had gotten her cry out, which had only taken a few moments, she had moved from emotional wreck to no nonsense. It was a talent mothers seemed to have. I remembered my own wife doing the same on several occasions. After gathering the supplies, she had been downright eager to go towards my safe village. "I was walking in the woods and I found it," I stated. She scrutinized me, but didn't have enough of a read on me to determine the accuracy of my words. I had left out several parts, which she might figure out later. She only agreed to go with me to my village because she'd heard rumors that there was a safe village that helped new people somewhere out here. However, no one came into this valley anymore because there were goblins absolutely everywhere. She honestly had no idea whether such a village really existed or if the rumors were just that. Her options were fairly limited, though, which explained why she was following a strange man through the woods. We continued walking, and I finally had a moment to examine my gear. You have found short sword of wounding. 7 to 10 damage causes bleed damage. Short sword of piercing, 7 to 10 damage, ignores 4 points of armor. The ring was more interesting. You have found ring of vitality, lesser. Plus 10 stamina, plus 10 health. I slid that bad boy on and my pain dropped a notch or two. It got down to the point where I stopped hating every step, at least. I also had leveled up again, apparently. The Battle of Trap Field had given my woodsman skills enough to level before the fight with the Shadow Goblin had even started. However, that was all considered part of the same battle. I topped out on experience for that class until I leveled it and started a new fight. Warrior also leveled due to the damage dealt.
The trick
It
for the
seemed
monster
there was
hunter
a
is
big
just
bonus
kill him
when the
fast.
levels were that badly unmatched.
Kill him
Rogue
fast.
earned me some, but not enough to level. Unsuccessfully dodging didn't earn XP, and dodging isn't a high-value rogue skill anyway. On the other hand, dodging did earn
9.
SP, so my dodge skill was very nearly at novice. So, cup half full, right?
How many do
You
I
have
have?
leveled up Warrior 3. You gain
From
1
my-
perk, plus 10 health,
have a
plus
blink
10
cost.
stamina. I went through the perks menu again.
1,
Past dual
2,
wielding were several
3,
weapon skills that seemed to buff
4,
damage,
5.
attack speed, and the like. I wasn't
So
really
it's
having that much of an
16
issue
damage.
damaging targets, so improving my chance to hit seemed more important. I
Or
frowned and looked over the menu more. The resistance perk was still there, so I dialed
15
over
plus
it.
6 is 21
Resistance.
damage.
Provides 8.
I mean, that's
5
not
plus
bad.
level,
21 damage
defense to
for
all sections of your
not
body.
much.
Stacks with defense granted by
Oh.
armor. Defense was some approximation of armor,
Crescent
or
spear.
at least armor granted defense.
We'll
There
give
were
you a
some
shot.
possibilities there, and it went up with level. I was very aware that my current defenses were anemic, but when I brought up the menu, it was worse than I thought. Defense. Head 1, torso 2, legs 2, arms 1. You are lightly armored due to leather pants, leather shirt, which provide a total of 2 defense. Your endurance provides 1 point of defense. This increases the cost of your dodging skill by 25% and increases your damage mitigation by 1 point.
I was hoping to
Dialing
forge
back
that,
through
but
my
that's fine.
combat log, I discovered that it would have been better for me to fight the goblin naked than with the shoddily made clothes I was wearing. I was going to have to find better armor or something. While still wondering how much more effective it would be to take a weapon skill, I selected resistance. Instantly, my skin felt tougher, but maybe that was my imagination. I prodded my body, pulling and poking the skin, but it didn't feel any different. Taking one of my daggers and using my perception skill to ensure no one was looking, I slid the point down hard against my palm for a 1-point wound. To my pleasant surprise, nothing happened. Well, not nothing. The skin hardened against the knife point to the degree that it only left a thick mark against my flesh. It was akin to scratching dry skin. Aside from that, the mark did no additional damage, and my skin became immediately soft and pliable again. Well, relatively speaking, as soft and pliable as a manly man's skin ever gets. Glancing at my character sheet, I scrolled over to the defense tab. Defense.
Perfect.
Head 9, torso 10, legs 10, arms 9. You are lightly armored due to leather pants, leather shirt, which provide a total of 2 defense. Your total defense is now 9. This
Kill that
increases
guy.
the cost of your dodging skill by 25% and increases your damage mitigation by 3 points. That was so much better. Hopefully that meant that every little strike wasn't going to be nearly fatal to me. Not to mention, wounds hurt. I mean, they really hurt, and I didn't like them. Anything to reduce that was great. You have leveled up Woodsman 3.
Okay.
The Woodsman perks were shorter. There were improved tracking and trap-making perks, but I wanted to get a feel for how the lore skill worked before I committed to more of that. I noticed a few bow skills that were Woodsman only, so I checked out those. Woodsman's Marksman said it gave an improved chance to hit and damage, but that wasn't actually my problem. In game terms, I had problems hitting enemies that were above my level. That had been a major issue in my last fight. Then I noticed the accuracy perk. I had almost glossed over accuracy initially, but checked it just to be safe. Accuracy. Your level is considered doubled when attacking a higher level target, reducing dodge chance and damage resistance.
I should put the duplicator
The
in
other
that one.
abilities were nice, but I kept glancing back to accuracy. If I fought another higher level creature, I'd like it to not be able to dodge my strikes with ease. I selected it. Hey, I wanted to talk to you about something, stated Shart, much to my absolute shock as I continued flipping through menus. The hell? I replied, but strangely. It sounded like I was shouting in a very empty, very concrete room, complete with slightly faint echoes. How can you talk to me when I'm like this? I thought this was some kind of private, slowed down space. I can talk to you and you are doing
10,
anything and everything,
23.
stated Shart.
Cool.
I can't really see what you are doing very well, but I do so enjoy ruining your day. If you can talk to me whenever you want, why didn't you help me with the Shadow Goblin? I growled. Really? Stated Shart, as I slowly adjusted to feeling his presence in the back of my mind. Because I couldn't. You already knew he was a Shadow Goblin, and what the fuck am I supposed to do about that? I'm as tall as I am wide, and not much of either. I don't have any mana. That's why I bonded you. So, you blustered, but you basically couldn't do anything, I stated. Nothing useful. All I can do right now is offer you some occasional advice and peek into your mind.
We're skipping.
Shart. Good to know that the privacy of my mind is at your beck and call, I stated dryly. I tried to look around to see Shart. After a moment, I found him. Sort of. He was not as demonic as in the regular world. He seemed more of a glowing orb of absolute darkness, or an orb so dark that it stood out in contrast with his surroundings at the edge of my consciousness. Anyway, the Broad might mention something about a Dark Overlord. You should probably be somewhat concerned about that.
I hate this guy.
Why? I
Okay.
asked, flipping quickly through my menu screens until I got to the Woodsman one. Well, he is who we were setting you up to fight, replied the floating globe of evil. Good to know, I said as I stopped really paying attention to my sheet. What class is he? Godling, of course, replied the demon. It's the most powerful class. He has a reality warping attack. Does he know where I am? I responded. I wasn't keen on fighting someone like that, even if I had been a much higher level than I currently was. Still, if the Dark Overlord already had a notion of my location, a near-future fight might be unavoidable. Not yet, replied Shart, whom I hated. But he might start looking eventually, and I think we need to avoid that. How? Well, I can't help you right now because I'm totally out of mana. We are going to fix that. Since if he finds me, he'll kill you too. You are a clever monkey, replied the demon. Breaking out of the menus, I continued walking. Shortly afterwards, a wave of exhaustion hit me, despite my stamina bar being nearly full. I was trudging through the woods, carrying an insane amount of weight with me. I had tried to carry everything, but I didn't have the strength stat for it. Instead, I'd carried everything just shy of my limit. The problem there was the difference between a video game and real life. In a game, my avatar would have walked on uncaringly. In real life, I was carrying just short of my maximum load, and I could taste bile from the strain. What happened was that after an interval set by this world, you had to rest, or your stamina started taking damage and would begin to deplete. If it went too long, you'd actually
Dang, I didn't
strain
need to use that
yourself and it would
star.
cause more significant stamina
Oh,
damage.
that's a really good.
My hiking skill
That's a
expanded
really
the
good
time
card,
it took
though.
for my stamina to become damaged, and then further expanded how long it would take to become exhausted. Stamina damage most typically resulted in your stamina recovery being slowed. Exhaustion prevented stamina recovery at all for some period of time, typically hours or days. One did not want to become exhausted. Having to travel on my stamina recovery pattern meant that for every 30 minutes of traveling, I needed to spend 1 minute not moving heavy objects. Ava Sophia and her kids had it easier, as they were not carrying nearly as much as I was, and didn't need to slow down to keep up with me. Shart, of course, was having the easiest time of all. I was still carrying him on my shoulder. So how did the goblins catch you? I asked, as we continued marching through the woods. Ava Sophia glanced around again before looking at me, calmly walking, before responding. We were ambushed. Is that not a concern here? Not here. Nothing hostile is nearby, I said, figuring that Shart would warn me if that wasn't true. My perception and lore skills weren't triggering either, so I figured the odds of being ambushed at this moment were close to zero. She watched her children again, both staying very close to me, and then continued. We were escaping from the armies of the West. Ah, the Dark Overlord, I said, nodding. Huh? No, King Harkarli's army. He's trying to take control over the coastal territories, burning villages, and I happened to live in one of those villages, replied Ava Sophia. Oh, I replied. Well, I looked like an idiot. I doubted the demon was wrong, though. I'd never seen him wrong, at least, and I knew he hadn't outright lied. The Dark Overlord, giggled Eve Sophia. Like in the stories. The hero would come and rescue us, and then challenge the Dark Overlord, laughed Joe Clarence. Children, stop it, chided their mother. Jim is a good and nice man who helped us when he didn't need to. That's like the stories, smiled Eve Sophia. And I like Jim, even though his name is silly. Thanks, I said. Don't worry, Jim, smiled Joe Clarence. No one was expecting Grebthar the Destroyer to rush out and save us. I learned facepalming was universal. Chapter 13. What's in a name?
Terraforming, interesting.
You can't change your name, stated Shart for the 5th time. You are stuck with Jim. We had gotten to a clearing to rest and recover my stamina a bit more. I was perfecting the trick of shifting to menu time to talk to Shart so that the others didn't think I was crazy.
Perfect.
I'd gone 4 out of 5 so far, and they only thought I was a bit crazy, which I could live with. My minute rest would have been up a few minutes ago, but I kept swinging back into menu time to talk to the demon. Could I just lie? I asked. Ow! Your name appears in the tracker, replied the annoyed demon. But I could lie, I stated. And when they looked in their experience tracker, they'll notice they got conversation experience with Jim. It won't be hard to figure out who that is. Fine. Explain how to make you less useless then.
He's all trying to
you were
change
the
his
one who
name.
chose, started Shart, before finally realizing that the argument had finally moved past my name. Oh, just focus on me and give me your mana. That's it? I asked. Why would it be more complicated than that? Why didn't you ask me for mana earlier? I yelled into the vast open emptiness of my mind. You wouldn't have given it to me, replied Shart. Before the battle with the Shadow Goblin, you'd have thought you didn't need my help. Now you know you do, so you will. With no answer, I reverted back to regular time and tried to focus on the demon. Just as my concentration clicked, someone tugged my arm. Shouldn't we get going now? Asked Joe Clarence. So I walked. trying to focus on the demon as well as not falling down. I assumed sharing mana would be easier if I was able to concentrate, but the universe liked to throw me curveballs. After a few minutes, I finally felt something click between the two of us, but instantly lost it. The demon was revolting. Moving back into menu time, I growled, "What the hell, man? Your spiritual form or whatever is disgusting." "Oh yeah?" replied Shark. "Well then find the bond cord and power that instead. Just don't take any back and it should work." On we walked, and I focused on the bond string, or finding the bond whisker. It took longer than I'd like to admit. We had time for a whole 1-minute break before continuing. Finally, I found the string and managed to grab it with my mystical hand. Then came the second part, which would be even trickier as I had no idea how to transfer mana. I started to relax, which was problematic while walking, and nearly lost control over my bladder. Eventually, I recognized a different sensation. It felt quite a bit like needing to use the bathroom, but higher. I worked that part of my mind for a moment, and then felt the tiniest trickle of mana escape me. Slowly, the rest of my mana pool flowed out like a drunk relieving himself after a night of debauchery. I'd suffered another mana crash after dumping my entire mana pool into the demon. In many video games, that doesn't mean very much. You just get your magic back later. Here, it was the functional equivalent of working so hard you exhausted yourself mentally. Seriously, I could not concentrate in any capacity. I could not think, I could not form words, and walking became impossibly complex all of a sudden. I tried to methodically move forwards, but I couldn't even bring up the emotional will to do that. After a few stumbling paces, I just stopped. As I was leading this little procession, that did not turn out well. The little girl bumped into me and fell over. The boy drew his dagger, as did his mother, and they all searched the forest for threats. I stood there unmoving for about 8 seconds until I finally regained my first point of mana. Then I just had a terrible headache. That's when I fell down. The heavy pack landing on me and knocking the wind from my lungs. It took me and Ava Sophia quite a while to get it off because I couldn't catch my breath or get into a position to move it myself. By this time, my mana pool had jumped over the proverbial quarter of my points, and my mind was working again. However, I also now had a mana crash status effect, which translated into a horrible migraine. Imagine someone having a drill and shoving it into your temple, only to meet a second drill that has already been shoved into your other side, and where they meet stews your brains together. Flipping to my character sheet, I saw that I had 18 hours of mana crash. The pain was not abated in the slightest while in my character sheet, so I closed it. Gritting my teeth, I stood up and continued walking, utterly ignoring not only questions coming from Ava Sophia and her children, but also the disappearance of a demon-shaped weight on my shoulder. It was a rough few hours back to the village. Chapter 14. Return to the village. I hadn't explained the sudden change in my mood. Ava Sophia whispered to her children that I must have been more injured in the battle than I had let on. We continued marching towards the village. After another 3 hours, 28 minutes, and 36 seconds, we finally reached the edge of the woods and could see the village. Your town has
taking a little bit of damage.
She stated wide-eyed. From
Hopefully,
our higher vantage
no
point,
more.
we could look down onto the large plain that the village sat upon. Well behind it, the ocean lapped at the beach, though the state of the dock told me no one had tried coming ashore there in many years. There were even a number of taller buildings that were just intact enough that the place actually looked respectable from this angle. In fact, we actually had walls, technically. From this side, the walls even looked mostly intact. There were massive breaches in them, however, from whatever had initially laid the village low.
Okay.
I scanned the horizon.
I got sturdy clamp. I ain't getting no.
Didn't see them. There was over a mile between where we were at the edge of the forest and the outskirts of the barrier. Further still to get into the village proper. If we had a good path, and the goblins weren't expecting us, then, just maybe, we could get across without too much trouble. I moved to menu time, seeing the outside world slow. Shart, where are those goblins? I'm looking, hold your horses, replied the demon from a spot that was not my shoulder. He seemed a bit put out with me, still, for allowing him to be knocked from his perch and left behind when I fell. Fuck him. He had mana now, at least enough that he could fly normally, which reminded me. How are you spellcasting with so little mana? I asked. I had given him all my mana, but to him that was just a drop in the bucket. His mana pool, I could tell, was over 800. Oh, demon's racial ability. We don't suffer mana crashes, but we also don't regenerate mana normally, stated the demon offhandedly, while he continued doing his mental gymnastics. How can you use your spells in menu time? I asked. That ability would be really handy. What? Asked Shart, as he considered what I'd said. Oh, this is my regular time scale. Your menu time is my normal. It takes forever for anything to happen in menu time, though. This journey would have felt like it took years. The demon was silent for a moment. No, just about a month. Oh, crap. And that was just coming back. I'd wondered why the demon's attention seemed to be flaky at times. There was the answer. He must have some sort of trick to keep his mind occupied. Then again, he had almost no mana and slowly regenerating wounds. The wounds always hurt. That meant he'd been in agonizing pain for months, effectively because he'd saved me. Well, maybe I could help him open his demon door, if he didn't screw me when it was over. I see them, growled Shart. They are running a patrol around the village. If you move now, you should be able to reach the barrier before they see you. Returning to real time, I gestured to Ava Sophia as a familiar weight landed back on my shoulder. We need to get to the village quickly. There are more goblins, but they cannot come into town. Both children quivered. Joe Clarence recovered more quickly and held his dagger. Ava Sophia looked at me. Are you certain you can deal with them if they get close? I have my bow, I responded, and my injuries will not stop me from killing goblins. She nodded, and we all began to move briskly towards the barrier. I couldn't run with the supplies, and no one seemed to want to get too far away from me. For 6 long minutes, everything seemed to be going well, until Joe Clarence suddenly fell, screaming. I pivoted around, nearly falling due to my burden. The boy had fallen into the grass, but the way he had done so looked wrong instantly. His mother got to him before I did, so I cast about looking for the goblins. The pack that we were avoiding was still a good distance away, and even with my heightened senses, I couldn't make out enough detail to know if they'd changed paths. As I turned back to Ava Sophia, who had already gotten Joe Clarence back on his feet, I saw a second group of goblins. They were much closer than the first group and also wolf-mounted. There were 5 of the larger goblins and a 6th who was carrying some sort of staff. There are more goblins, I called out. Don't worry, I think I see the problem, replied Shart. Yep, they had an anti-scrying spell up, so I didn't see them. Very handy to know as they were bearing down on us. I also learned that Lore had a range and they were not inside it. I could tell that the wolves had lots of hit points and very little mana. I could also see that the warriors had similar but not identical hit points and stamina to the previous ones I fought. Also, the one that looked like a spellcaster had quite a bit more mana than the rest of them. But that was it. No additional information like levels or how potent the caster was. I might have been able to take all 5 fighters, but the caster was a wild card and I had too many people to defend around me. The protective barrier was painfully close. Run! I called out, waiting to see if everyone responded. I was still faster than them, even carrying this much weight. Eve Sophia screamed and started running, but straight from the wolves instead of straight towards the town. I snatched her from behind, holding her like a football. Joe Clarence looked miserable as he hobbled forwards, but he couldn't run. He had fallen into a mole hole of all things and wrenched his ankle badly. He was much larger than his sister, but I still managed to pick him up too. A small icon saying I was overburdened appeared in the corner of my vision. Gee, you think? We tore off towards the barrier, Ava Sophia staying close to me and her children. The wolves were behind and to the left of us, but were closing distance quickly. The barrier was temptingly close, a small creek almost perfectly marking its edge. It was going to be a race, a battle of endurance. They might have massive wolves and goblin magic, but I had mobility and hiking. I was counting on hiking to save my life. We had been jogging to conserve energy. Now we spent it like wastrels. I watched as Ava Sophia's stamina bar started dropping. With my heightened senses, I could tell where the wolves' heavy footfalls were behind us. We might just make it, so long as Ava Sophia could keep up her desperate running for a bit longer. An arrow flew past me and then another. I felt a third strike my pack. Then came a fourth. The goblins were firing from Wolfback and had decided to hit the larger target, which happened to mainly be my pack of supplies. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain and realized that they'd hit the back of my leg. I didn't have any stamina to mitigate the damage, but glancing at the log, I was relieved to find that the arrow had only done 2 points of damage. That was barely a scratch. We continued flying down the path. Ava Sophia's stamina dropped lower and lower as the creek got closer and closer. I moved behind her as more arrows were fired, bringing both children to my chest. This made the already awkward running I was doing even more awkward, considering the supplies on my back. We ran down a slope and a wolf broke out in front of the pack. All we had to do was get to the top of the next ridge and the creek would be right there. Ava Sophia abruptly spun around, holding a dagger. I couldn't see her eyes, but I understood her stance. She had become a mother bear trying to protect her young from the wolves, standing tall despite terrible odds in an attempt to give her children just a bit more of a chance. I just wasn't having any of it. I stuck out my arm and grabbed her too, moving myself from overburdened to severely overburdened. My stamina bar dropped below 25% and running was so much harder. I had a headache to slay the gods. The wolf was so close I could feel its breath on my back. Then, mercifully, we were over the ridge. I tumbled with the family, splashing into the water. The supplies flew everywhere as the wolf lunged at me, lunged and promptly caught fire from everywhere. I'd seen what the barrier did at range, and I'd seen the aftermath up close, but that was after everyone was already dead. Now I was able to experience it up close, and it was every bit as terrible as one could imagine. The wolf had been running at full tilt when, quite suddenly, he was engulfed. Not just on fire, because not a patch of his fur was burning. From the inside of his mouth to his eyeballs, he was shooting out hot blue flames that were uncomfortable to me at a few paces away. From snout to tail, he was consumed, with all thoughts of anything other than not being on fire gone from his mind. The wolf bucked his rider, who was also similarly afire. The goblin sailed through the air like a burning comet and landed with an audible screaming crack. The wolf dove into the creek. However, it was a magical fire. Water does not extinguish magical fires. The thrashing wolf was quickly surrounded by blue flame and boiling water. The barrier caused 20 points of damage to stamina, mana, and hit points per 6 seconds due to an effect my lore skill described as barrier burn. The wolves had less than 18 seconds of hit points, and goblins only had 12 seconds of hit points. "What happened?" screamed Ava Sophia as the wolf thrashed in the water. "The barrier," I replied.
I like this one.
She half screamed.
The thing is this one's kind of tough.
No village has a barrier anymore. "Well, mine does," I replied, looking around. "We have company." My stamina was almost, but not quite, gone. Unfortunately, being seriously overburdened had done a fair amount of stamina damage, so it was recovering very slowly. I had just gotten to my feet when the rest of the goblin party came to a stop at the other side of the barrier. The magical goblin looked even worse up close. The regular goblins were like ugly green 10-year-olds with drunkard
This one.
noses and few
Oh my
sharp
god!
teeth.
That's
This one
perfect.
was more angular,
That's crazy.
clearer
Okay, I'm
eyed,
gonna use the
and
restroom
had
real quick and then
tattoos
we'll continue.
everywhere. Oddly enough, he was white, or at least I thought so for a moment. Upon closer inspection, it looked like he was wearing some form of war paint that was caked on rather heavily. My lore skill activated when I examined him. Gerk-Tik Auk. Goblin Shaman, level 5. Obscurification spell active. Lore cannot determine any further information. Goblin Shaman are the religious centers of any goblin community, and given that they don't typically have communities, many live as hermits in the woods. Goblins have a great deal of clan colors. This one appears to be from the Ghost Path sect of goblins, known for their spiritual magic, such as obscurification spells. You seem to enjoy hassling travelers, I stated coolly, as I plopped down onto a large rock at the edge of the creek, just inside the barrier.
I have a peach
We will
scented
kill anyone who trespasses in the
lit.
Shadowlands.
It's so good.
Called out
Smells
the Goblin
so
Shaman.
good. Alright, let's
I do
get it.
not know how you reactivated the town's barrier, but I will break it down and slay you.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
You are welcome
Kitty
to
cat.
try, I stated,
Mwah.
turning towards the town.
Robber, you want
I
some
heard an audible
attention? Here,
crack
okay, I got a
behind
little
me.
break in my game, actually.
One of the
Let me get you
goblins
some
bellowed
pets.
as his weapon
Come here,
flew
baby.
away, now nothing more than a
Hi.
flaming hunk of
Mhm.
smoldering metal. Gerk-Tik Auk will not be ignored! Cried the goblin as he pointed towards the barrier, and a blast of ice shot from his staff towards Ava Sophia. She jumped down too late, but the blast had already deflected off the barrier. I turned to face her.
Are you on
He's
food?
not nearly powerful enough to hurt the barrier. You dare ignore Gerk-Tik Auk! He screamed. Though, in truth, it was so high-pitched by this point it was hard to make out. I will eat your eyes! He began waving his hands high over his head, gathering up a much larger orb of magic. It took him nearly 20 seconds before he was ready, and the orb flashed down quite impressively. The orb hit the outside of the barrier in a manner that I would describe as soft-boiled eggs hitting a windshield. His mana bar was greatly depleted. He started cursing under his breath. I signaled to the group that it was well past time to get going, so we recollected our supplies. Mine had gone everywhere and were drenched. I started gathering it all up while the goblin got himself back under control. What is your name, human? Called Gerk-Tik Auk. I would know who I kill. I am Jim, I replied. The goblins all paused, then looked between each other.
Jim?
Just Jim? Did your mother know you were a foolish dog from birth, so she didn't waste words on you? That was getting old. I managed to get my pack properly piled so that it could be placed upon my back again. The goblins stood there glowering for a few more moments before two of their number started walking away and the remaining warriors looked to follow. Gerk-Tik Auk stared daggers at me for another moment before he too finally started to follow his companions. That had been a close one, I thought. Had it gone another way, it might have ended badly. I reached down to start lifting my pack when I heard the audible smack of a wet rock against the back of someone's head.
Okay, so this one's 0. Okay.
Joe Clarence had a good arm. The throw had caused 1 point of damage with an improvised weapon, which, of course, negated the barrier. I could tell not only from the blue light fading, but also because I got a convenient pop-up informing me that the barrier had failed and that it wouldn't be restored for just under 5 minutes. That was assuming that no more attacks were forthcoming from inside the failed barrier. I hissed a quick warning to the former hostage family about any further attacks to the goblins. Gerk-Tik Auk twisted around on his wolf, snarling at me.
Okay. Let's go.
Gerk-Tik Auk will not take such insolence. Your deaths will come as soon as your accursed barrier is... He trailed off, finally truly looking There was a slightly visible difference in the barrier now. I could tell due to my perception skill, which I had ardently hoped he might not have. "The barrier is
Why not?
down!" called Gert Alk, and his warriors returned to him, suddenly interested. Just not quite so interested as to check it themselves as they glanced at the scorched ruins of what had been an expensive weapon, or the smoldering carcass of their former companion. Several went up to the edge of where the barrier had been a moment before and paused. "It's totally down. Just one more step," I called out, sitting on my pack and obviously preparing for defense. Well, trying to obviously be not obvious as I got my daggers ready. I wanted them to think that this was all part of some stupid plan to get them to cross the barrier. The goblin warriors noticed, and several backed off a pace. Gert Alk glowered and walked right towards the barrier. "You fools! Don't you see? If he attacks from the barrier will not protect him." "Sure. I certainly attacked him while your backs were all turned. Make sure you attack me when you cross the barrier, otherwise you'll catch fire," I said, glancing over at the burnt ruin of their former team member. "That was a river rock. One of those three threw it," called one of the other riders. "He's still protected." "That's not how barriers work," growled Gert Alk. "He's bluffing." I stood up and walked right over to the edge of the barrier. 3 of the goblin warriors stepped back, only leaving the shaman and 1 warrior, stage whispering
Why not?
conspiratorially. "They know you are almost out of mana, and you can't know about the barrier for certain. How about this? I'll let you tap me with that staff of yours, if you aren't afraid to lose it when the barrier incinerates it." The goblin warrior twitched, looking at me and then Gert Alk. He seemed to be edging towards the wrong conclusion, so I said quietly, "You must really trust the shaman." He looked at me and the shaman again. He thought for a moment before deciding. Snorting, he walked back to be with his clansmen. "What's it going to be?" I asked Gert Alk, looking at him evenly, as his enormous wolf growled at me. I spared a moment to truly look at the wolf and realized that it wasn't really what the creature was. It was a much larger beast, and its eyes showed an intelligence far greater than a wolf should have. As it seemed to be disinclined to attack me, I pushed it from my mind. "Gert Alk knows." "I know you are bluffing," stated the shaman, collecting himself. "I know that this barrier is down, and I have full
Oh, I hate
confidence in
passing
my
up on
own
a...
conclusions." He walked his wolf, who carefully avoided the spot where the barrier had been, sidelong towards me. He was facing me with his right arm pointed fully at me. This was the easiest position to tap me with the staff, but still leave his wolf a path of retreat if the barrier was intact. That was just what I had been hoping he would do.
I don't think I
As the
need
shaman
that
moved
power
to touch
this
me, I
turn, to be
launched
honest.
myself at him. I propelled myself over him in an acrobatic leap, a front somersault that would end with my feet against the wolf's back. As I launched, I drew my dagger with my left hand and jammed it
Just
into
because
my
I have it
opponent's
doesn't mean I
eye.
have to play it.
With my right, I grabbed his staff. As my feet hit the back of the wolf, I used it to propel myself backward. Rotating in the air, I landed where I started, inside the barrier. The body of the shaman fell backwards off his now fleeing mount. "Anyone else want to test the barrier?" I called out, as I flicked the blood and brains of their former leader off my dagger. It turned out that the other goblins didn't. I sat watching them for 5 whole minutes as they rapidly fled the area. My head throbbed like a particularly obnoxious Christian death metal beat. I was exhausted, but afraid to show a moment of weakness.
Great monologue.
Finally, the countdown faded, and the barrier resumed its former shade of protective blue. The headache was so bad, afterwards I threw up. I held it until the goblins had gotten out of sight, but then I threw up properly. I don't recall eating carrots. After I had recovered sufficiently and rinsed my mouth out with the cooling water of the creek, it was time to loot the bodies. Well, body. I was pretty certain I wouldn't recover anything from the wretched, smoldering remains of the one. I went over to the goblin shaman and searched his corpse. He had an amulet and a pouch full of crystals wadded up in some paper. Adding those to the staff I already had in hand, it seemed like a good haul. Next, I picked up my pack and started walking over a ford in the creek back to my village. I tried not to glare when I passed Joe Clarence, but it was so damn hard. It hadn't been his fault, but he'd almost gotten all of us killed. I stomped back towards the town, still with a throbbing head making me slightly dizzy. Ava Sophia and her family followed me wordlessly. As the barrier was almost exactly a mile from the town center, it would be a while before I could stop and rest properly. I walked straight into the least destroyed house that was serving as my campsite and found where I'd been keeping my bedroll.
22
I promptly
plus
collapsed
11
into
is
it,
33.
wishing for sleep or death. Either was fine. The cloud of flatulence that followed me everywhere was able to keep us using up his increasingly functional wings. He landed nearby, still invisible to all but me. Good shit, I hope he isn't expecting a cuddle. When Ava Sophia came in a few minutes later to check on me, I sent her away with orders to leave me alone until tomorrow unless there was food. I groggily recalled briefly stirring awake to a plate of beans with bits of unidentifiable meat sometime later, though I could not distinctly remember eating. I slept until the next day.
Perfect.
Chapter 15. A Weird Village Life. Sleeping in a town has a number of benefits over sleeping in the wild. You gain double hit points back. Certain injuries recover at improved rates, like stamina crashes and mana crashes. When I woke up, I felt great. I was no longer dizzy or exhausted. I also didn't have a headache to wake the dead. I yawned loudly and stepped out into my village. The village square was a largish field that was chock full of weeds and some decent-sized trees. It was clear you could probably have played football in it, with only a slight change of rules. The few respectable-sized trees had grown up since the town had been abandoned. There appeared to be a fountain in the center, if one looked past all of the weeds and things. My house was right off the square. I was fairly confident that my house was an old shop of some sort, but I didn't really spend too much time thinking about that. Next to my home were a few of the crafters' shops. There was a blacksmith, with all the equipment mostly rusted, a bowyer, with a grotesquely posed goblin corpse that had started to rot, and several more mundane buildings. The actual town hall was nearby
Not
on
bad.
the square. The church stood
Don't
on the
have my
opposite
shining
side.
star, but that's alright.
Neither
We're
were in good
fine.
enough repair that I'd wanted to camp in them overnight, as the portions with roofs were limited. That was actually the main issue with most of the town, honestly. It was in pretty dire
Shoot.
straits, and barring tearing it down and rebuilding it from scratch,
Oh no.
I didn't see
What
how
a
this
waste.
whole place could be salvaged. The only thing the town had going for it was the magical barrier, which I had gleaned from Ava Sophia's surprise was rare for a town these days. Also, I didn't see any other people. The statue dude was probably
Fine.
still in the church, but where were the town's 3 newest residents? I was about to start searching the town, figuring that the 2 small children would be easy enough to hear, but then I remembered the town map. Bringing it up, I found the small family had taken up a house that was on the outer edge of the town, near the meandering creek. There was some clear land, or at least land that could be cleared of weeds and debris nearby. As per usual,
We'll do
I
this
had
one now.
several prompts.
Let's
The
go.
first was the simple exclamation mark that told of a quest. Quest. Defeat the Goblin Menace 1. You live in a land of danger. Your town is surrounded by goblins. Slay the goblin champions, their captain and their chieftain, so your town can be saved. You will gain a reward each time one of the goblin heroes is slain. You have slain Gerktik Alp, goblin shaman. The enemy shaman are now leaderless, and many will desert. You gain a 500 experience points bonus.
Okay, well, we need more block, I guess.
So,
alright.
the more goblin heroes I killed, the easier it would get outside town. That sounded promising.
Nope, because my deck's pretty
Another
full.
prompt glowed at the bottom of my vision that looked a bit like a silver town icon. Ava Sophia has requested ownership of Creek House and the surrounding fields.
Oh my
Will you
gosh.
grant this request? I selected yes, of course, and noticed that the population of the town jumped by 3 in the menu. They had been listed as guests before, and their icons changed from blue to green on the map. As I walked down the lane, Main Street, I suppose, I didn't hear the sound
From this
of
on
children
Shining
playing.
Strike, without a doubt.
Instead, Ava Sophia was standing in front of
That's
the house
really
she had
good.
claimed, with both her children behind her. Joe Clarence was trying to look brave, and Eve Sophia's face was buried in her mother's skirts. All 3 were staring at me. I checked behind me just to make sure there wasn't a goblin or something sneaking up on us. "That's far enough," she called out as I started walking up the short path to her new home. I raised an eyebrow. She watched me carefully for a moment. "What are your intentions?" I considered replying breakfast, but answering that flippantly with my wife always had about a 50-50 chance of making the situation much worse. So I took a moment to collect myself. I chose to respond to her question with one of my own. "What are you expecting from me?" With that, Joe Clarence broke free of his mother's grasp and moved several yards off the porch. He held his dagger in his fist, as it was a confidence-granting
Okay, so this is
talisman,
the
before
last one.
yelling, "I'm sorry about attacking the goblins. I know it broke the barrier and we could have died. I'll accept any punishment, but don't hurt my family." Oh, that was it. From their perspective, I'd gotten very surly for most of the trip for no apparent reason. Then I had to repeatedly save their necks when worse came to worst. Ava Sophia had thought I was lying about the town. She hadn't believed the barrier even existed. She'd turned around just before it, thinking I was lying and they were all going to die. Up until this point, I assumed she was following me because she had no better option. Now it dawned on me that she was following me with her family when she didn't trust me, because she was scared of refusing me. She'd been ready to fight off the goblins to buy her children a few more
Going
moments,
to need the
fully
plating,
thinking
going to need
it was a
that.
desperate last stand. They probably had only stayed because they knew the village was safe.
Alright.
But did they think I was? I wondered if me stirring when she brought me food was the only reason she hadn't slit my throat last night. Looking into her eyes, I became quite sure that, if I'd been totally unconscious, she'd have done it to protect her children. Hard woman. "Well, no harm, little one," I said carefully. "You didn't know any better, and you did what you thought you had to do. I was there to protect you, and I'll always do my best to keep you safe." He seemed to deflate. "Really?" "Yes. We mayors need strong, healthy citizens in our decrepit, ruined towns." I smiled as he started to sniffle. All the courage he'd gathered poured out of him now that the need was gone. He had believed me when I initially told him about the town, and he believed me now. Apparently, I was able to convince children easily. Adults, on the other hand. Mental note, bump charisma stat. A note has been generated to bump charisma stat. Oh, more notes. This place is weird. "So, have you made breakfast?" I asked, and Ava Sophia nodded stiffly, then invited me onto her property. After a breakfast of beans and what I prayed was the equivalent of pork, Ava Sophia walked me around her home. The glass was all gone from the windows and several were shuttered, though the shutters themselves had gaps and holes. The second story was actually still usable. The roof was in pretty good condition with no apparent leaks despite the passage of time. The house was essentially a slightly modified A-frame with a few rooms cut into it. A porch completely wound around from front to back. Thank you for giving me the house, she said, after we completed the tour of the fields. Well, I'm happy to have helped, I replied. Do you have the proper tools to work the fields? She shrugged. Mostly. We are missing a plow horse, which is going to make plowing the fields difficult, she stated. But with enough effort, we will manage.
Okay.
I've been offered a quest. Find a draft animal for Ava Sophia. I selected yes, of course. I left the family and walked to the center of town again.
It could be a bad one.
Some supplies and some seed. Fortunately, she had her farming
I have the
skill
option
up to
not
a
to
high
do
enough
it,
degree that she
so
could
I think I don't
technically
do
get the
it.
plowing done. Eventually, according to the farming tab in the town's menu, year-round planting and fertile soil had earned the town an excellent rating in agriculture. Apparently, planting certain crops at certain times was better for the crops and soil. Who knew? Farmers, probably, of which I am not. With that out of the way, I tried to figure out what the rest of my day looked like. I had several items to analyze, and I was tossing around the idea of making myself some proper armor. I wondered if there was any kind of draft animal that could be used for farming. I considered my options for protecting the town. There was quite a bit on my mind. I also briefly wondered where my little demon atrocity was, but decided quickly that I didn't care enough to locate him. Bringing up the quest menu, I noticed that there was a mental tug towards something north of town where we'd entered. It was reasonably strong, so it must be close. I walked back to my shop-turned-campsite and gathered up my belongings, including the magical staff and amulet. Staff of Frost. 3 to 12 frost damage. Requires mana. Charge 2 out of 10. I held the staff in one hand, then both, trying to use it. Shaking it didn't work, neither did yelling at it. Finally, I just held it and concentrated, focusing on the staff like I'd focused on the demonic bond. Feeling that tenuous connection, I carefully tried to give it just a bit of mana. It sucked away 8 of my 20 mana, and I recoiled as if someone had thrown a bucket of water into my face. I waited for the headache to start, but after a few seconds, I felt the sensation of my mana topping off, and I realized that I'd done this task properly, at least. That was something. It still felt like pouring myself into an invisible container, but at least I didn't end up on my knees this time. Once again, I had to focus on the staff like I did with the bond. Then it was just point and think about blasting stuff. An icicle the size of a finger formed and blasted forwards into a nearby tree. The ice shattered on the trunk, but not before knocking out a pretty large divot in the wood. Checking, the charge had dropped by 1. Made sense. I got 10 shots with it before having to recharge. I took aim at something farther away and fired again. It hit, but did much less damage. It seemed that distance reduced the damage of spells, or at least this spell. Unfortunately, the staff was a goblin staff. That meant it was just slightly longer than a baseball bat, but only about as thick as a broomstick. Covering the staff from top to bottom were black runes. I had never seen anything like them before. I had no chance at being able to read them. To finish off the garish item, it was adorned by several electric rodent skulls, limiting where one could grab it. It was too short for a walking stick and too contorted for a cane. Also, despite being baseball bat-sized, the staff didn't
Oh my god, look at all
sturdy
these
enough to be used as
slimes.
a melee weapon. The cherry on top was that it just looked evil and ugly. I focused and fired out spells as quickly as I could into the trees at the center of town. The results were not
Oh
terrible,
no,
but
it's
they
not
weren't
giving
great
me
either.
block.
I could only fire once about every 3 seconds, which was about the same speed as my bow. Worse, my bow seemed to do more damage, probably because my archery skill had advanced. If I kept firing, maybe my staff skill would increase, and I could fire this faster or more powerfully. For the moment, the staff was a poor second-choice weapon.
Don't think I
Setting the
need to
staff
add any.
aside, I vowed to figure out what to do with it later. Checking my prompts, I saw I had a bunch of skill notifications, but I wanted to look at the amulet first. Amulet, Properties unknown. I'd played too many RPGs to just put on an unidentified amulet. It felt warm when I ran my fingers over it. As I held my fingers on it, I recognized that it wasn't true warmth, but a magical power contained in the amulet. Now, I might actually need some help, or at the very least, some information. Who did I know that knew about curses and magic in this realm? I mean, yeah, I knew Shart. To my utter chagrin, that was all. I didn't really believe Ava Sophia or the kids would be any help. Shart would have to do. I didn't know where he was, though. I wondered if there was a way to use the bond between us to contact him. Help me, Shart. You're my only hope, I called. To my complete surprise, he appeared in my field of vision rather quickly, flying from somewhere behind me. You called? Shart drawled. He seemed cranky, and I wondered what I had pulled him from. I was too curious about the amulet to tease him about being at my beck and call. I did find it amusing, though, until I considered the possibility that it might be a two-way street. Then, it turned slightly horrifying. Shart, I asked, can you identify a magical item? Identify an item? It's a freaking amulet, replied the ever-helpful demon. No, I mean analyze its magical properties. Analyze? It's not a plant, he replied. Oh, you mean scan? Yes, I can scan items. I forget you don't know what you're talking about most of the time. Calm. Can you scan this for me? I asked, holding up the amulet. No, I have 5 mana left, and that's not enough to scan anything, replied the demon testily. I gave you 10 yesterday, I responded, and you had at least 1 before that. I had 3, and I used all 3, plus 5 of the mana you gave me to search for bad guys so you weren't killed, he growled. We were ambushed right outside the town, I growled. They were magically concealed. You gave me only a trickle of mana, and I couldn't do very much. If I'd had more, I'd have been able to help you more. Fine, I'll give you more. Whoa, stated the demon as I started to focus. You suck at this. Try to only give me a little mana this time. I thought you wanted more mana, I replied, frustrated. Yes, but if you give it to me all at once, you get a headache. Then I can't get what I want from you anymore, replied the demon. I have needs, and if you keep getting headaches, I can't get fulfilled. I stared at him blankly for a second. Fine. I'll focus on giving you only a little mana this time, and we'll see how that goes. Calming myself, and feeling around mystically until I'd grabbed the bond, I carefully pressed on it as lightly as I could. After a few seconds, I felt a single spurt of mana flow away. I immediately cut the contact. My mana meter dropped by 2, but half of that was lost to the bond. All that effort had only granted Shart 1 point of mana. How much do you need to scan the item? I asked. Looks like that's a pretty rare item. So I would say 50. Giving Shart that much mana took over an hour of careful poking and prodding at the bond. After the 10th time, it got easier. I was able to start handing off more mana at once. First 5 points, then 10. Finally, at the very end, I could feel the link much more solidly. I was able to hold onto my own mana better. That let me hand off mana right up to the point where I'd fall below the 25% margin. I'd describe it as the slightest raised mark on a page, and I could just feel it if I tried really hard. Mechanically, each time I used the skill, I got better at it. What had originally been nearly a 100% failure rate eventually dwindled to about a 60% failure chance after 10 tries. Further, if I went slowly, it was easier to find the grooves in my mana pool to stop at. By the time I had done it 20 times, the failure chance had dwindled to 20%, and there was a 5% chance of a better result. What that equated to, after 20 tries, was that I had a 20% chance to fail. That cost me mana, but gave no benefit. I had a 75% chance to get an unskilled result, which gave Shart 7 points of mana and cost me 14 mana. Then I had a 5% chance to get an amateur result, which gave Shart 10 points of mana and only cost me 15 mana. When the skill actually activated, you could feel it working and tell how much mana to dump into it. The problem was that failures seemed to eat up about 10 mana each time, despite my efforts to the contrary. All this I determined after the fact. I initially had not intended to spend as much time on giving myself a headache, but Shart had other ideas. 50 mana, I said, proud of myself, about an hour after noon. Now 50 more, demanded the demon. I'm not running myself down to 5 again, just so you
I should
can
have
see what your
healed
trinket does.
the turn before.
I glared at him from my sitting position.
That sucks.
That wasn't part of the deal. There was no deal. You asked if I could do something for you. I can, but I'm not doing it for free. The deal is you give me 100 mana, and I cast Scan for you. Sighing, I agreed. I didn't have any leverage over the demon right now. Furthermore, Shart having extra mana might improve my odds of survival. He was going to kill me after I got the demon door open, not before. The whole process took hours. Primarily because it took around 3 minutes to get my mana pool back to full after each donation, and the process to donate wasn't instantaneous. It also required a bunch of concentration. I basically spent 4 hours trying to focus my mind enough to pour my magical essence into an ungrateful demon. I spent quite a few breaks here and there reviewing my character sheet. Skills. Improved lore. Amateur. You are granted the ability to see health, stamina, and mana bars on all non-obfuscated creatures. You gain a bonus to all lore checks. Demon lore amateur. You know more about demons and their race. Goblin lore rank up amateur. You are knowledgeable about the goblin race. Animal lore rank up amateur. You are a skilled hunter who knows much about the animals of the natural world. Unarmored amateur. You are skilled in fighting unarmored. Clothing and robes are considered unarmored. Light armor novice. Rank up. You are more skilled when wearing light armor. You can dodge as if unarmored. Medium armor amateur. You are skilled at wearing medium armor without penalty. Armor skills. Dodge amateur. Rank up. You are skilled at dodging. You suffer smaller penalties when dodging attacks from higher level creatures. Mitigate novice. Rank up. You can mitigate damage from an attack up to 4 damage modified by defense at the cost of 2 points per damage, so mitigated. Parry amateur. Rank up. You can parry with weapons. Each weapon is better or worse at parrying. Parrying costs stamina. Shields amateur. You can defend yourself with shields. Martial weapons, amateur. You can use any martial weapons you find. Swords, amateur. You know which end of a sword to point at an enemy. Bows, novice. You know how to target an enemy's vital spots. Focused aiming will bring up an aiming guide. Simple weapons, amateur. You are a violent person at heart. You get a bonus to hit with all simple weapons. Staff amateur. Powerful blow. You can utilize a powerful blow, expending 4 stamina for 4 extra damage. Small blades novice. Rank up. You are skilled with the many uses of a small blade. You gain extra damage when making a surprise attack. Puncture rank 2. Your attacks ignore 6 points of defense, doubled during a sneak attack. Rupture rank 2. Your attacks cause bleed based on attack damage. 50% additional bleed over 6 seconds. Wounding rank 0. Rank up. Your attacks can wound a target, causing a stamina wound. Base damage equal to weapon damage. Effect lasts for 30 seconds. 2 weapon fighting novice. You gain plus 2 points of damage on your primary weapon. Twin weapon amateur. You gain plus 2 points of damage when fighting with the same weapon type. Hiking, novice, rank up. You travel further and suffer less stamina loss from long travel. Your overburden penalty is reduced. Jumping, unskilled. You know how to jump and put some force behind it. Practice makes perfect. Stealth novice. You are quite sneaky. When holding still in shadow, you become almost invisible. Skinning amateur. You can skin and prepare animal hide. Cooking unskilled. You can cook and prepare simple dishes without burning. Perception amateur. You are far more aware of the world around you. Crafting amateur. You are able to craft items that you need. Leatherworking unskilled. You can make very simple leather goods. Woodworking unskilled. You can make very simple wooden goods. Bowyer amateur. Rank up. You can make simple bows. Weapons you craft do additional damage. Improvised tools. Amateur. You can improvise to build almost anything. Items created from improvised tools will have a durability penalty. Magical skills. Infuse amateur. You can grant mana to willing targets. For every 2 mana spent, they will recover 1 mana. Empowerment, unskilled. Rank up. You know the enchanting empowerment skill. You can infuse mana into magical items. Every time you do this, there is a chance that the charge is permanently reduced by 1. Mana control, unskilled. You have learned the basics of manipulating your mana pool. You can attempt to resist with stamina any efforts to overdrain your mana. Magical blast, unskilled. Rank up. You have handled a magical implement and can use it to cast prepared spells at a target. Well, that was a lot. And several things interested me. The rank ups in Goblin and Animal Lore were nice. Animal Lore was at 88 out of 100 SP for another rank up. I was due to go into Novice soon, which would tell me what Novice meant for all the other lore skills as well. I moderately disliked having to look into the individual skills to see their total skill points.
God dang.
But there were just so many numbers otherwise.
Okay.
Light armor had also increased. The dodge, as if unarmored, was handy because that 25% increase to my dodge costs was problematic. Of course, that meant I'd leveled up light armor while wearing the least amount of light armor physically possible. I'd have to correct my armor, and hopefully before the next battle. Dodge and mitigated both ranked up since I'd last looked at the skill sheet. I already knew that. Their improvements were helpful. The cost to dodge against the Shadow Goblin had been 8 per dodge as opposed to my usual 2. They hadn't been nearly as effective. If I'd had a normal stamina
God
pool, I'd have
dang.
run out quickly. Parry was another useful skill, but glancing at my parry percentage, it was too low to be useful with daggers. Or at the very least, with the daggers I was currently using. I trusted them. They were helping me earn experience for 3 classes. I just felt that if I'd been fighting with a sword, I could have parried and dodged attacks much more efficiently. Also, the parrying cost with daggers was much higher than with a larger weapon, so it was really not well suited to the task. My bow now had focus aiming. I took up my bow and readied an arrow, but didn't notice any difference. I concentrated, or I guess focused, on a target. As I did so, a small circle appeared in front of me. I drew an arrow back and the circle narrowed into a much smaller circle. I fired 5 arrows, each one landing within the circle. This made it effectively a crosshair for my bow.
Ah, I hate this game. It's so dumb. Why the fuck is this so dumb? Oh my god.
It got bigger when I moved and very big when I attempted to run. So big it was almost rendered useless. I could see the targeting circle being very handy, but it just told me where the arrow would hit. There was no predicting where the target would move. A long shot would still be a combination of aiming and intuition. It was still very useful. Simple bow damage 10 to 14, durability 7 out of 25. Durability minus 10 due to improvised
dumb.
tools.
Hate it.
My bow was getting...
Alright, I'm done. I'm done. If. Alright, y'all have a good one. All that jazz. Later.